Chapter 26-73. The second round had just begun, and such a shocking scene had already occurred. In the ancient god realm, the gap between each realm was huge. An early Void Ancient Realm expert could instantly kill a late Control Ancient Realm expert. This was unimaginable in the past. But now it had truly happened. Even more people thought that they were too excited to watch the competition between the geniuses. This battle had completely cleared Fang Chen's name. Those who had doubted him and questioned whether he was qualified to be the fifth prodigy of the ancient saint camp were slapped in the face. Not simple. Even many star ancient realm experts from the ancient saint camp nodded and acknowledged Fang Chen. Unknowingly, in their hearts, Fang Chen had become as important as Fu Huan and the others. In the Blackpool camp, his strength is at most able to defeat a late Void Ancient God. If he encounters a peak Void Ancient God, there's basically no hope. If the 7 minor heavenly kings were to attack, they could easily kill him. Many star ancient realm experts discussed. The 7 minor heavenly kings were experts at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm. Their strength was almost invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. Therefore, even if Fang Chen could last until the end, he would not be able to pass the 7 minor heavenly kings. This time, he would definitely die. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. The battle continued. Perhaps they were provoked by Fang Chen, but many of the Blackpool camp's prodigies were very ruthless. Almost every battle ended with the tragic death of the other side. Especially the 7 minor heavenly kings. When the 7 of them fought, they were almost invincible and killed their opponents at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the second round of the battle was completely over. According to the rules, the next round of the battle would begin after 3 days of rest. At this point, the battle between the prodigies had completely entered a white-hot stage. On the god-slaying island, the martial artists' hearts were trembling and their blood was boiling. As the ancient saint camp and the Blackpool camp's prodigies stood up, Wu Yu opened his eyes and his body faded. In the sky. "How is it?" Wu Yu suddenly appeared and asked. Wu Qian grinned. "I think Fang Chen's strength has the chance to be in the top 5. If he can cultivate the demonic divine transformation technique to the 2nd level, he might even be able to take first place." After these 2 battles, Wu Gan was also very happy in his heart. "I really hope that he can get into the top 5. If that's the case, our mission will be even more perfect," Wu Yu said as he nodded his head. The white-robed woman at the side had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. In the elegant courtyard of the god-slaying island, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, his mind filled with a large number of demonic transformation divine art chants. He was now a famous person in the Empyrean Sea. Many people wanted to befriend him, but they were all rejected by him. "I have complete control over the 1st level of the demonic transformation divine art. As for the 2nd level, I have already touched the threshold. Demon transformation divine art. The 1st level was invincible demon chi. The 2nd level was invincible demon body." Fang Chen could feel that his body was changing as he cultivated the demonic transformation divine art. Once he reached the 2nd level, his unparalleled demonic energy would be completely fused into his chaotic origin sword body. By then, his fleshy body would transform into a terrifying demonic body. Once the demonic body was activated, no one in the Void Ancient Realm could break its defense. This was the true power of the demon transformation divine art. As for reaching the 3rd level, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it for now. Demon transformation divine art. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. In his mind, countless comprehensions of the demon transformation divine art appeared. Fang Chen was carefully savoring and comprehending it. In another courtyard of the god-slaying island. "Damn it. This guy is too arrogant. I must kill him." The scaled ancient god was infuriated. In the previous battle, he could feel the demonic energy on Fang Chen's body. Invincible demon chi. It's definitely invincible demon chi. He was even more certain that the demon transformation divine art was in the hands of Feng Chen. I must find a way to get it. Thinking of this, the scaled ancient god's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and a genius from the Devil Sword Island appeared. Master, take this. The scaly armored ancient god handed over a piece of scale. If you meet Feng Chen in the competition, kill him at all costs. The scaled ancient god said. Master, rest assured. 3 days passed quickly. When the third round of the competition arrived, Feng Chen finally completed his transformation. 1. The demonic energy around his body surged and shook violently. After a moment, all the demonic energy drilled into his body. The chaotic origin sword body was fully activated and absorbed all the demonic energy. CSISI. The invincible demonic energy fused with the chaotic origin sword body, transforming into a demonic body. After cultivating for 3 days, he finally comprehended it. The second level of the demon transformation divine art, the invincible demonic body, was officially cultivated. Feng Chen stood up and with a thought, a layer of demonic energy condensed into scales covering his body, raising his defense to the maximum. Amazing! Feng Chen could not help but exclaim. This was a true supreme divine art. The current him, once he executed the second level of the demon transformation divine art, his defense was close to invincible. Even an expert at the peak of the void ancient realm would need some time to break through my defense, right? Feng Chen muttered, and this time is enough for me to defeat them. In 3 days, Feng Chen gained a lot. Not only did his demon transformation divine art have a breakthrough, but more importantly, his Azura sword Dao had a breakthrough too. See La. In his palm, the hidden star sword slashed out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. At the same time, Feng Chen stomped his foot, and the hidden star sword shot out with lightning speed, piercing into the crack. Dong! A deafening sound rang out, and a huge energy black hole appeared in the crack. Within the black hole, sword chi rampaged. Explode! Feng Chen shouted, and the black hole exploded with sword chi. Boom, boom, boom! The sky shook continuously, and the entire void was completely annihilated. Dust flew, and when all the energy waves dissipated, the courtyard was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a powerful force. A sword strike can shatter the void, trigger a spatial storm, and annihilate the black hole. Let's call it Azura Storm. The new Azura sword Dao was named Azura Storm by Feng Chen. A sword strike, a storm, a black hole, and a spatial storm. In just a short sentence, one could see how powerful this move was. In addition to the demon transformation divine art, even a peak void ancient realm martial artist would not be his match. Feng Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. The God Destroyer Square was packed with people. On the main stage, with Wu Yu as the leader, the higher-ups from both sides had arrived. After the second round of the competition, there were only 350 Sky Prides who had advanced. The Ancient Sages camp had slightly fewer people, only 150 people, while the Blackpool camp had a total of 200 people. In terms of numbers, the Blackpool camp had the advantage. Wu Yu stood up and looked around. Suddenly, the noisy square quietened down. After our discussion, we have decided that the third round of the competition will no longer be a one-on-one battle. Wu Yu said, it will be a survival battle. Simple and direct. The so-called survival battle was to survive in the God Destroyer mountain range. All contestants, once you enter the God Destroyer mountain range, you can use all means as long as you can survive. Wu Yu continued. Many Sky Prides from the Blackpool camp looked at Feng Chen with evil intentions. The competition between the geniuses was getting more and more brutal. Everyone sighed and shook their heads. If this continued, there would not be more than 50 people who could survive. However, this was the reality. It was the same everywhere if one was strong. The 7 little heavenly kings looked at Fong Chen at the same time. Now, Fong Chen was a must-kill target for the Blackpool camp. The 7 little heavenly kings' eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Fong Chen did not back down and retaliated with his eyes. Trash, when we enter the God-Destroyer mountain range, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The 7th heavenly king mocked. Not only that, the 150 people from the ancient sage camp will all die. Facing the mockery from the Blackpool camp, those from the ancient sage camp clenched their fists and glared at each other. Fu Huan and the other 3 were relatively calm. It was useless to argue now. The bigger fist was the most important thing. Swoosh! Wu Yu flicked his finger, and in the distant sky, the God-Destroyer mountain range was surrounded by a powerful seal. Countless martial artists swarmed out and rushed into the God-Destroyer mountain range. At the same time, a smooth mirror appeared above the God-Destroyer square, and all the scenes in the God-Destroyer mountain range were reflected in the mirror. Chapter 2674. The 350 Sky Prides entered the God Extermination mountain range one after another. Xiao Hei dots appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror. All the Sky Pride's actions were seen by the many-star Ancient Realm experts. Ha ha ha, this feels great. In the blink of an eye, a group of Sky Prides from the Blackpool camp discovered the Sky Prides from the Ancient Sages camp. They had the advantage in numbers and were completely overpowered. After a fierce battle, several Sky Prides from the Ancient Sages camp died. On the God Extermination Square, the Blackpool camp's members were ecstatic. On the other hand, the Ancient Sages camp's members were unusually nervous. In the God Extermination mountain range, Fong Chen appeared in a dense forest. He spread out his divine senses and suddenly realized that this place was actually isolated from probing with divine senses. It seems like this is intentional. Fong Chen understood after thinking for a while. Kill the ancient sages. His idea was simple. He wanted to kill the ancient sages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen stomped his foot and entered the void. Like the wind, he quickly traveled through the God Extermination mountain range. In the outside world, countless cultivators were watching Fong Chen. Soon, Fong Chen encountered an enemy. Someone from the Ancient Sages camp? On the square, many people from the Ancient Sages camp exclaimed. They were puzzled. Shouldn't they be united at this time? Why was this person going against Fong Chen? This person seems to be from the Demon Sword Island. Some people recognized this Sky Pride. Countless people pointed at the scaly ancient god. The latter was unmoved. The Demon Sword Island did not violate the rules. Wu Yu looked at the smooth surface of the mirror and did not say anything. Humph, damn fellow. Let's see how you escape this time. The scaly ancient god clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. The Sky Prides from the Demon Sword Island attacked as soon as they met Fong Chen. Fong Chen, you're dead meat. He threw out a punch. A fist light that pierced through heaven and earth came whistling over. Scram! Fong Chen let out a low growl and sent the enormous fist radiance flying with a single punch. Dang! Dang! The Demon Sword Island's elite could not help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath and stared at Fong Chen with his pitch-black eyes. Kill! Demonic chi filled the sky and sword chi filled the sky. The prodigy of the Demon Sword Island wielded a long sword and displayed an exquisite sword technique. Whoosh! China in the sky. Sword chi intertwined. The battle between the two sword cultivators was unusually intense. It was a pity that Fong Chen had created a new move before the third round of the competition began. Azura Storm. Boom. In the sky, the void collapsed, storms emerged, and black holes exploded. Dong! A terrifying sword chi burst out from the black hole and enveloped the Sky Pride of the Demon Sword Island. Crack! The power of the Azura Storm was simply too strong. The latter could not withstand it at all. His chest exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His vitality was constantly fading away. Damn it! At this moment, his eyes were scarlet red and a scale appeared in his palm. With a ferocious expression, he roared, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Countless people in the square exclaimed when they saw Fong Chen's attack. He's too strong. He has cultivated his sword technique to such a level. No wonder he's the fastest sky pride to enter the void ancient realm in the history of the celestial master sea. With one sword, a storm rises and the void collapses. I admire him. Many martial artists were impressed by Fong Chen's exquisite swordsmanship and sighed. However, at this moment there was a burst of exclamation. This was because some Star Ancient Realm experts had discovered the origin of the scale. That's a big deal. The scaly ancient god's most essential scale is actually willing to give it to a youngster. Humph. Some people sighed while others snorted. The scaly ancient god sneered in his heart. It was as if he could already see Fong Chen dying under the scale storm. On the smooth mirror, Fong Chen's expression was calm. There was no change in his emotions. The sky pride of the demon Sword Island clenched his fist, and the scale was completely activated. Berserk energy instantly spread out. The aura of the Star Ancient Realm quickly spread out. Unfortunately, this is not your true strength, Fong Chen said indifferently. External force was still external force. When he took out the scale, Fong Chen saw through everything. Azura Storm. No matter how strong you are, I only have one sword. Swoosh. Like a flying immortal, the sword came from the west, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing the sky apart. Boom. The demon transformation divine technique was fully activated. Invincible demon chi crazily drilled into the star-hidden sword, and the invincible demon body also appeared, forming the strongest defense. Kill. At this moment, Fong Chen burst out with his strongest move. The star-hidden sword broke through the sky pride of the demon Sword Island's defense and pierced through his chest. At the same time, the power in the scale bombarded Fong Chen's body. The invincible demon body formed a strong defense, blocking the power of the scale. Dong. The trembling power exploded. The impact was so powerful that it caused ripples to appear on the smooth surface of the mirror. The entire dense forest became barren in an instant. All the towering trees were cut down by the sword chi, turning into ruins. There was only one person standing in the ruins. Fong Chen. A thunderous roar came from the ancient saint's camp. Countless people were shouting Fong Chen's name. At this moment, he was like a god. It was too shocking. The visual impact of the attack made everyone unable to calm down for a long time. How is this possible? The scaled ancient god cried out when he saw this. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was pale and his breathing was chaotic. His body swayed. The Star Ancient Realm experts on the main platform knew that the scaled ancient god had suffered a backlash when the scale shattered. Demon Transformation Divine Technique. He actually cultivated the Demon Transformation Divine Technique. Many Star Ancient Realm experts exclaimed, "The Demon Transformation Divine Technique's power increase is too strong." He has cultivated the second level of the invincible demon body, and with his exquisite sword skills, he is invincible in the void ancient realm. Someone said, "What is truly shocking is his understanding of the sword Tao. A sword from the west. It is too amazing." In the ancient saint's camp, everyone was cheering for Fong Chen. So Fong Chen has been hiding his strength all this time. With such strength, he is definitely qualified to be one of the top 5 prodigies. Ha ha ha, fools from the dark swamp primal chaos, it is time for you to die. Only the people from Demon Sword Island looked gloomy. The scaled ancient god even left the battlefield ahead of time. His scales had shattered, and he had suffered an extremely powerful backlash. This was completely out of his expectations. This guy. Wu Yu had a faint smile on his face. He had really cultivated the Demon Transformation Divine Technique to the second level. However, what really surprised Wu Yu was his sword skills. Although they were not as strong as the demon transformation divine technique, he could see his understanding of the sword Tao. A sword from the west, and heaven and earth bowed. I seemed to be able to see a sword emperor slowly rising. Wu Yu thought to himself. Wu Gon and the lady in white, who had not shown themselves, looked at each other and smiled. Ha ha, with such exquisite sword skills and the demon transformation divine technique, it is hard to find a match for him in the younger generation, Wu Gon said with a smile. The lady in white nodded gently, agreeing with Wu Gon's view. She knew that Fang Chen still had a trump card that he had not used. The evil ancestral eye. In the smooth mirror, the 7 little heavenly kings worked together and swept through the god-exterminating mountain range. Many prodigies from the ancient saints' camp died in their hands. Many people were looking forward to the 7 little heavenly kings and the top 5 prodigies meeting. At that time, it would definitely be a peak battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Fang Chen killed the prodigies from Demon Sword Island, he continued to move forward. Boom! A deafening sound attracted his attention. He leaped and came to the source of the sound. He realized that 2 people were fighting fiercely. Fang Chen did not want to bother, but he suddenly saw a huge rock beside the stream. This rock. Fang Chen frowned. He could feel a strange power coming from the rock. Master, this is the Stone of 3 Lives. The heart of Xianming said. Stone of 3 Lives? It is said that the Stone of 3 Lives is a treasure that connects yin and yang. As long as the primordial spirit is not destroyed, a normal martial artist can rebuild their physical body. Once the primordial spirit is destroyed, it is extremely difficult to revive them. This Stone of 3 Lives can revive martial artists whose primordial spirit is destroyed. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect such a powerful rock to exist in this world. He rushed to the front of the huge rock. At this time, the battle had already come to an end. The prodigy from the ancient saints' camp had successfully killed his opponent. Fang Chen? After seeing Fang Chen, the prodigy was fearful and quickly retreated. Stone of 3 Lives. Fang Chen placed his hands on the Stone of 3 Lives. Suddenly, there were a few sounds in the distance. The prodigies from Hei's camp had arrived. Chapter 26:75. Put down the 3 Lives Stone. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction surrounded Fang Chen and scolded him. Fang Chen ignored him. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the 3 Lives Stone off the ground. Pung! At this moment, a fist radiance whizzed over and struck Fang Chen's body. 1. The chaotic origin sword body emitted a sharp sword chi fluctuation that blocked against this fist light. With a bang, the 3 Lives Stone fell from Fang Chen's hand and hit the ground. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He turned around and looked at the sky prides of the Blackpool camp who had surrounded him. Peak Void Ancient Realm? Fang Chen curled his lips and said with disdain. The 3 Lives Stone belongs to the Black Lake faction. How dare you touch it? One of the humanoid monsters scolded. His words were full of threat. Fang Chen, no matter how strong your potential is, you're nothing in front of us. Today you'll die. I really want to see what kind of expression those idiots from the ancient sage faction will have after you die. The prodigies mocked Fang Chen. However, using the Azura sword technique, the hidden star sword brought out a huge storm. Kacha! The prodigy closest to Fang Chen was blasted into pieces. You're courting death. The prodigies were enraged. Fang Chen dared to sneak attack them. Kill him. Relying on their high cultivation bases, they surrounded Fang Chen and joined forces to encircle him. Hung long long. Powerful attacks landed on Fang Chen's body one after another. The latter was surrounded by an invincible demonic aura, and his defense was raised to the maximum. He held his sword with one hand and looked straight ahead with scarlet eyes. Do you think you can kill me with just a few pieces of trash? At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god of death. He killed one person with a sword. It was terrifying. The Azura storm was unstoppable. In front of the stream, the wild storm whistled past. The void shattered and sword lights crossed. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction were killed. Pung! After the last slash, the spatial storm disappeared. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at the 3 live stone. Everyone saw Fang Chen's domineering side on the smooth surface of the mirror. They were shocked and yelled. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction clenched their fists and hatred filled their hearts. However, there was nothing they could do except pray that the 7 minor heavenly kings could find Fang Chen. Let's wait and see, this guy won't be alive for long. The 7 minor heavenly kings are already looking for him. Once they find him, Hill will be dead. Damned bastard, even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. Unlike the Black Lake faction, the Ancient Sage faction was extremely happy. The fact that Fang Chen was able to complete such a powerful massacre even when the Blackpool camp had an obvious advantage in numbers was simply satisfying. We can only rely on Fang Chen and the 4 geniuses in this competition. I hope they're safe. Otherwise, we'll fail completely. It's best to kill him along with the 7 minor heavenly kings. After Fang Chen put away the 3 live stone, he began his hunting journey. Every once in a while, he would encounter some prodigies from the Black Lake faction. Without saying anything, he would crush them with his sword. In just 3 days, the Black Lake faction had lost more than 50 prodigies. This was already a quarter of their total number. Finally, Fang Chen's actions angered everyone. The 7 minor heavenly kings declared that they would kill Fang Chen. Many prodigies on the God Destruction Square also stared at the smooth surface of the mirror nervously. However, Fang Chen was still unmoved. His goal was simple. He wanted to kill the prodigies from the Black Lake faction mercilessly. Blood must be seen when his sword was drawn. A storm that belonged to Fang Chen swept across the God Destruction mountain range. Everyone was amazed. Fang Chen was too powerful. Poochie. One day, Fang Chen killed a prodigy from the Black Lake faction with a single strike. Then, he attracted the attention of many prodigies. Among them, there were 3 prodigies from the Myriad Snake tribe. The 3 of them stared at Fang Chen with murderous eyes. Kid, how dare you kill a member of the Myriad Snake tribe? You're dead meat. I'll use the snake poison to refine you into a poisonous corpse. Aren't you very capable? I'd like to see how you're going to refine our snake poison. In an instant, the 3 prodigies from the Black Lake faction surrounded Fang Chen. A green aura emerged from the 3 prodigies from the Myriad Snake tribe. This aura could turn into a green liquid at any time and float out. The snake poison. Fang Chen looked at the 3 of them calmly. There was no panic in his eyes. Everyone stared at the smooth surface of the mirror, guessing how Fang Chen would deal with it. 3 prodigies from the Myriad Snake tribe. He's dead meat. With the 3 of them attacking together and the snake poison superimposed, the power is enough to threaten a star ancient expert. Ha ha ha, with Fang Chen dead, the ancient sage's camp will be no threat. In the Black Lake faction, everyone was laughing. In the ancient sage's camp, many people were complaining about Fang Chen's injustice. Despicable. You must withstand it. I believe you can withstand the snake poison. Although many people were confident in Fang Chen, some of the more rational cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Even the many-star ancient realm experts on the rostrum felt somewhat helpless. The superimposed snake poison is unimaginable. Fang Chen's defense won't be able to withstand it. In an instant, Fang Chen became the focus of everyone's attention. From the smooth surface of the mirror, Fang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. Pretentious. A prodigy from the Myriad Snake tribe sneered, thinking that Fang Chen was pretending to be calm. Enjoy the feast of snake poison. Believe me, you'll never forget such a scene. No, you'll never be able to experience such a feast again. So, cherish the time you have now. The 3 prodigies laughed crazily. Fang Chen shook his head, as if mocking the 3 of them. I can't withstand the superimposed snake poison of the three of you, Fang Chen said calmly. But, if I'm so strong that you can't even release the snake poison, will you still be so confident? As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the Azura storm appeared again. Rumble! Heaven and earth dimmed as a spatial storm emerged and the void collapsed. A magnificent aura spread into the surroundings, attracting the attention of countless geniuses. Snake poison superimposed. The three prodigies sneered and waved their hands. Suddenly, the green aura around them turned into drops of green liquid. The snake poison was formed. Release. When the three portions of snake poison superimposed, the poison in the green liquid reached an unimaginable level. The void was corroded. The three prodigies controlled the green liquid and laughed without restraint. However, at this moment, a powerful evil force shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the evil energy spread out and shrouded the entire space. Hiss. Hiss. Under the effect of the evil force, the three prodigies didn't even have time to release the snake poison before they fell into a daze. At this point, Fang Chen's evil ancestral eye was controlled to the extreme. The evil force could make people hallucinate and fall into an illusion. Kill. The hidden star sword trembled and a dazzling sword light burst out. Crack. The Azura storm was so powerful that no one could block it. The thick sword light whistled through the air. When it arrived in front of the three people, it instantly split into three sword lights and pierced into the heads of the three people. At the same time, Fang Chen continuously used the Azura storm. The wild storm swept through the prodigies. Crack! Under the powerful force of the black hole's explosion, their bodies were directly turned into ashes. Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and put the superimposed snake poison into his bag. The three prodigies of the snake tribe and the other prodigies were all killed. In front of the smooth mirror, all the martial artists were shocked. The entire god-slaying square was in an uproar. On the main platform, the Star Ancient Realm experts exclaimed in disbelief. Only Wu Yu was relatively calm because he recognized the evil ancestral eye. In fact, he had a certain understanding of Fang Chen before. The power that killed the prodigies with one sword, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, did not dissipate for a long time and continued to be in this space. The ruined environment was enough to show that something unbelievable had just happened. Unknowingly, a storm swept through the god-slaying mountain range. It was a storm that belonged to Fang Chen. The Azura storm looked disdainfully. When the sword came from the west, all enemies bowed their heads. Chapter 2676. The three sky prides of the Thousand Snake Clan had joined forces to besiege Fang Chen, but they were all slaughtered by Fang Chen. It was a one-sided battle. At this moment, Fang Chen had unleashed an unprecedented attack. Whoosh! An Azura storm emerged, and wherever the sword light passed, blood would stain the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists who had besieged him were annihilated. Whoosh! Fang Chen stacked the thousand snake venom and put it into his pouch. On the god-slaying square, everyone trembled. They were all astonished by Fang Chen's powerful attack. As the battle had caused a great commotion, many foreign races from the dark swamp chaotic region were attracted. Boom! Boom! Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, the eyes of the seventh heavenly king and the sixth heavenly king flickered passionately as murderous intent surged from their bodies. Damn you, we've finally found you! The two junior heavenly kings stood above the ruins with imposing auras. The countless corpses proved that a great battle had just taken place. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the two heavenly kings with his dark eyes. I heard that you've broken the record of the Empyrean Sea's fastest person to step into the void ancient realm. You're just SOSO. The seventh heavenly king sneered, his face full of mockery. The sixth heavenly king looked down at Fang Chen as if he was looking at an ant. Were they killed by you? The sixth heavenly king asked coldly. Fang Chen remained silent. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a loud sword cry, as if it was responding to the sixth heavenly king's words. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air became very tense. On the smooth surface of the mirror, the upper echelons of both camps were watching closely. On the square, many martial artists were also discussing. Have the top sky prides finally met? With Fang Chen's strength, defeating the two heavenly kings shouldn't be a problem. If the 7 heavenly kings were all here, Fang Chen wouldn't stand a chance. But now those from the ancient sage camp believed that Fang Chen could withstand the attacks of the 2 heavenly kings. On the other hand, the prodigies of the Black Swamp camp were all sneering. This guy is too arrogant. Now, he has finally hit a wall. With the heavenly king taking action, they will definitely die. However, at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror. Then, 5 black shadows appeared on the mirror. 5 heavenly kings? Seeing this, the cultivators of the ancient sage's camp exclaimed in shock. Their eyes widened, their hearts filled with worry. The 7 little heavenly kings had gathered. Did the heavens want to kill Fang Chen? Even many of the higher-ups on the rostrum shook their heads. The other 5 heavenly kings were gathered here. When they saw the devastated ground, they frowned slightly. Before entering the God Extermination mountain range, the revered Dragon Lord even specially told me to kill Fang Chen at all costs. The first heavenly king said faintly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But now what I see is not a peerless genius, but a weak prey. That's right, I alone am enough to kill you. The second heavenly king sneered. Then, he stomped his foot and attacked with lightning speed. Rumble! A terrifying fist radiance whizzed out and bombarded Fang Chen's body. The latter was surrounded by sword chi. The invincible demon body had raised his defense to the highest level, and he took the blow from the second heavenly king. Bang! At the same time, Fang Chen also threw out a punch and forced the second heavenly king to retreat. Thump! Thump! The second heavenly king, who had stabilized himself, looked a little surprised. Don't waste time. Let's attack together and kill him, the third heavenly king said. The other heavenly kings nodded slightly. Boom! In an instant, the 7 little heavenly kings joined forces to besiege Fang Chen. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The 7 little heavenly kings had displayed an extremely powerful attack, causing the entire sky to shake. Azura Storm. Fang Chen displayed the Azura Storm. A vast spatial storm whizzed out and swept across the entire land, blocking the joint attack of the 7 little heavenly kings. However, his body was also rapidly retreating. So powerful! Fang Chen felt pain between his thumb and index finger. The hidden star sword was flowing with a terrifying aura. Stop! Just as the 7 little heavenly kings were about to use their full strength to destroy Fang Chen, Fu Huan and the other 3 arrived. Hei's chaotic chaos likes to bully others with numbers? Fu Huan sneered. No matter what, Fang Chen is a supreme talent of the ancient saints' camp. How can the 4 of us sit back and do nothing? The 7 little heavenly kings are ganging up on an early void ancient realm ancient god. Don't you find it embarrassing? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think the ancient saints' camp is afraid of you? The 4 supreme talents all expressed their stance. They exuded a terrifying aura and stood in front of Fang Chen, blocking the 7 little heavenly kings. The first heavenly king's indifferent eyes shot out a cold, murderous intent as he said coldly, "What a coincidence. I'll kill all of you together." That's right. After killing all of you, we'll go and kill the other supreme talents of the ancient saints in the god-destroying mountain range. The ancient saints' camp is destined to suffer a great loss in this battle. All of you from the ancient saints' camp will die. The 7 little heavenly kings looked ferocious. They had already made up their minds to kill all the supreme talents of the ancient saints' camp. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Lord Mental Demon said in a deep voice. I've long heard that Lord Mental Demon's illusions are invincible. Let me experience it for myself. The fourth heavenly king stepped forward and found Lord Mental Demon. The battle was about to start. Boom! The two of them exuded a violent black energy and clashed with each other. Me too. The third heavenly king found Taoist Bantan, while the second heavenly king fought with Ing Xing. The first heavenly king looked at Fu Huan with his dark eyes. You're the strongest among the younger generation of the ancient saints' camp, and I'm the strongest among the younger generation of the Hei's chaotic chaos. The first heavenly king said, If I kill you, will I be able to reach the top of the younger generation in the heavenly Venerate Sea? Many people have challenged me before, but in the end they all died while I'm still alive. Fu Huan smiled faintly. Is that so? The first heavenly king said, I'd like to see how the ancient saints' camp will struggle in this adversity. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Fu Huan made his move. With a flick of his finger, a powerful ray of light burst out. You're courting death. The first heavenly king growled and fought with Fu Huan. You three, kill Fang Chen for me. The four heavenly kings fought with the four supreme geniuses of the ancient saints' camp. Only the three junior heavenly kings were left. With disdain in their eyes, they approached Fang Chen. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you'll end up like them. Fang Chen pointed at the corpse on the ground with the hidden star sword and said in a deep voice, Die. The three junior heavenly kings made their move, and a thunderous power emerged from their bodies. Pucci! Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword, and a terrifying storm swept across the land and shrouded the seventh heavenly king. Break! A vast power emerged from the surface of the seventh heavenly king's skin and forcibly resisted the attack of the Shura storm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen activated the evil ancestral eye. The evil power condensed into an arrow and shot out. Pucci! The arrow pierced through the seventh heavenly king's defense at lightning speed. Crack! When the seventh heavenly king's defense was broken, the Shura storm swept over him. No. The seventh heavenly king, who had a confident smile on his face, suddenly felt frightened and screamed, Save me! However, it was too late. The Shura storm displayed its powerful power and was invincible. Rip! In the blink of an eye, the seventh heavenly king's body was completely annihilated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Old Seven! The sixth and fifth heavenly kings roared angrily at the sky. The two of them used their trump cards and desperately bombarded the Shura storm, trying to save Old Seven. However, when they saw Old Seven's body and soul were destroyed, they almost went crazy. You killed Old Seven? I'm going to tear you into pieces to avenge Old Seven. No one had expected that Yi Futian would be able to kill the seventh heavenly king in a 1 versus 3 situation. Yi Futian was simply too powerful. The two heavenly kings fell into a frenzy, and their attacks became even fiercer. They surrounded Fang Chen directly. When the crowd saw this scene through the smooth mirror, they were shocked to the extreme. Too powerful. He was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The entire square was dead silent. They were numb. Fang Chen had created too many miracles. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2677. God Destruction Square. Everyone's eyes were on the smooth surface of the mirror. It was too exciting for the ancient sages' camp. They thought that Fang Chen would be in danger. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be invincible and kill the seventh heavenly king? Now, only the 6 heavenly kings were left. They were less of a threat to them. They were even thinking excitedly. What if the 7 heavenly kings were all killed? In that case, would the Black Swamp Camp's sky prides be completely slaughtered? Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. Interesting. Wu Yu, who was sitting on the rostrum, had a smile on his face as he muttered to himself. The white-robed lady in the sky quietly watched Fang Chen. She did not have much emotion in her heart. When she saw Fang Chen unleash that move, she knew that no one among the younger generation in the heavenly Venerate Sea could withstand that attack. As for Wu Qian, He looked down at the God Destruction mountain range with interest. To him, it would be perfect if the final 5 victors were to emerge and Fong Chen was among them. As for the Ancient Sages camp and the Black Swamp camp Sky Prides, it would not cause much of a stir. Being able to kill the 7th Heavenly King in a 1 versus 3 situation, it seems that Fong Chen's combat strength is comparable to an ancient god of the Void Ancient Realm. That's right. If this continues, as long as the 4 great Sky Prides help him block the attacks of the 4 Heavenly Kings, then as time passes, Fong Chen will definitely be able to kill the 6th and 5th Heavenly Kings. Ha ha ha, all this time we thought that Fong Chen's reputation was undeserved. Now it seems that it was not the case at all. Many Star Ancient Realm experts in the Ancient Sages camp expressed their opinions. As for the Black Swamp camp, it was dead silent. The higher-ups on the rostrum had a straight face. No one knew what they were thinking. On the smooth surface of the mirror, it could be seen that the 7th Heavenly King's death had provoked the other Heavenly Kings. Damn it! The 4 Heavenly Kings who were fighting the 4 great Sky Prides roared in anger. They attacked crazily, wanting to force the 4 great Sky Prides to retreat and then kill Fong Chen to avenge their 7th Heavenly King. However, the 4 Sky Prides had also realized this. Your opponent is me. Fu Huan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 1st Heavenly King, blocking him. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 1st Heavenly King was completely furious. He spread out his hands and a bright light whizzed out. He flipped his palms, and in an instant, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Fu Huan. The other 3 Heavenly Kings were in the same situation. So far, Taoist Bantan was having a hard time. Although his strength was not the weakest among the 4, his weakness was very obvious. The 3rd Heavenly King had been bombarding his life gate. You must hold on. Taoist Bantan roared in his heart. He used all his strength to fight against the 3rd Heavenly King. Seeing this situation, Fong Chen knew that he couldn't waste any more time. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the void shattered as the Azura storm was unleashed once again. Die. At this moment the 6th Heavenly King appeared. His body transformed into his original form, and a tail whizzed out, carrying with it a powerful force. Bang! Fong Chen blocked with the hidden star sword, but he was forced to retreat. As soon as he stabilized his body, the 5th Heavenly King's attack came. A blazing sun condensed above the 5th Heavenly King's head. This blazing sun contained his life's strength. Explode. When the blazing sun arrived above Fong Chen, it exploded. Dong! The earth trembled and countless cracks appeared. Fong Chen was directly swept away by the explosion. Invincible Demon Body. The 2nd level of the Demon Transformation Divine Art, the Invincible Demon Body, was fully activated. Fong Chen's defense was almost invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. He stood quietly on the ground like a demon god. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he walked out step by step. Pucci! The Azura storm appeared, enveloping the 6th Heavenly King. Die! Risking being hit by the 5th Heavenly King, Fong Chen activated the Evil Ancestral Eye and merged it with the Demon Transformation Divine Art, raising the power of the Azura storm to the peak. Pucci! The 6th Heavenly King's defense was penetrated, and his body exploded. The 6th Heavenly King's body and soul were destroyed. In just a few breaths of time, 2 of the 3 Heavenly Kings besieging Fong Chen had fallen. At this moment, the 5th Heavenly King finally realized that something was wrong. Damn it! Although the 5th Heavenly King was furious, his intuition told him that Fong Chen's attack was too strong, and he couldn't resist it. Old 5, retreat! The other 4 Heavenly Kings roared, desperately trying to break away from the battle. However, it was too late. Fong Chen suddenly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Azura storm! Pucci! The 5th Heavenly King fell to the ground. Angry roars came from the 4 Heavenly Kings. At the same time, they used their innate abilities. A roaring eagle appeared in the sky above their heads. The 4 eagles stood in 4 directions, calling out to each other from afar. At the same time, the aura on their bodies also rose to the peak. Not good. Fu Huan felt danger approaching, and he screamed and quickly retreated. Rumble! However, before they could withdraw from the place, the rift shattered into pieces. Powerful airwaves blew Fu Huan and the other 3 away. Roar! The loud and clear cry caused the entire God Extermination mountain range to tremble. The 4 heavenly kings' special ability combined, and their attack power had surpassed the limit of the ancient God realm. You killed my 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers. The first heavenly king stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes and said word by word. Even if I cut you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease my hatred. We must avenge the 3 brothers, but we can't let him die so easily. We must capture him and suppress him in the purgatory, and his primordial spirit will be tortured forever. The 4 heavenly kings stared at Fang Chen with their imposing aura. At this time, Fu Huan and the other 3 also came in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts. Brother Fang, their special ability can be combined, and their attack power will be multiplied. It will be difficult to resist such an attack, Fu Huan said in a low voice. With the strength that Fang Chen displayed, he was already qualified to address them as brothers. Moreover, it was a critical moment of life and death. If they won, the ancient sage's camp would win. If they lost, the ancient sage's camp would definitely be slaughtered by the 4 heavenly kings. They had no way out. There was an abyss behind them, and they could only move forward. What if we break their combined special ability? Fang Chen murmured. Break it. Yingxing shook his head. Their innate abilities have completely fused together. It's too difficult to break through. Fang Chen understood what Yingxing meant. It was not that there was no way, but it was too difficult. That means there is still a chance, Fang Chen said. Heart Demon Lord's dark eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, I can contribute the heart demon blood that I have nurtured for countless years, and it can temporarily stall one of the eagles. Hearing this, Fu Huan and the other 2 were moved. They knew very well how important the heart demon blood was to Heart Demon Lord. Heart Demon Lord shook his head when he saw the 3 of them looking at him. If we continue to hide our strength, what awaits us will be a devastating blow. My heart demon blood can only last for 3 seconds. Once the time is up, I will have no combat power. I can use my speed to stall one of the eagles, Yingxing said, gritting his teeth. Taoist Bantan lowered his head. In the battle just now, he was seriously injured. His gate of life had been attacked many times, and his combat power had been sharply reduced. He could not resist the eagles at all. I can also resist one of the eagles, Fu Huan said. Among the 4, Fu Huan was the strongest. He could resist for 5 seconds. 3 seconds? That's enough. Fang Chen already had a rough idea in his mind. He took out an array formation model from his bosom and handed it to Taoist Bantan. When the 4 of us attack in a while, you activate the array model and control the array. Try not to let the 4 heavenly kings gather together, Fang Chen said. Taoist Bantan nodded heavily. Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will resist to the end. Have you discussed how to die? The first heavenly king sneered. He was disdainful of Fang Chen and the other 4. No matter how you discuss it, it won't change your ending. Death can no longer wash away the sins on your body. I will imprison your primordial spirits in purgatory forever. You will suffer all the sufferings in the world, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 26:78 God Slaying Square. No one in the ancient sage's camp cared about who would win in the end. They were just praying that Fang Chen would be able to escape unscathed. In just a few minutes, the heaven-defying fighting prowess that Fang Chen had displayed left the upper echelons of the ancient sages in awe. They even thought that as long as Fang Chen was still alive, the ancient sages would have a chance. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Fang Chen as the future of the ancient sages. Eagle Divine Power. On the rostrum, several high-level ancient sages' camp members looked solemn. They looked at all the movements on the smooth mirror with burning eyes. When the four little heavenly kings used the Eagle Divine Power, they felt a chill in their hearts. The Eagle Divine Power was famous in the dark swamp chaos. When the four of them worked together, even a star ancient realm expert would not be able to break it in a short time. Even if they could break it, it would be enough for the four of them to attack countless times during this period. Moreover, Fang Chen was only an early void ancient realm ancient god. Even with the help of Fu Huan and the other three, the chances of breaking the Eagle Divine Power were very slim. The dark swamp chaos camp was dead silent. They could not be happy. The death of the three little heavenly kings was a great loss to them. Fortunately, Fang Chen and the other four were about to die under the Eagle Divine Power. This was a kind of comfort for them. Otherwise, they did not know what kind of madness they would fall into. The martial artists on the square stood in a daze. At this moment, they could no longer use words to describe this earth-shattering battle. The four little heavenly kings exuded a vast amount of power as they looked down at Fang Chen and the other four. Under the Eagle Divine Power, you will not be able to resist at all. The first heavenly king sneered. Then, he waved his big hand. Buzz. In the sky, four eagles spread their wings and soared in the void, their loud cries echoing out. Do it! Following Fang Chen's roar, the first to attack was Taoist Bantan. He clenched his fist and poured all his power into the array model, instantly activating it. Whoosh! The whole world was wrapped in a layer of gray mist. A peerless earthquake instantly appeared and trapped the four little heavenly kings. Split up. Taoist Bantan forcibly controlled the formation to separate the four heavenly kings. Because of this, he also suffered an extremely strong backlash. He spat out blood and his face was pale. However, he had been persevering. Swish. Fu Huan was the first to make a move. His divinity transformation realm body, a fire bull that was hundreds of feet tall, covered in hot flames, rushed to the front of the first heavenly king. Roar. The flaming bull looked up to the sky and roared. Scorching flames spewed out of its nostrils and formed a flaming cage in the void, enveloping the flying eagle above the first heavenly king. You are courting death, the first heavenly king said coldly. Immediately, his powerful attack landed on Huanyou's body. Fu Huan had to use all his strength to block the flying eagle, so he had no time to care about the first heavenly king's attack. Bang! One of his legs was directly cut off by the first heavenly king. However, he endured the pain and continued to spit out scorching flames to stop the eagle. At the same time, Shadow Walker and Heart Demon Lord made their moves as well. The Heart Demon Lord stomped his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood as he hovered in midair. The blood contained an extremely strong bloodline power. This was the demonic blood of the Heart Demon Lord. Monstrous demonic aura filled the sky and directly trapped a flying eagle above the third heavenly king. However, because of this, he also suffered a strong attack from the third heavenly king. Shadow Walker took advantage of his speed and constantly shuttled around the flying eagle, using this to attract the flying eagle's firepower. Out of the 4 flying eagles, 3 were instantly pinned down. The 4 heavenly kings' innate magical powers were temporarily interrupted. Fang Chen gently stroked the star-hidden sword with his palm. His face was solemn. This was his only chance. He could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Moreover, he did not have much time left. He only had 3 seconds. Once the 3 seconds passed, what awaited them would be death. Before Fang Chen made his move, the 4th heavenly king took the initiative to attack. Go to hell, kid. The 4th heavenly king controlled the flying eagle and came to Fang Chen's side, fighting fiercely with the latter. I can't waste time. Fang Chen reminded himself in his heart. At the same time, he pushed the demon transformation divine art to the extreme. Invincible demonic aura spread out and the invincible demon body appeared. He directly gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. The power of the Shura storm increased by 1,000,000 times. The star-hidden sword carried an invincible aura as it pierced towards the fourth heavenly king. Evil Ancestral Eye. During the attack, Fang Chen activated the Evil Ancestral Eye. The evil force fused with the invincible demonic aura. Dong. The sky shook. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword pierced forward and a void lotus appeared. This lotus was completely condensed from the evil force, and at the same time, it also contained invincible demonic aura. Evil Lotus. This was an idea that came to Fang Chen when he was comprehending the demon transformation divine art. He combined it with the Evil Ancestral Eye to create the strongest killer move. As soon as the Evil Lotus appeared, the sky changed color. The next second, the Evil Lotus appeared in front of the fourth heavenly king. 2 seconds later, the Evil Lotus exploded. Rip. When the third second came, the Evil Lotus erupted with terrifying power and instantly sucked the fourth heavenly king into it. Dong. When the Evil Lotus exploded, it emitted a bright light. Layers upon layers of powerful energy spread out like waves. In an instant, the god-vanquishing mountain range turned into ruins. Countless sky prides who had survived the disaster were incomparably terrified. Bang! 3 seconds had passed. Ing Xing and Lord Mental Demon flew out at the same time. Their injuries were too serious and they directly fainted. Crack! The Supreme Formation shattered and Taoist Bantan was also affected. However, he dodged in time and finally escaped the disaster. In a flash, Taoist Bantan came to the side of the two unconscious people and looked around vigilantly. The loud and clear voice rang out once again. The second heavenly king and the third heavenly king came together to encircle Fang Chen. Bang! The fourth heavenly king's flying eagle was knocked down by Fang Chen's sword. After 3 seconds, under the attack of the flying eagle, the fourth heavenly king's body and soul were destroyed. This was a huge blow to the Blackpool camp. All the Sky Prides stood in the square in a daze, unable to believe the reality in front of them. No one in the world can save you. I don't believe that you can maintain such a powerful attack several times. The two heavenly kings attacked like lightning. Fang Chen turned around and grinned. Although I can't maintain it too many times, it's enough to deal with you. As soon as his voice fell, he flicked the hidden star sword, and the evil lotus was condensed again. Buzz! The evil lotus instantly exploded, and a powerful force rushed out. The second and third heavenly kings desperately resisted, but it was useless. No. The third heavenly king screamed in horror as he was enveloped by the explosive force of the evil lotus. Die. Fang Chen didn't give the second heavenly king a chance and condensed another evil lotus. Bang! The second heavenly king fell. Exactly 5 seconds later, Fu Huan finally couldn't hold on anymore. The hot flames were swallowed up, and the hundreds of feet tall fire bull also smashed into the god-vanquishing mountain range in an instant. Fu Huan, who had turned into a human, stood up with difficulty and walked to Fang Chen's side, wobbling. How is it? I can still fight, Fang Chen said. Fu Huan nodded heavily with high fighting spirit. My brothers. The first heavenly king's face was ferocious, and his hatred was monstrous. Seeing his 6 brothers die before his very eyes, he was extremely furious. I will break your bones, section by section, and imprison your primordial spirits in purgatory forever. The first heavenly king roared angrily. On the smooth surface of the mirror, everyone could clearly feel the anger of the first heavenly king. Things had developed to this point, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Many high-level members of the ancient sages' camp were secretly delighted. They seemed to see the dawn of victory. As long as Fang Chen and Fu Huan joined forces to defeat the first heavenly king, then the ancient sages' camp would win the final victory. The dawn was only one step away from them. But this last step was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Many geniuses were praying for Fang Chen, hoping that he could defeat the first heavenly king. The Black Swamp Camp area was in an uproar. 6 heavenly kings died one after another in the hands of Fang Chen. This was a fact that they couldn't accept. Kill him, we must kill him. Unforgivable. Everyone's face was ferocious and full of anger. If it weren't for Wu Yu guarding here, they would have rushed to the ancient sages' camp area. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2679. Only Fang Chen and Fu Huan were left in the ancient sage camp, and they still had the power to fight. On the other side, there was a powerful number 1 heavenly king. At this moment, the number 1 heavenly king was full of momentum, and his body was shrouded in a powerful black luster. The eagle hovered above his head, exuding a power that made people tremble. You can't condense your lotus anymore, right? The number 1 heavenly king sneered. He could see that after continuously condensing the evil lotus, the latter's power had been exhausted, and it was almost impossible to condense it again. Therefore, the 2 of them would undoubtedly die. What should we do? Fu Huan asked in a low voice. If there was no other way, they could only fight to the death. Fang Chen's dark eyes looked at the number 1 heavenly king. There was no panic on his face, and he was very calm. You stay here and cover the rear. Fang Chen left a sentence, stomped his foot, and rushed toward the number 1 heavenly king. The space-time collapse technique was fully activated, and Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast, dazzling everyone. In the outside world, countless people were shocked. The speed of Shadow Walk was already invincible among the younger generation in the Celestial Master Sea. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen's speed was far beyond Shadow Walk. With such speed, even Shadow Walk would be left in the dust. It's useless. Seeing Fang Chen struggling desperately, the number 1 heavenly king said disdainfully. Dong. He clenched his fist and punched out. Like Mount Tai, it bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying heavily. However, in the process of flying backward, Fang Chen borrowed the force and his body hovered in the sky again. Roar! The eagle swooped down, staring at Fang Chen's head and bombarding it. In the eyes of everyone, the eagle was getting closer and closer to Fang Chen. Once hit by the eagle, Fang Chen would instantly lose his combat strength, and the result would be obvious. Die. The number 1 heavenly king said confidently. In his view, Fang Chen was already a dead man. However, Fang Chen did not give up. He floated in the air and stared at the eagle that was swooping down. When Feiying was still 1 step away from him, he murmured in his heart. All of a sudden, a small mountain appeared out of thin air and suppressed the eagle that was whizzing over to the ground. Crack! Absolute power surged out from the small mountain, and Feiying was unable to struggle at all. All the bones in his body shattered, and he collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? This sudden scene also stunned the number 1 heavenly king. This is a pinnacle true treasure? The number 1 heavenly king exclaimed. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would still have a trump card up his sleeve. Damn it! The number 1 heavenly king was furious. He stomped his foot and charged towards Fang Chen. At the most critical moment, Immortal Cave Mountain had suppressed the eagle. As for Fang Chen, when he saw the first heavenly king charging towards him, a sinister smile appeared on his face. With a pinch of his finger, a dazzling lotus immediately materialized. No. Seeing this, the number 1 heavenly king's heart was filled with fear. He shook his head frantically and shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the people outside were also shocked. Could Fang Chen's power still support him to condense the evil lotus? It's enough to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the evil lotus wrapped around the number 1 heavenly king and then exploded with a loud bang. When the upper echelons of the Black Swamp Camp saw Fang Chen condense the evil lotus, they were completely stunned. but soon they were overshadowed and lowered their heads. Dong. The number one heavenly king's body and soul were destroyed. This last evil lotus completely drained all the power in Fang Chen's body. His body directly fell to the ground and his breath was weak. He had lost his combat power. However, relying on his last consciousness, Fang Chen entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Crack. Fei Ying, who was suppressed by Immortal Cave Mountain, also disappeared with its master. The entire god-destroying mountain range was shocked. Even Fu Huan didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to do this. He's too strong. Fang Chen had single-handedly slaughtered the 7 young heavenly kings of the Black Swamp Camp. This strength shocked everyone. Phew! After the crisis was resolved, Fu Huan breathed a sigh of relief. He checked that although the 3 heavenly kings were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. He was relieved. Walking to the front of Immortal Cave Mountain, he felt a mighty surge of power. What is this? Fu Huan was very surprised and muttered to himself. Thinking about it, it should be Brother Fang's treasure? Thinking of this, Fu Huan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After this battle, Fang Chen was fully deserving of the title of number 1 of the younger generation in the Celestial Master Sea. He suppressed the Black Swamp chaos and no one could beat him. Suddenly, Fu Huan's heart moved slightly. His pitch-black eyes swept across the surroundings. Immediately, he leaped and disappeared into the forest. In the following time, there was a one-sided massacre in the god-destroying mountain range. Fu Huan was the leader of the 4 heavenly prides. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was injured, the other heavenly prides of the Black Swamp Camp could not compare to him. Although they were already defending against Fu Huan's attacks, the difference in strength was too great. In just half a day, Fu Huan's body was covered in blood. When he returned to Immortal Cave Mountain, the 200 heavenly prides of the Black Swamp Camp, who entered the god-destroying mountain range, were all dead. None of them survived. Under the smooth mirror, many of the higher-ups of the Black Swamp Camp vomited blood in anger. The ancient sage camp has crossed the line. That's right. The Black Swamp Camp has already lost, and you still want to kill all of us? Do you think the Black Swamp Chaos has no one? The ancient sage camp has to give us an explanation. Otherwise, we don't mind going all out. For a moment, the higher-ups of the Black Swamp Camp on the rostrum roared and questioned the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp. What a joke. If the result of this battle was that we were slaughtered, would you still say this? That's right. Everything is within the rules. Our heavenly prides of the ancient sage camp did not break the rules. By saying this, are you questioning the 3 great leaders? At the mention of the 3 great leaders, the higher-ups of the Black Swamp Camp immediately became vigilant. They looked at Wu Yu, who was sitting in the center, with fear. Wu Yu raised his head. Fu Huan and Fang Chen did not break the rules. Everything is within the rules. With one sentence, he directly resolved the dispute between the 2 camps. Since the great leaders had spoken, the Black Swamp Camp did not dare to say anything. However, their hearts were filled with anger. They could not wait to destroy the ancient sage Chaos faction immediately. On the square, the disciples of the 2 camps were also arguing. The foreign races of the Black Swamp Camp were gritting their teeth, while the people of the ancient sage camp were grinning from ear to ear. The battle of the god-destroying mountain range had come to an end. Everyone was waiting for Wu Yu to announce the end of the 3rd round. However, he did not announce it. On the smooth mirror, something strange happened again. Lord Mental Demon, Shadow Walker, and Taoist Bantan were all unconscious and had not woken up. And Fang Chen had entered Immortal Cave Mountain again. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Only Fu Huan was guarding here. However, he was also seriously injured. In addition to the previous killing, he had consumed too much of his energy. Fu Huan sat cross-legged, leaning on Immortal Cave Mountain. Poochie! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Fu Huan cursed in his heart. When he was fighting the first heavenly king, he was seriously injured. Now, he finally could not hold on any longer. Phew! Fortunately, all the danger had passed. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the darkness, Fu Huan's injuries are very serious. He can't hold on any longer. Yes, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move. Several people of the ancient sage camp secretly discussed and wanted to make a move on Fu Huan. As long as they killed Fu Huan and the other four, they had hope of entering the top 3 and even winning first place. That was an unimaginable opportunity. This is our chance. We must seize it. As for the anger of the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp, after we enter the top 3, we will seek the protection of the 3 great leaders of the God-destroying island. Thinking of this, several figures whizzed out and surrounded Fu Huan in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Fu Huan's face became completely gloomy. Outside, after seeing this scene through the smooth mirror, everyone was furious. Despicable guys. Betraying the ancient sage camp. You are unforgivable. Even the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp on the rostrum were furious. They are disciples of the Demon Sword Island. A mere Demon Sword Island dares to betray the ancient sage camp. They are the future hope of our ancient sage camp. We can't lose them. Many voices of suppression spread throughout the God-destroying square. The scaly ancient god had already fled when he saw that the situation was not right. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2680. A damned camel was bigger than a horse. No matter how injured Fu Huan was, he had the foundation. It was extremely difficult for these geniuses to kill him. He turned into a fiery bull, spewing out monstrous flames, and fought fiercely with everyone. Die! Several geniuses knew Fu Huan's weakness, so they attacked him together. Puff! The flames soared into the sky and burned a genius to ashes in an instant. After that, the fiery bull was besieged by everyone. After holding on for an hour, Fu Huan finally couldn't hold on anymore. Bang! His body hit the mountain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was weak and his eyes were blurred. He was about to lose consciousness. I will never let you hurt. Before he could finish his words, he fell into a coma. Seeing this, several geniuses laughed heartily. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they could seek the protection of the 3 giants of the God-destroying island. At that time, the ancient sages' camp would be nothing. They were fearless. Inside the mountain, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong connate Yiwood aura. His injuries were healing rapidly. The evil lotus consumed too much power, especially the last one, which directly drained all his strength. Phew! After a long while, Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was a little ruddy. Although his injuries hadn't healed, he had a preliminary combat ability. I wonder what's going on outside. He stood up and looked at the outside world through Immortal Cave Mountain. What he saw infuriated him greatly. Damn it! Fang Chen moved his mind and took a step forward. On the mirror, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, it caused an uproar. Countless martial artists were astonished by this. Only the Star Ancient Realm experts knew how terrifying Fang Chen's healing ability was. Previously, his injuries were extremely serious, but under such circumstances, he was able to recover in just an hour. It's terrifying. No wonder he was the strongest genius since ancient times. Fang Chen? The faces of several people who were approaching Fu Huan stiffened. Scum! Fang Chen said softly and then performed the Shura sword technique. Pucci! After swinging his sword several times, these people did not have any power to resist and were all turned into ashes. God-slaying Plaza. Wu Yu stood up and cleared his throat. The 3rd round of the competition has ended. Voila! With a wave of his hand, the smooth mirror disappeared. The powerful restriction around the god-vanquishing mountain range in the distance also disappeared instantly. Fang Chen dragged his tired body and led Fu Huan and the other 3 out of the god-slaying mountain range. The remaining Sky Prides looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. None of them dared to approach him. The return of the hero was revered by the masses. When Fang Chen returned to the god-slaying plaza, a round of enthusiastic applause rang out. Everyone in the ancient sage's camp was excited and jubilant, while the Black Marsh's camp was deathly silent. They glared at Fang Chen angrily, wishing they could tear him into pieces. The Blackpool camp had suffered great losses in this competition of geniuses. All the young geniuses were annihilated. The battle of the geniuses is now over. The top 10 are Wu Yu began to announce the results. From the 10th place onwards, all the Sky Prides were from the ancient sage's camp. This made the higher-ups of the ancient sage's camp happy. 5th place, Taoist Bantan. 4th place, Ing Xing. 3rd place, Lord Mental Demon. After a slight pause, Wu Yu continued, 2nd place, Fu Huan. After Fu Huan's name was announced, everyone knew that the 1st place belonged to Fang Chen. 1st place, Fang Chen. Even so, when Wu Yu announced Fang Chen's name, it caused an uproar. Everyone looked back. Fang Chen was the real dark horse. He had successfully won 1st place in the Battle of the Geniuses with his absolute strength. From now on, the title of the strongest Sky Pride in the Heavenly Venerate Sea would be his. At the same time, everyone also believed that he was the strongest Sky Pride in the Heavenly Venerate Sea since ancient times. Next, the rewards were given out. The 4th to 10th places all received a piece of rainbow immortal gold. When the members of the Black Marsh's camp saw this, their eyes were filled with even more hatred. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, the rainbow immortal gold would have been theirs. But now, it was useless to say this. They couldn't do anything on the God-slaying island. Lord Mental Demon and Fu Huan each chose a supreme divine technique that was compatible with them. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. Think about it first. You can make a decision after you think about it, Wu Yu said before Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The battle of the geniuses had ended. Countless people were reluctant to leave. However, under Wu Yu's command, the people from the 2 camps quickly left the god-slaying island. Fang Chen, come visit me when you have time. Ha ha, Fang Chen, you have made great contributions to the ancient sage's camp this time. If you need anything, just let me know. The higher-ups of the ancient sage's camp all greeted Fang Chen before they left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts on the god-slaying island had left. Wu Yu was about to say something when Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He then said anxiously, Senior, my brothers are here to find me. I have to go and welcome them. I will return to the god-slaying island later. With that, without waiting for Wu Yu to speak, Fang Chen took a big stride forward and charged into the vast sea. In a sea not too far away from the god-slaying island, Little Mouse and the other 4 were controlling a warship and moving forward quickly. Why aren't we there yet? Little Mouse said anxiously. Soon, soon. The god-slaying island is just ahead. We will be able to see Boss soon. The 5 of them were secretly delighted. However, at this moment, on the surface of the sea, a sudden gust of wind blew. Huge waves rolled up countless water pillars. A dangerous aura began to spread out. Be careful. It's dangerous. Pangolin controlled the warship and quickly dodged the huge waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A humanoid monster covered in scales, carrying a powerful aura, walked over on the wave. An ancient god? Seeing this, the 5 fellows turned pale with fright. If it was an ordinary ancient god, they would be able to fight him together. However, the guy in front of them was too powerful. They did not even have the courage to fight him. Don't worry. Maybe this expert is not coming for us, Little C said. The 5 of them stood on the warship and looked ahead cautiously. Splash! The sea water swayed and the warship shook violently. Monstrous waves swept over. The scaled ancient god moved forward on the waves and looked at the warship. Ants, how dare you stop me from moving forward? The scaled ancient god was furious and wanted to vent his anger. Since he happened to meet Little Mouse and the other four, he would not show mercy. Whoosh! The scaled ancient god waved his hand and huge waves rolled up the warship. Crack! The warship broke apart and Little Mouse and the other four fell into the sea. Die! The scaled ancient god attacked again and shot a powerful attack at Little Mouse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The speed of the dark cave mountain was increased to the maximum. Faster! Fang Chen was very happy. However, when he got closer to Little Mouse and the others, he felt the scaled ancient god's aura and became anxious. Soon, he saw the scaled ancient god. Despicable! Fang Chen cursed and became more anxious. When he saw the scaly ancient god attack, he suddenly appeared above Immortal Cave Mountain and whizzed forward. At the same time, he waved the star-hidden sword and the Azura storm moved forward quickly and shrouded the scaled ancient god. Bang! The scaled ancient god shattered the Azura storm easily and turned his head to look behind. Fang Chen. A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the scaled ancient god. There is a path to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you barge in. In a flash, Fang Chen arrived in front of Little Mouse and the other four on the dark cave mountain. Oh no, the scarlet vortex! Seeing that the scarlet vortex was about to appear, Fang Chen rushed to the surface of the sea and brought the five of them into the dark cave mountain. Boss! Little Mouse and the others were in despair and waiting for death to come. Who would have thought that their boss would appear at the critical moment? Ha ha ha, I missed you so much. The five of them surrounded Fang Chen in the middle, looking very close. Boom! The dark cave mountain shook and Fang Chen's body swayed. Boss, let's run away quickly. The monster outside is too strong, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned. Through the dark cave mountain, he saw the evil-looking scaled ancient god. If I came a little later, I would never see my brother again. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Wait for me here. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared at the peak of the dark cave mountain and stared at the scaled ancient god. A white token appeared in his palm. Chapter 2681. Hand over the demonic transformation divine skill. Seeing Fang Chen standing at the peak of Mount Dongming, the scaly ancient god's lips curled into a sinister smile. If he had hidden in Mount Dongming, the scaled ancient god would not have been able to do anything to him. But now, he had come out to die. An ancient god of the star ancient realm actually dares to attack a mysterious god realm warrior? Fang Chen sneered and secretly infused power into the white token. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared on the white token. Then, it emitted a faint light. I'll capture you and search your soul. I can still get what I want. The scaled ancient god did not waste any more time. He stretched out his hand and a shocking power whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, his hand appeared in front of Fang Chen. The surrounding void crumbled as the scaly ancient god's hand was covered in scales. At the critical moment, the scales released a powerful force and locked the void around Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange color. Just as he was about to use the stellar transposition to escape, he suddenly froze. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Rip! In the distant sky, the void was torn apart. It was as if an ancient power had pierced through the sky and whizzed over. The scaled ancient god instantly felt a horrified aura. However, he gritted his teeth and prepared to capture Fang Chen. Boom! A figure in white appeared in the sky. Her graceful figure was surrounded by a biting cold aura. She stretched out her fair hand and flicked her finger. Suddenly, a majestic finger radiance condensed in the vast void and shot out at lightning speed. Before the scaly ancient god could touch Fang Chen's body, it hit him. Puff! Even though the scaled ancient god tried his best to resist, it was useless. The power contained in the finger radiance was so strong that the scaled ancient god could not resist it. When the finger radiance penetrated his body, countless scales fell off. His body flew out with a bang and smashed into the sea. Voila! The figure of the woman in white appeared like a ghost. Thank you, Senior. From beginning to end, Fang Chen didn't even have time to speak before the battle was over. Even the scaly ancient god, who was at the star ancient realm, was powerless in front of the woman in white. With just a flick of his finger, and from a distance at that, the scaly ancient god was blasted into the sea. Let's go. From the beginning to the end, the woman in white didn't even look at the scaly ancient god. She didn't even care whether he was dead or alive. Following behind the white-robed woman, Fang Chen was even more certain that she was one of the 3 giants of the God-slaying island. Soon, they arrived at the God-slaying island. Take care of your own matters first. Come to the city lord's mansion later. The woman in white left Fang Chen behind and left. Fang Chen nodded and returned to Dark Cave Mountain. Boss! When Little Mouse and the others saw that Fang Chen had returned, they immediately surrounded him. Their faces were filled with excitement. Boss, why did you come to the Empyrean Sea? Are you here to look for us? Boss, how did you get out of the Blackstone prison? These few fellows, one after another, were very excited. Fang Chen briefly told the 5 guys about his experiences over the years. After hearing the story, they were extremely shocked. They all gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. As expected of our boss. It's only been a few years and you've already established your own force in the chaotic void. Moreover, it's the 6th largest clan. Shura Sword Sect. What a domineering name. Boss, give me the title of Elder. Little Mouse was more lively and said with a smile. Suppressing the current major clans. That's amazing. That's right. The Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan have gone too far. Boss, you must teach them a lesson when you return. Reuniting after a long time, the brothers had too much to say to each other. They sat cross-legged on the ground and talked about their experiences over the years. After a few hours, Fang Chen got up. You guys cultivate in Dark Cave Mountain first. I'll go to the City Lord's mansion. God-destroying island, City Lord's mansion. It was a dazzling sight. The entire City Lord's mansion was enveloped by a majestic array. The moment Fang Chen stepped into the City Lord's mansion, the 3 big shots knew about it. Come directly to the meeting hall. Wu Yu transmitted his voice. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat and he sped up. The entire City Lord's mansion is like an independent space. Most importantly, I can feel the aura of a space-type treasure here. Fang Chen thought to himself. After communicating with the heart of Xianming, Fang Chen had already confirmed that the City Lord's mansion was a space-type treasure similar to the one in Dark Cave Mountain. What a big deal. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the 3 big shots of God-destroying island, the strongest in the Heavenly Master Sea. They actually used such a precious space-type treasure as the City Lord's mansion. When he came to the meeting hall, the door was open. Fang Chen walked in. 3 bronze thrones stood side by side at the front. In the centermost position sat the big shot that Fang Chen was familiar with. He was Wu Yu. As for the man on the left, it was his first time seeing him. When Fang Chen's gaze fell on the throne on the right, his eyes lit up. It was indeed the white-robed lady. Junior Fang Chen greets the 3 seniors. Trying hard to control the shock in his heart, Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted them. Wu Yu and Wu Gan nodded in satisfaction. The white-robed lady quietly sized up Fang Chen and didn't say a word. You're really amazing. I didn't expect to meet such a monstrous genius in the Heavenly Master Sea after so many years. Wu Yu praised Fang Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. Yeah. Not only did you break He Xian's record, but you also broke Mao Shan's record. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're the strongest genius in the Heavenly Master Sea. Wu Gan was even more impressed. With your potential, as long as you can get enough cultivation resources, it's only a matter of time before you step into the life-ancient realm. Fang Chen could feel that when he entered the meeting hall, the surroundings had been sealed by a seal. His heart skipped a beat as he tried to guess what the three leaders wanted to do. Could it be that they wanted to assassinate him? There was no need for that. If they wanted to kill him, they could have done it on the sea. Why would they need to do this? You've cultivated the demonic transformation divine art. Wu Yu continued, and you're able to cultivate it to the second level. Although you have Ling Er's help, you're still considered a genius. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook as he looked at the white-robed lady with a dumbfounded expression. He had always guessed that the demonic transformation divine art was given to him by Mao Shan and He Xian. Who would have thought that the white-robed lady had secretly given it to him? Could it be that when I was fighting with He Xian, she was secretly watching me? Fang Chen thought to himself. After a moment, Fang Chen understood and nodded gently. The white-robed lady was one of the three leaders and her cultivation had reached the life-ancient realm. Her strength was unparalleled. She should have sensed the token that she gave him when he first set foot on the god-destroying island. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt grateful to the white-robed lady. You don't have to think too much. The reason why Ling helped you is because you have the evil ancestral eye, not because you're outstanding. Wu Qian grinned and said, with Ling Er's personality, even if you're a star ancient realm prodigy, she would still ignore you. Evil ancestral eye? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the white-robed lady be related to the evil ancestral eye? Fang Chen's face was filled with confusion. One of the owners of the evil ancestral eye was once Ling Er's disciple, Wu Qian explained. I see. Fang Chen finally understood. When he first met the white-robed lady, the reason why she had given him the token was entirely because of the evil ancestral eye. Fang Chen saw that when Wu Qian said this, the white-robed lady's eyes clearly changed a little. No wonder she told me to pay more attention to the connection between the evil ancestral eye and the demonic transformation divine art. The truth was revealed. However, why did the three leaders call me here? Just to give me 3 supreme divine arts? Sure enough, just as Fang Chen's thoughts were running wild, Wu Yu spoke. You won first place in the genius competition and should receive 3 supreme divine art. Moreover, you can choose any of them, Wu Yu said. However, we have already chosen your 3 supreme divine arts. Whoosh! Wu Yu waved his hand and immediately, 3 golden scrolls appeared in front of Fang Chen. We have chosen 3 supreme divine arts that are very compatible with you based on your characteristics, Wu Yu said with a smile. It can be said that these 3 supreme divine arts are completely created for you. Chapter 2682. The 3 golden scrolls were filled with a fierce aura. He extended his hand and held the 3 scrolls. Instantly, he felt a strong power enter his body. Don't be in a hurry to look at the 3 scrolls. Wu Gan smiled and said, what we are going to tell you next might be related to your future path of martial arts. It's very important. You have to consider it carefully. Fang Chen was even more confused. What did the 3 great leaders want to talk about? I believe you should know that the ancient Saint Chaos is just a void in the vast chaotic world. Wu Gan continued, it's the same for the Blackpool Chaos. When heaven and earth were created, the chaos was forcefully separated and turned into countless fragments. Each fragment is a chaos world of its own. The chaotic world is the limit of the world. There are even rumors that everything in front of us was created by the top experts who stood at the peak of the chaotic world, including the power of Heaven Wei, Wu Gan said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Fang Chen was shocked. The 3 of us are not natives of the celestial ocean. We came from the deepest part of the chaotic world, the core of the primordial chaos. Wu Yu took over the topic. Primordial chaos? After knowing about the ancient Saint Chaos and the Blackpool Chaos, although he was surprised about the primordial chaos, he wasn't shocked. He listened to what the 3 great leaders said seriously. In the vast chaotic world, every chaotic world is an independent existence. There is an independent Heaven Wei running inside. Whenever 2 chaotic worlds are close to each other, there will definitely be an area like the celestial ocean. Wu Gan said, in the vast chaotic world, there are countless celestial ocean existences. To put it simply, the celestial ocean is a battle between two chaotic worlds. We are here to complete our mission. You can call us the messengers of the primordial chaos. We are here to select some demon-like geniuses and send them to the primordial chaos for training. Over the years, you are the third batch of geniuses that we have selected. Fang Chen pointed at himself and his mouth was agape. The battle between geniuses, was the three great leaders selecting geniuses? In this battle between geniuses, we made use of the conflict between the two camps to secretly select geniuses. In the end, 5 people were chosen, and you are one of them. Wu Yu smiled and said, to be honest, we were a little worried before the competition. We were afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the final 5 places. However, you didn't let us down. You took first place in this competition with absolute strength. When he said this, Wu Yu was also very happy. After all, Fang Chen's potential was too great. To be able to cultivate to the void ancient realm in 17,000 years, one would be considered a supreme genius in the entire primal chaos world. When you stepped into the void ancient realm, not only did you break the record of the Empyrean Sea, but you also broke the record of the primal chaos realm. Even the younger generation of the major clans in the primordial chaos can't compare to you. In the vast primal chaos world, there were countless primal chaos voids and countless geniuses. According to historical records, the fastest sky pride in history to break through to the void ancient realm was Gu Tianhua, a sky pride from the primordial chaos Gu clan. However, with the help of the Gu family's countless cultivation resources, he still spent 1,000,000 years. When we found out about your situation, the 3 of us were also extremely shocked. To step into the void ancient realm in less than 20,000 years, it's simply unheard of. Wu Gan said. You probably don't know how terrifying the record you've created is. You have to know that since the primal chaos world was formed, the fastest sky pride to break through to the void ancient realm was Gu Tianhua, a sky pride of the Gu family. He spent 100 years. At that time, Gu Tianhua's breakthrough shook the entire primal chaos world. A storm was set off in the primordial chaos world, and the Gu family went crazy. On the other hand, the opposing forces of the Gu family were all frowning as they tried everything they could to kill Gu Tianhua. One could imagine what it meant to be a 100-year ancient god. But now, in the primal chaos world, a 10,000-year ancient god had appeared in the primal chaos world. This record had been broken by 100 times. If this news spread back, it would definitely shock the entire primordial chaos world. With your potential, when you go to the primal chaos world, you will become a core sky pride of a large clan. It won't be long before you can step into the life ancient realm. Wu Gan said. If you continue to stay in the primal chaos world, it will be very difficult for you to take another step forward. The primal chaos world is the core of the primal chaos world, and it is also the most prosperous place. The primal chaos world can't compare to the primal chaos world. You will be able to come into contact with a higher level of martial Tao there. On the path of martial Tao, the more one comprehended, the more one felt that it was incomparably vast. Now, Fang Chen was standing at the peak of the primal chaos world. He even had a trace of doubt about the martial Tao he had comprehended before. Don't be fooled by the number of ancient gods in the Empyrean Sea. In fact, some ancient gods will never be able to leave the Empyrean Sea because they are restricted by the heavenly energy. Wu Yu said. Fang Chen was even more confused. Why was that? The races in the primal chaos world had once dominated the primal chaos world in a certain era. Why had they fallen to such a state? Originally, Fang Chen naively thought that the Empyrean Sea was just a place of death. However, ever since he obtained Immortal Cave Mountain, he felt that the Empyrean Sea was not ordinary. After entering the Empyrean Sea, this feeling became more and more intense. Now, he vaguely had a guess. In the primal chaos world, there are many primal chaos voids that are divided into strong and weak. The primal chaos world is at the edge of the primal chaos world and is considered a barren land. The heavenly energy here is scarce and the martial Tao is backward. It is unable to support so many ancient gods. Once all the ancient gods in the Empyrean Sea rush into the primal chaos world, it will definitely explode. Wu Qian explained, the heavenly path reincarnation. Those rulers who stand at the peak of the primal chaos world have set a series of rules to achieve the balanced development of the primal chaos world. That is why the primal chaos void is destroyed and reborn. There are also many ancient gods who are chased into the Empyrean Sea. Actually, the Empyrean Sea is a battlefield to reduce the number of ancient gods. The more ancient gods there are, the greater the burden on the primal chaos void. Therefore, the heavenly path took action and set off a war between the two camps to reduce the number of ancient gods. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Wu Qian's words were extremely mysterious, especially when it involved the heavenly energy and the rulers who controlled the heavenly path and set the rules. How strong are they? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Perhaps those rulers were like the Creator. With a thought, they could sweep through every corner of the primal chaos world and know everything like the back of their hand. Perhaps, to them, the many primal chaos voids fighting each other was just a kind of entertainment. Lowly lives would never be able to attract the attention of the rulers. What other questions do you have? Wu Yu asked. Fang Chen pondered and then asked, are all the strong people in the primal chaos world gathered in the primal chaos world? Wu Yu nodded, that's right. The primal chaos world is the core of the primal chaos world and also the most prosperous place. There, martial arts flourishes and cultivation resources are abundant. It is simply a cultivation holy land. You will know all this when you go there. After saying so much, Fang Chen had some understanding of the primal chaos world. Your batch will be the last batch in our term. After the 5 of you settle the mundane matters, the 3 of us will personally bring you back to the primal chaos world, Wu Yu continued. Can I refuse? Fang Chen smiled. The expressions of the 3 great leaders changed as their gazes focused on Fang Chen at the same time. After a long while, Wu Qian said, you have to think carefully. Not everyone is qualified to go to the primal chaos world. If you give up, you will stop at the level of ancient god and will never be able to step into the peak of martial arts. Let me think about it, Fang Chen said. There are still 3 years before we leave. During this time, you have to think about it carefully. At the same time, go back and settle the mundane matters, Wu Qian said. Then, he waved his hand and sent Fang Chen out of the meeting hall. What if he still doesn't agree? Wu Yu asked. What can we do? We can't force this guy, right? Wu Qian was helpless. He had already made the primal chaos world so tempting, but the latter was still unmoved. The lady in white sitting on the far right didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen's back as he left and muttered, he will agree. Chapter 2683. In Fang Chen, the white-clothed woman saw the stubbornness and passion for martial arts of her former disciple. People like them couldn't resist the temptation of reaching the peak of martial arts. Therefore, the woman in white believed that Fang Chen would agree. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Dark Cave Mountain. Boss, why did the 3 giants ask you to go? Did they see your talent and want to take you as a disciple? Little Mouse grinned. Brother Mouse, are you out of your mind? Can't you see such a simple thing? Of course, they asked Boss to choose the most powerful divine technique, Xiao Huang said. Do I need you to tell me that? The 5 guys' daily life was to bicker. Fang Chen couldn't do anything about it. After staying for a few days on the god-slaying island, Fang Chen was ready to leave. Every time he thought of the magnificent primordial chaos, there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. Why do we cultivate martial arts? Fang Chen asked. Now, in the vast primordial chaos, he was almost invincible. Except for the star-ancient experts in the heavenly Venerate Sea, almost no one was his match. With a thought, he could destroy a celestial realm and even cause a great shock to the primordial chaos. His family and friends could be completely protected from being bullied by outsiders. But the more it was like this, the heavier he felt. It had been less than 20,000 years since he started cultivating, and his state of mind was still inferior to the older generation. Forget it, let's go back to the primordial chaos first, Fang Chen said. With Fang Chen's current strength, there was almost no threat in the heavenly Venerate Sea. Every time he passed by an island, he would be discovered by some star-ancient realm ancient gods, who would then invite Fang Chen to be a guest. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chen. A few months later, Dark Cave Mountain appeared on Twin Head Island. Standing at the peak of Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen looked at Twin Head Island with a smile on his face. I wonder how Patriarch Rhinoceros is doing now, Fang Chen murmured. In the past, they had entered the Empyrean Sea together. Now, he had already obtained extremely high accomplishments. He wondered how the others were doing. Boss, is that the twin-headed island you were talking about? The little mouse asked. That's right. The Rhinoceros Horn clan is on Twin Head Island. Let's go take a look, Fang Chen said. Twin-headed island. Ever since the Rhinoceros Horn clan occupied Twin Head Island, the island developed rapidly. The people of the Rhinoceros Horn clan returned to the celestial Venerate Sea and were extremely excited. After Fang Chen left, the 5 kings also broke through to the Void Ancient Realm. As for the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch, he had reached the Middle Void Ancient Realm. The overall strength of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was rising day by day. However, a few days ago they ran into some trouble. In the middle of the island, in a mansion. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. The Demon King said angrily. That's right. The Demonic Arm clan has gone too far, said King Wu. They want us to leave Twin Head Island within 3 months or they'll kill us all. What a joke. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have an ancient god at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm? The 5 kings' faces were filled with anger. The Demonic Arm clan was too strong. The Rhinoceros Horn clan was no match for them. The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch fell into silence. A pained expression appeared on his face. The Rhinoceros Horn clan, which had been going smoothly, finally encountered a life-and-death crisis. Last time, they were lucky enough to escape. How were they going to deal with this time? Report, the Demonic Arm clan is attacking. Suddenly, a member of the Rhinoceros Horn clan rushed in to report. Hearing this, the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch flung his robe and said, "Forget it." Then, his figure flashed and he floated in the air. In the distant horizon, a mighty aura rushed over. The leader was the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch, a famous peak Void Ancient Realm expert. Rhinoceros Horn, what's your decision? The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch asked in a deep voice. If you lead the Rhinoceros Horn clan and submit to my Demonic Arm clan, we'll give you 1/3 of the heavenly sovereignty in the future. Humph. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch snorted. How could he not know what the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch was thinking? If you want to take over my Rhinoceros Horn clan, then bring it on, the Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch said coldly without the slightest fear. Hearing this, the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch's face darkened. Your strength is simply not worth mentioning in front of me. I will let you see with your own eyes how your clansmen will die in front of you, yet you will not be able to do anything even if you want to. As soon as the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch finished speaking, he waved his robe and a vast power rushed down. Dong! Countless buildings below exploded. The terrifying power swept through the Rhinoceros Horn clan's clansmen. Miserable screams came from the thick smoke. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch's eyes were red as he roared in anger. It's useless. You can't protect anyone. The demonic arm clan's patriarch threw out another punch. The entire Twin Head Island shook. Countless rhinoceros horn clan's clansmen died. Let's fight it out with him. Rather than waiting for death here, why don't we give it our all? The 5 kings stood side by side with the rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch. Ant-like existence. The demonic arm clan's patriarch raised his palm and was ready to attack again. Enough. The rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared and took a step forward. With a powerful force, he arrived in front of the demonic arm clan's patriarch. Scram! The demonic arm clan's patriarch spat out a word. Then, the rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch flew out like a kite. As for the 5 kings, they were shrouded in energy and couldn't move. Although killing you is as easy as killing an ant, I won't kill you. The demonic arm clan's patriarch licked his dry lips and said eerily, I'll let you taste despair. Watch your clansmen die in my hands one by one. Whoosh! As he spoke, the demonic arm clan's patriarch threw out another attack. The terrifying power swept across the entire rhinoceros horn clan. Countless rhinoceros horn clan members died under the powerful force. Ah! The rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch was covered in blood and wounds. He looked up to the sky and roared. Every time he attacked, he would be mercilessly sent flying by the demonic arm clan's patriarch. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The 5 kings glared at the demonic arm clan's patriarch. The demonic arm clan's patriarch laughed arrogantly and waved his hand to destroy the rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch. Just as the demonic arm clan's patriarch was killing everyone, Fang Chun happened to be riding on Dong Ming Mountain and approaching Twin Head Island. Even from far away, Fang Chun could feel the shocking power coming from Twin Head Island. It's at least a late void ancient realm ancient god. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that the rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch had encountered a powerful enemy? Whoosh! Fang Chen's divine consciousness spread out and covered Twin Head Island. He immediately found the demonic arm clan's patriarch. Peak void ancient realm? Seeing the demonic arm clan's patriarch killing the rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch, Fang Chen's face was filled with horror. Rip! He waved his hand and the void tore open. He stepped into the crack. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the demonic arm clan's patriarch. Dong! He used his physical body to take the demonic arm clan's patriarch's punch. The majestic fist radiance hit Fang Chen's body and dissipated. The sudden change caused the demonic arm clan's patriarch's face to change drastically. The demonic arm clan's patriarch behind him also cried out. The 5 great kings, who were in despair, were excited when they saw the tall figure. It's really him! Ha ha! I knew it! It must be him! Previously, they had heard the news about the god-slaying island and could not believe it. Now, they were finally sure that the peerless genius was Fang Chen. The rhinoceros horn clan's patriarch, who was in a frenzy, gradually calmed down. His eyes were filled with passion as he stared at Fang Chen. As a peak void ancient realm ancient god, how dare you kill the innocent? Fang Chen asked calmly. The demonic arm clan's patriarch was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, an ordinary ancient god would not be able to take it. The guy in front of him used his physical body to take it. Interesting. Who are you? The demonic arm clan's patriarch said coldly. How dare you interfere with the matters of my demonic arm clan? Demonic arm clan? Fang Chen shook his head. There is no demonic arm clan in the Celestial Master Sea. You! The demonic arm clan's patriarch raised his eyebrows and stared at Fang Chen. The 5 great kings, who were familiar with Fang Chen, knew that Fang Chen had the intention to kill. From now on, the demonic arm clan would not appear in the Celestial Master Sea. Chapter 2684. What a joke! An early void ancient realm trash dares to threaten to destroy my tribe? The patriarch of the demon arm tribe laughed instead of being angry. His words were filled with mockery and threats. Did you just let the patriarch of the rhinoceros horn tribe watch his tribesmen being killed one by one in front of you? Fang Chen continued. Now, I'm going to kill all of your tribesmen in front of you. Fang Chen threw out a punch as soon as he finished speaking. You're courting death. The patriarch of the demon arm tribe roared. Monstrous demonic chi surrounded his arms and instantly surged. His arms collided with Fang Chen's fist radiance. A terrifying force exploded and spread in all directions. Dong! At the same time, Fang Chen threw out another punch. Without the patriarch of the demon arm tribe blocking him, the power of the punch directly hit the tribesmen behind the patriarch. Oh no! It was too late when the tribesmen sensed danger approaching. Crack! When the fist radiance exploded, all of the tribesmen of the demon arm tribe died. None of them escaped. No. The patriarch of the demon arm tribe cried out with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with anger. I'm going to destroy your body and soul. The patriarch of the demon arm tribe blocked Fang Chen's fist radiance with his arms. His face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Fang Chen. You can't even block one of my punches and you want to kill me? Fang Chen sneered. Aren't you used to standing on top and looking down on the common people? I'll let you have a taste of being humiliated. Aren't you very capable? I killed your tribesmen, but you can't do anything to me. Fang Chen continued to provoke the patriarch of the demon arm tribe. The patriarch of the demon arm tribe went crazy. He roared into the sky and demonized. His entire body was enveloped by demonic chi. In the next moment, he charged straight at Fang Chen. Others are like ants in your eyes, but aren't you the same in my eyes? Fang Chen smiled calmly. With a flip of his palm, a huge mountain appeared in the sky, instantly suppressing the chief of the demon arm tribe. You're too weak. Every word Fang Chen said struck the demon arm patriarch's heart deeply. With Fang Chen's current strength, the demon arm patriarch was really weak. Even Fu Wan and the others couldn't defeat him, let alone him. His Azura sword skill, Evil Lotus, hadn't been used yet. Suppressing an ancient god at the peak of the void ancient realm with a flip of his hand, this scene completely shocked everyone. The 5 kings who were imprisoned regained their freedom after the demonic arm patriarch was severely injured. They froze on the spot, staring at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them was Fang Chen, who had fought side by side with them. Am I dreaming? Especially the Sword King, who had once guided Fang Chen in his swordsmanship as an elder. But now, his heart was very complicated. That was an expert at the peak of the void ancient realm. Even someone as strong as the rhinoceros horn patriarch couldn't withstand one move from him. However, such an expert was suppressed by the thin figure in front of him. Is there anything he can't do? The 5 kings murmured at the same time. The rhinoceros horn patriarch in the distance was also stunned. Damn it! The demon arm patriarch struggled desperately. The mountain on top of him shook as if it would be overturned at any time. I'm going to kill you! The demon arm patriarch used his trump card in an attempt to break free from the shackles. Now, he didn't want revenge anymore. He just wanted to escape from this place. Where there's life, there's hope. He didn't want to die, and he couldn't die. An ant will always be an ant. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Fang Chen said indifferently. Crack! The mountain on top of the demon arm patriarch suddenly exploded. The latter took the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, his figure entered the void and disappeared. Don't let him escape, the warlord reminded. Fang Chen shook his head and looked at the void in the distance. He won't be able to escape. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. He flicked his wrist and slashed with the sword. Crack! The void shattered. On the other side, in the calm void, blood suddenly spurted out. Then, a figure fell into the sea. The rhinoceros horn patriarch and the 5 kings were completely stunned. killing from a distance? How strong and confident did one need to be to do that? The 5 kings looked at each other and finally understood why Feng Chen was so confident when he saw the demon arm patriarch escape. This was not a battle at all. It was a massacre. Is he dead? After the shock, they looked at the vast sea in the distance. The demon arm patriarch was killed by Feng Chen's sword from a distance. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Splash! The surging waves rolled up a pillar of water that shot into the sky. A corpse shrouded in demonic chi floated out. The demon arm patriarch is dead. The 5 kings exclaimed, their hearts full of shock. Whoosh! 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 A scarlet vortex appeared and a terrifying force swept the corpse of the demon arm patriarch into it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 kings and the rhinoceros horn patriarch were extremely shocked. They could not imagine that Feng Chen's strength had reached such an extent. Without looking at the sea, Feng Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at them. "Are you okay?" Feng Chen asked. The 5 kings woke up from the shock and shook their heads. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have all died in the hands of the demon arm patriarch." The rhinoceros horn patriarch also walked over. His eyes were full of awe. "When the news of you destroying the deity island spread, we thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you," the rhinoceros horn patriarch said. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to have such achievements after entering the Heavenly Master Sea for such a short time." The Sword King sighed. "It's just luck," Feng Chen said modestly. "I'm preparing to return to the ancient Saint Chaos space. When I passed by this place, I found that you were in danger, so I came," Feng Chen said. "I see." The 5 kings nodded. "I'll leave the demon arm race to you. I have something to do, so I'll leave first," Feng Chen said. He asked the 5 kings if they were willing to return. The 5 kings shook their heads. They wanted to stay here. After going through all the ups and downs, they finally understood their inner thoughts. They preferred the bloody Heavenly Master Sea, and were tired of living a peaceful life. After Feng Chen left, the rhinoceros horn patriarch led the 5 kings to invade the demon arm island. After the demon arm patriarch and the elites of the demon arm race were killed by Feng Chen, the entire demon arm race almost collapsed. In less than half a day, the demon arm race was completely annihilated. Just like what Feng Chen said, there was no demon arm race in the Heavenly Master Sea. The rhinoceros horn race completely occupied the demon arm island. In just a few months, they completely controlled the demon arm island. After having 2 islands, the rhinoceros horn race's cultivation resources became more abundant. Their cultivation speed also became faster and faster. The rise of the rhinoceros horn race had officially begun. Even the rhinoceros horn patriarch did not expect that he would cooperate with Feng Chen. Who would have thought that the rise of the rhinoceros horn race was actually caused by this person? Feng Chen, with the help of Immortal Cave Mountain, finally arrived at the exit of the Heavenly Master Sea after a few months of wandering. Because he was at the early void ancient realm, the heavenly Tao energy did not reject him. He easily passed through the restriction and left the Heavenly Master Sea. Splash! As soon as he left the Heavenly Master Sea, a familiar aura spontaneously arose. Feng Chen felt that this place was different from the Heavenly Master Sea. He looked around and appeared at the bottom of the sea. "Let's go." He soared into the sky, stirring up monstrous waves as he rushed out of the sea. On this day, the bottom of the sea trembled. Countless sea monsters trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Especially the oceanic tribe king, he was even more frightened. He crawled in the sea, not daring to move. "He's too strong. Just his aura alone is enough to make us bow our heads. If he personally attacked, the vast sea would instantly evaporate," the oceanic tribe king said in fear. "I'm finally back." Standing in the air, Feng Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. In a few years, a lot had changed, especially himself. He was a completely different person from before he entered the Heavenly Master Sea. Thinking back, he was still full of reverence for the ancient god. Now, he had also become an ancient god and was almost invincible in the ancient realm. The world was so strange. The higher you stood, the more unique your way of thinking would be, and the point of view would also be different. Chapter 2685. A gentle breeze blew past, brushing against Fang Chen's face. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the power of the heavenly path surged out. I'm back. With a thought, Fang Chen's consciousness covered the entire chaotic void. He saw the Shura sword sect, his wife and daughter, Qing Ho, and his disciples. Everything is fine. Fang Chen grinned, then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The next time he appeared, he was already in the Great Devil Sky. After a few years of development, the Great Devil Sky had become one of the top 10 heavens. The Shura sword sect was even vaguely showing signs of becoming the #1 clan. During the time Fang Chen was away, the demon race and the blood ancestor of darkness were unwilling to give up and secretly planned to deal with the Shura sword sect. However, they all failed in the end. The 6 elders of the Elders Guild were paying close attention to the Great Devil Sky. They would be able to see the slightest movement of the grass in the wind. The Great Devil Sky was heavily guarded. Fang Chen didn't want to alarm anyone, so he used stellar transposition and easily entered the independent space. This was the true headquarters of the Shura sword sect, and the core members of the upper echelons cultivated here. Huh? Why is it so quiet? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The independent space was dead silent, as if there was no one in it. He spread out his consciousness and found Qing Ho and the others gathered in the meeting hall. Their faces were serious, as if they were discussing something. What happened? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he came to the meeting hall. If Master is here, all the problems will be solved, Tian Xian said. Kang Jiu's face was serious, but he agreed with his senior brother's words. I'm back. Fang Chen walked into the meeting hall and said softly. At first, everyone thought it was an illusion, but when they saw Fang Chen's figure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Father! Fang Shi was the first to run up and rush into Fang Chen's arms. She misses you a lot. Fang Shi said sweetly. The child back then had already grown into a natural and unrestrained beauty. You're already so old, but you still act like a child? Fang Chen said softly as he caressed his daughter's hair affectionately. Feeling everyone's gazes on her, Fang Shi felt a little embarrassed. Her face reddened as she left Fang Chen's embrace. Mother, come here quickly. Fang Shi grabbed Star and Moon's arm and said with a smile, Have you been talking about Father ever since he left? Father is back. Brother Chen. The words Brother Chen contained all of his emotions. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Master. Brother Fang. Everyone present was Fang Chen's family and friends. Seeing Fang Chen return, they were extremely excited. You're all gathered in the meeting hall with serious expressions. What happened? Fang Chen asked after the greetings. Father, after you left, the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan became restless and caused trouble in the Great Devil Sky time and time again. Fortunately, the 3 major clans took action. Otherwise, with the strength of the Azura sword sect, we wouldn't have been able to resist. Fang Shi was the first to speak. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. Previously, the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan spread the news that the disciples of the Azura sword sect will be killed as soon as they leave the Great Devil Sky. Tian Xian walked over and added, Although we have the protection of the 3 major clans, they can't always pay attention to us. The disciples of the Azura sword sect have to go out and train. We're here to discuss how to get through this crisis. Now that Master is back, all the problems will be solved, Kang Jiu said with a smile. The gloomy atmosphere in the meeting hall disappeared and was replaced by joyful laughter. The pillar of the Azura Sword sect was Fong Qin. Now that he was back, the Azura Sword sect had the capital to fight against the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan. I know. This kind of thing won't happen in the Azura Sword sect in the future. Fong Qin nodded slightly. That day, a piece of news shook the ancient Saint Chaos space. The master of the Azura Sword sect appeared in the great devil sky again. At the same time, he said that the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan shouldn't exist in the world. When this news came out, the entire ancient Saint Chaos space went into a frenzy. Countless martial artists were shocked. Was the Azura Sword sect going to war with the two major clans? Was the master of the Azura Sword sect so powerful that he could fight against the ancient gods? Countless people were excited and cheered. If the Azura Sword sect could really defeat the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan, the entire ancient Saint Chaos space would be under the control of the human clan. After the news came out, the 6 elders of the Elders Guild moved and came to the great devil sky. You're back. It had only been a few years since Fong Qin entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. The 6 elders looked at Fong Qin seriously and felt that he was even more unfathomable this time. You've broken through to the ancient god level? Heavenly Master Su Wei asked. Fong Qin nodded. Suddenly, the 6 elders exclaimed. They widened their eyes and stared at Fong Qin with burning eyes. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Buzz. With a thought, Fong Qin released a trace of ancient god's aura. The 6 elders were completely dumbfounded. After a long time, they woke up from the shock. When I first saw you, I thought that it was only a matter of time before you stepped into the ancient god level. Who would have thought that in less than a few years, you've left us behind? Heavenly Master Wanlei smiled bitterly. Yes, a few days ago, my invincible fighting spirit had a breakthrough. I was waiting for you to come back and have a good fight with you. Heavenly Master Zhan said helplessly. Fong Qin was now an ancient god, and he was still a heavenly master. How could he fight? Heavenly Master Zhan gave up. As for the leaders of the 3 races, they were even more dumbfounded. Fong Qin was a rising star. It could be said that they had watched him grow. It seems that we made the right choice. The leader of the Void race was very happy. Now that Fong Qin had broken through to the ancient god level, the human race had a total of 4 ancient gods, suppressing the 2 ancient gods of the Dark Kindred and the Monster race. It was the first time in countless years that the human race was unifying. Brother Fong. No, I should call you Lord Fong. A heavenly master was not worth mentioning in front of an ancient god. Now that Fong Qin was an ancient god, it was reasonable for them to address him as Lord. Fong Qin waved his hand. Just call me by my name. No, you're now a high and mighty ancient god, and we're Xian gods. How can we mess around? Besides, there's no seniority in learning. Calling you Lord is a form of respect for the ancient gods. Call me Elder Fong, Fong Qin said. He really didn't like being called Lord Fong by the 6 old farts. Okay. The 6 of them finally compromised. Elder Fong, our ancient god ancestor heard about you and is already on his way, Heavenly Master Su Wei said with a smile. Of the 3 ancient gods of the human race, other than the Void race ancient god guarding the ancient Saint Chaos, the other ancient gods had entered the Heavenly Master Sea. Rip. As soon as Heavenly Master Su Wei finished speaking, the void tore open, and a golden-eyed man appeared in front of him. You're Fong Qin? The golden-eyed man exuded a terrifying aura. Fong Qin nodded. You're indeed young and talented. You've entered the ancient void realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. The void race ancient god praised Fong Qin. The 6 great elders tactfully left, leaving enough space for the 2 ancient gods. As for Little Mouse and the others, they went to the rat race's residence. Back then, the rat race had been forced by the Flood Dragon race and had no choice but to follow Fong Qin to the great devil sky. This also meant that they had completely betrayed the monster race. In the rat race's territory, clan leader, was the decision we made back then really wrong? the plain-clothed elder murmured with a complicated expression on his face. It's not that we want to betray the monster race, but that the monster race can't tolerate us, the rat race patriarch said in a low voice. If not for sect master Fong, we would have been destroyed by the flood dragon race. He paused for a moment before continuing, now, at least my rat clan has no worries. Moreover, we've obtained the protection of the Azura sword sect. No other power dares to harass us. Moreover, there are endless cultivation resources here. As long as our race can continue like this, there will be a peerless expert one day. When that time comes, we won't need the monster race's recognition. We'll become a monster race on our own. The plain-clothed elder was about to speak when he suddenly felt his vision blur. Didn't they enter the heavenly master sea? The plain-clothed elder rubbed his eyes hard and cried out, "Is it really them?" Chapter 2686. I'm back. His words were full of bitterness. Because of elder linen clothes, he was once saved from the gates of hell. After returning to the great devil sky and learning about the rat race's situation, Little Mouse was filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, the rat race wouldn't have ended up like this. It's good that you're back, the plain-clothed elder said excitedly. The patriarch of the mouse race suddenly turned around and looked at the little mouse. Patriarch, elders, don't worry. Boss will avenge the rat race for you, Little Mouse said solemnly. That's right. Boss has already said that there's no need for the dark vampire race and the monster race to exist anymore, Xiao Huang added. They'd all stayed in the rat race and were familiar with the plainclothes elder and the rat race patriarch. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. To the rat race patriarch and the plainclothes elder, this was earth-shattering news. Is the Azura Sword sect going to fight the monster race? At the peak of the great devil sky, the void race ancient god and Fong Chen stood side by side and looked down. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The dark vampire race and the monster race have deep foundations. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have been so indifferent all these years. The void race ancient god said, with your current strength, you don't have to fear the two races, but it's inevitable that they'll have some trump cards. You should know that the battle between ancient gods can destroy a heavenly realm if they're not careful. This is something we don't want to see, the void race ancient god reminded him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Fong Chen said with a smile. The void race ancient god nodded and turned to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 elders of the Council of Elders whizzed over and reached the peak of the great devil sky. Congratulations, Elder Fong. Celestial Master Shui took the lead and cupped his fists with a smile. Huh! Fong Chen was a little taken aback. He didn't know what was going on. Before our ancient god ancestor left, he transmitted to us that from now on, Elder Fong will be the first elder of the Council of Elders, Celestial Master Shui said. In other words, from now on, you'll be the leader of the human race, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder added. Ha ha ha, the youngest ancient god elder in the history of our Council of Elders. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After a deep discussion with Fong Chen, the 6 elders left unwillingly. Fong Chen returned to the Shura Sword Sect's headquarters. The Dark Blood race and the Demon race are nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a look at the 3 most powerful divine arts first. Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and took out 3 golden scrolls. He opened the first scroll, and there were 4 large words written on it. Clear Sky Sword Technique. Then, he opened the second scroll, the Space-Time Escape Technique. The third scroll was the Soul Spirit Art. Let's take a look at the Azure Sky Sword Technique first. The first Supreme Divine Art was the Sword Art, the second was the Space-Time Tao, and the third was the Soul Tao. Fong Chen chose the Azure Sky Sword Technique. This sword technique was much more exquisite than the Azura Sword Technique. Most importantly, the sword art was more compatible with the demon transformation divine art. Let's start cultivating. After a while, Fong Chen grasped the essence of the Azure Sky Sword Technique and started cultivating. In the dark sky. In the Dark Blood Race's headquarters, the Dark Clan leader and Thunder Demon Heavenly Master were discussing how to fight against the Shura Sword sect. Humph, Fang Chen is too arrogant. How dare he say that he wants to destroy our two races? Thunder Demon Heavenly Master said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He could not wait to kill Fang Chen when he thought about how Fang Chen had the evil ancestral eye. The fake Thunderbolt ancestral eye can give me such powerful strength. If I can get the real evil ancestral eye, my strength will definitely soar. I might even reach the ancient god realm, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master thought. The Dark Clan leader's face was gloomy. Fang Chen took the Dark Sword, the most precious treasure of the Dark Blood Race, and humiliated our race repeatedly. This blood feud must be avenged, the Dark Clan leader said. This time, we must plan well and kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Don't worry. He can't escape from our hands. For a time, the Dark Blood Race and the Demon Race were completely busy. The two races were carrying out their plan. Once they succeeded, they would be able to destroy Fang Chen and inflict heavy losses on the human race. Since Fang Chen's return, the Shura Sword sect's morale had skyrocketed. The disciples no longer hid in the Great Devil Realm and went to various places in the chaotic void to cultivate. When the Xiu family in Qingluo Heaven heard the news, the Xiu family leader and Venerable Heiqi came to visit in person. Unfortunately, when they came, Fang Chen was already in seclusion and did not see them. The Li family in the Divine Sword Heaven also came to visit Fang Chen with generous gift. They could have used Li Ruohong to help the Li family rise. Who would have thought that Li Ruochu's stupid decision would completely push the Li family into the abyss? If Fang Chen had not been so noble, and was not willing to argue with the Li family, how could the Li family withstand Fang Chen's anger? Moreover, when they heard Fang Chen say that he was going to destroy the Dark Blood Race and the Demon Race, they were extremely shocked. The Li family leader was stunned and was speechless for a long time. Family leader, do we have to do this? An elder grumbled. No matter what we do, he won't look us in the eye. Shut up. The Li family leader was furious and shouted. From now on, whoever says something like this will be expelled from the Li family. Then, the Li family leader walked into the mansion and asked to see the Shura Sword sect leader. But soon, he walked out with a disappointed face. Go back. The Li family leader said. Because of Fang Chen, some forces in the ancient Saint Chaos had soared to the sky, while others fell into the abyss. Xingchen Heaven, where Fang Chen used to cultivate. In Kanglan District, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had become a first-class force because of Fang Chen's prestige. Since knowing that the Shura Sword sect leader was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, many forces had come to curry favor with Guru Purple Moon. The sect, which was once so poor that it almost disbanded, had soared to the sky. Who would have thought at that time? Another example was the Juele city in the Khanate world. Now it had become the most powerful force in the Khanate world. The Juele pavilion leader was the most powerful overlord in the Khanate world, and his words had a lot of weight. Every word he said could make the Khanate world tremble. The Hailai family, which was also a powerful force, had once been enemies with Fang Chen. Since the establishment of the Shura Sword sect, many forces had attacked it at all costs in order to curry favor with Fang Chen. Now the Hailai family was about to disband. In short, as long as one had something to do with Fang Chen, they would become the target of everyone's flattery. It was the same in Su Xing Heaven, Mo Shatian, and Azure Heaven. Fang Chen, with his own efforts, rose step by step from the grassroots to the leader of the 7 elders of the human race. Countless people's faces changed when they talked about it. Although the ancient Saint Primal Chaos was bustling with activity. But Fang Chen cultivated quietly. In half a year, he comprehended the Azure Heaven sword art thoroughly. Because he was born in the Sword Dao, his comprehension of the Sword Dao was extremely strong. At the same time, His potential in the sword Tao was incomparably heaven-defying. Even in the ancient chaos, his potential in the sword Tao was rare. After cultivating the Azure Heaven sword art, Fang Chen's strength skyrocketed, and he was a true Void Ancient Realm expert. However, he did not stop cultivating. After seeing a Life Ancient Realm expert in action, he felt that he was seriously lacking. Next, he began to cultivate the space-time escape technique. To put it simply, the space-time escape technique was an upgraded version of the space-time collapse technique. After reading it, Fang Chen gasped in amazement. Although he and the Bone Progenitor were the pioneers of the space-time cultivation system, they were still slightly inferior to the expert who created the space-time escape technique. What an exquisite space-time escape technique! Fang Chen grinned. A few months later, in the Azura universe, Fang Chen's figure was constantly shuttling back and forth, appearing and disappearing. Whoosh! He suddenly appeared in front of the Bone Progenitor. How is it? Wonderful, simply wonderful. After watching you use the space-time escape technique, the problem that has been troubling me for a long time is solved. The Bone Progenitor smiled. His understanding of the space-time Tao deepened. This space-time escape technique is much more exquisite than the space-time collapse technique that we created. I will pass it on to Master. Fang Chen said. Good, with this supreme divine art, you and I will definitely be able to create a precedent in the space-time Tao and become the strongest lineage. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Because it was similar to the space-time collapse technique, the Bone Progenitor learned it very quickly. In just a few days, he had mastered the essentials. The master and disciple began to study the space-time Tao together. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2687. Because of the space-time escape technique, Fang Chen and the Bone Progenitor's attainments in the space-time Tao continued to rise. However, Fang Chen had underestimated the power of the soul spiritual art. It was a supreme divine art that cultivated the primordial spirit. It was extremely powerful. Fang Chen studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't comprehend it. In the end, he could only give up temporarily. Whoosh! Leaves fell on Fang Chen's body. Spring left and autumn came. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. After giving up on the soul spiritual art, Fang Chen focused on the space-time escape technique. He cultivated the space-time escape technique to the extreme. The space-time escape technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level could create millions of shadows in an instant. The second level could create hundreds of millions of shadows. The third level was the ultimate level. With a thought, there would be shadows in every corner of the ancient Saint Chaos space. In the past 10 years, Fang Chen's strength had skyrocketed. His cultivation base, however, remained at the early Void Ancient Realm. Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, the path of martial arts focused on the foundation. Only by having a solid foundation would one be able to deal with things calmly in the future. Whoosh! The moment he opened his eyes, Fang Chen's body shot up from the ground like a cannonball. Dong! When he reached the sky, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the violent heavenly energy was caught in his hand. Condense! With a low shout, the heavenly energy in his hand was quickly thrown out. In an instant, it condensed into a dazzling sword light in the void. Azure Heaven Sword Technique. Whoosh! The sword light whizzed out with an invincible momentum and hit a mountain in the distance. Immediately, the mountain was razed to the ground. Vast power spread out. Fang Chen grinned. He didn't use the power in his body. It was just a sword technique attack. Now, he could confidently say that he was invincible in the ancient saint realm. It's time to deal with you. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Fang Chen was finally going to deal with the Dark Blood tribe and the demon race. Great Devil Sky. A majestic aura swept through the entire heaven domain. Fang Chen looked down from above, standing in the sky. After today, the human race will be unified. He declared that he would destroy the dark kindred and the demon race today. The ancient sacred chaos that had been quiet for 10 years was restless again. Have you heard? The Azura Sword sect master went into seclusion for 10 years, and the first thing he did after coming out was to exterminate the dark kindred and the demon race. The news has spread throughout the entire primal chaos void. Everyone knows about it. This is too shocking. Is he going to fight against the great clans all by himself? In every corner of the ancient saint primal chaos, loud cries of shock could be heard. The shock in the hearts of countless low-level martial artists could not be any greater. As for the true high-level experts, they all moved to the vicinity of the demon race and the blood race. The dark sky and stupa heaven were very close to each other. Furthermore, the first battle they would face after coming from the great devil sky would definitely be the demons. In just a few hours, profound God realm sovereigns had already gathered around Buter heaven. 7 figures stood side by side in front of the white cloud palace in the sky, looking down at the world below. One of them was the void race ancient god that Fong Chen had met before. Ancestor, the demon race and the dark kindred are great clans after all. Can Elder Fong deal with them? Heavenly Master Su Wei asked. Yes, I think Elder Fong is being a little reckless. We'll take action at the critical moment. The void race ancient god narrowed his eyes and watched the movements in Buter heaven. Don't worry. Hearing this, the 6 elders did not say anything else. The Li family of the divine sword heaven, the Xiao family of the azure luo heaven, and many other forces had come to watch the battle. This battle had attracted the attention of all the sovereigns in the ancient saint primal chaos. Humph, it's best if he dies at the hands of the demon race. An elder in the Li family of the divine sword heaven muttered to himself. The Li family hated Fong Chen to the core. Because of Fong Chen, many forces that were slightly weaker than them had begun to suppress them. This was because they had offended the sect master of the Azura Sword sect. The Dark Kindred and the Demon Race are great clans and have been around for many years. How can a mere ancient god suppress them? If they could, the ancient gods of the 3 clans would have done it long ago. Many people did not think that Fong Chen would win this battle. They thought that he was being reckless and arrogant. Those who knew that Fong Chen had entered the void ancient realm were the senior overlords of the Azura Sword sect and the elders of the Azura Sword sect. They did not announce it to the public, so the demon race and the dark kindred had no idea. In Buter heaven, 2 black figures stood side by side in the sky above the demon race. Vast energy surged out and swept across the entire Buter heaven. The Dark Kindred leader and Heavenly Master Thunder Beast were the most powerful overlords below the ancient gods of the 2 clans. They stood there resolutely, waiting for Fong Chen's arrival. Fong Chen is too arrogant. He doesn't have the strength to destroy the demon race, Heavenly Master Thunder Beast said confidently. Rumble. In the sky, streaks of lightning swooped down and exploded in front of Heavenly Venerate Thunder Beast. The terrifying power of lightning spread across the land. The atmosphere in Buter heaven was very solemn. All the demons were waiting for Fong Chen's arrival. This battle concerned the survival of the demon clan. If they failed, the demon clan would completely collapse. Dong dong dong. A beam of sword light shot toward the great devil sky, piercing through the dark void and arriving at the Buddha sky. This sword light carried a frightening power, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked. Too strong. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. The long sword transformed into a human figure, and Fong Chen appeared proudly. The sect master of Azura Sword sect had single-handedly entered Pagoda heaven. Today was destined to be recorded in history, regardless of the outcome. Is that Fong Chen? His aura is too strong. Yes, he has achieved so much at such a young age. It's really shameful. The demon race is well prepared, and the battlefield is in Buter heaven. Fong Chen's situation is not looking good. A commotion spread throughout Buter heaven. A deafening roar was heard. Fong Chen. Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast's eyes shot out two streaks of lightning as he looked at Fong Chen and shouted. You have repeatedly bullied the demon race. Do you really think that you are invincible? Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. He could clearly feel the power of the evil ancestral eye. The evil ancestral eye is mine, he thought to himself. The dark tribe leader nodded gently and said in a deep voice, All right, let's fight in Buter Heaven today. If you lose, then the primal chaos void will have one less genius, and Azura Sword sect will become history. If I were you, I would have fled long ago. Facing the two heavenly venerates, Fong Chen said calmly, Perhaps, only then will you have a chance to survive. Ridiculous. Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast's body flickered with lightning runes. The demon race has been able to survive in the chaotic void for countless years because of our foundation. Ignorant human. Today, I will show you the foundation of the great clans. It is not something that you can contend with alone. Outside Buter Heaven. Patriarch, will Fong Chen be okay? Venerable He Chi asked worriedly. Don't worry. Fong Chen is very calm and will not be so reckless. Since he is so high profile, it means that he is confident, Patriarch Xiu said. Although the demon race has a strong foundation, Fong Chen is not to be underestimated. In another area, Ancestor Xing He and the others were shocked. Xing He, I have never admired anyone in my life. From now on, I will only admire you. I can't imagine that Fong Chen came from your universe. Yes, when we were in the void star sky, although you paid attention to the younger generation, we all thought that his growth was limited. Who would have thought that we were wrong? Patriarch Xing He grinned when he heard that. In fact, Ancestor Xing He and the others were not qualified to be there. However, because of his special relationship with Fong Chen, many forces were trying to rope him in. That was why some profound God realm sovereigns had personally brought him here to witness the birth of a miracle. Su Zichen, Lei Pu, the holy warriors, the sky warriors, the heavenly talents of the Xian role who had gone to Dongming Mountain with Fong Chen came one after another. They looked at each other with bitter faces and unspeakable words in their hearts. Chapter 2688. Fong Chen was very calm. His aura was restrained as if he was an ordinary person. On the opposite side, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master and the Dark Clan leader were full of killing intent. You are not the Monster Clan leader. Suddenly, Fong Chen said such a shocking sentence. Suddenly, there were exclamations in Buddha Heaven. I can sense the aura of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye on you. Fong Chen continued. If my guess is correct, you should be the one who fought with me in Qingluo Heaven. Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person in front of them was not the Monster Clan leader. Then, who was this person? Where did the Monster Clan leader go? For a time, there were endless discussions. Even the members of the Monster Clan looked at Thunder Demon Heavenly Master with strange eyes. You are courting death. Thunder Demon Heavenly Master was completely enraged. He wished he could tear Fong Chen into pieces. He took a step forward and came in front of Fong Chen. Thunder Demon Heavenly Master clenched his fist, and the thunder runes on his body wrapped around his fist. Boom. In the next moment, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master punched out. Dong. Fong Chen stood still and looked at Thunder Demon Heavenly Master with a smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. When Thunder Demon Heavenly Master's fist hit Fong Chen, it instantly exploded. The terrifying power caused the void to collapse and a black hole appeared, pulling Fong Chen's body crazily. However, amidst the exclamations, the crowd gradually realized a problem. The suction force of the black hole could not do anything to Fong Chen. More importantly, Fong Chen did not evade Thunder Demon Heavenly Master's attack. Instead, he used his physical defense to resist. Crash! The black hole collapsed, and the violent thunderbolt force dissipated. A powerful ripple spread out from Fong Chen's body. Boom! When the Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerate felt the shocking power assaulting him, his body couldn't help but fly away. In just one exchange, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Fang Chen did not move at all. What was going on? Could it be that Fang Chen's strength had reached such an unimaginable level? You are an ancient god? Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerable got up from the ground and cried out. The entire Buter heaven was shaking. Ancient god. Fang Chen was actually an ancient god expert. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. The Azura Sword Sect Master had actually stepped into the ancient god realm. No wonder he dared to make such bold claims. So he has already stepped into the ancient god realm. Those below the ancient god realm are all ants. What can the Demon Clan Master and the Dark Clan Master amount to? After recovering from the shock, everyone spoke one after another. In front of the palace of clouds in the sky, the 7 experts were relatively calm. This was because they already knew that Fang Chen was an ancient god. In the sky above the monster race, Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerable and the Dark Patriarch were filled with fear. How is this possible? The two of them could not accept the reality before their eyes. An ancient god powerhouse was not someone they could compare to. Ancestral sacrificial artifact. Without even thinking about it, Empyrean Thunder Demon roared and spread out his hands. Thunder runes flashed and the power of thunder pierced through the world. Boom! A dazzling light broke out from the ground. When everyone saw it clearly, they were shocked to find that there was a long rod made of bones in Empyrean Thunderdemon's hand. The demon god's rod was the ancestral artifact of the monster race. It was also the most precious treasure of the monster race. The ancestors of the monster race had taught them that they could only use the ancestral artifact when the race was on the brink of death. Buzz. The ancestral artifact exuded a shocking power. Countless martial artists were shocked. The ancestral artifact of the monster race? I heard that the ancestral artifact of the monster race was refined from the bones of a great figure. Its attack power is very strong. Can the ancestral artifact withstand the attack of an ancient god? Empyrean Thunder Demon held the ancestral artifact in his hand and completely activated it. Kill! Empyrean Thunder Demon roared and the ancestral artifact in his hand whizzed out with a powerful force. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever the ancestral artifact passed, a domineering aura emerged. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head gently and flicked his finger. A finger shot out and arrived in front of Empyrean Thunder Demon in the blink of an eye. The famous ancestral artifact of the monster race couldn't withstand a single blow from Fang Chen's finger. Dong! The ancestral artifact flew out of Empyrean Thunderdemon's hand and fell. Empyrean Thunderdemon's body was completely imprisoned by the finger. Crack! The finger drilled into Empyrean Thunderdemon's eyes, and a miserable cry came from his mouth. In the next moment, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and 2 bloody eyeballs appeared. He held the eyeballs and felt that something was wrong. Pseudo-ancestral eyes? He had always felt that Empyrean Thunderdemon's Thunderbolt ancestral eyes were different. Now, he finally understood. It wasn't the real Thunderbolt ancestral eyes, but the pseudo-ancestral eyes. Crack! With a squeeze, the pseudo-ancestral eyes that Empyrean Thunderdemon regarded as a treasure turned into powder. Give me back my ancestral eyes. Empyrean Thunderdemon fell into madness. Blood covered his face and danced wildly. Behind him, the Dark Patriarch saw this scene and was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Die. With a flick of his finger, Empyrean Thunderdemon's body fell softly to the ground. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Dark Patriarch. Swoosh! A dark ray of light shot out from his palm, piercing through the void and finally piercing into the Dark Clan leader's chest. He looked down with difficulty and suddenly realized that it was the Dark Sword. Boom! The Dark Patriarch's body exploded. The Dark Sword returned to Fang Chen's hand again. Buter Heaven was completely shocked. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded and speechless. The ancient god was too powerful. He could kill a heavenly master with one finger. Domineering. Some people exclaimed and some people celebrated. No one in the chaotic void is Fang Chen's opponent. There were even people who asserted that Fang Chen had become the #1 expert in the primal chaos void through this battle. In a flash, Empyrean Thunder Demon and the Dark Patriarch were killed by Fang Chen. The ancestral artifact of the monster race was also taken by Fang Chen. The entire Buter heaven was wailing. The doomsday of the monster race had arrived. In the sky, in front of the White Cloud Palace, the ancient god of the Void tribe stared at Fang Chen and remained silent. The other 6 elders were in an uproar. With such a genius, the human race has nothing to worry about, Empyrean Master Su Wei said with a smile. Yes, Fang Chen is the most outstanding genius in the history of the human race, Empyrean Master Wanlei said. His existence has accelerated the unification of the human race. He is a great hero of the human race, Empyrean Master Zhan said. The 3 patriarchs also nodded. This battle was of great significance to the human race. Fang Chen had dealt a heavy blow to the monster race and the dark blood race with absolute strength. Empyrean Thunder Demon and the Dark Patriarch had already died. The outcome could not be reversed. Even if the ancient gods of the 2 races returned from the Heavenly Master Sea, this indisputable fact could not be changed. Just as the 6 elders were talking, the Void Tribe's ancestor's face suddenly changed slightly. He looked at the Heavenly Master Sea in the endless void. They are back. The Void Tribe's ancestor said in a deep voice. Splash! Huge waves suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the water. Then 2 large water pillars shot up into the sky. Ha ha ha, we are finally back! Laughter could be heard coming from the water pillar. When the water pillars fell, 2 blurry figures appeared. We finally left that damned place. Yes, with our current strength, we can suppress the human race and unify the ancient Saint Chaos. While talking, the 2 spread out their divine senses to check the ancient Saint Chaos. Let me see if those old fellows of the human race have done anything to our race, the dark blood race's ancestor said while checking. In an instant, his expression changed. Damn it, who is the ancient god of Buddha heaven? At this moment, Fang Chen, who had single-handedly suppressed Buter Tian, was looking at Fang Chen. The tall and mighty figure stood in the void. He waved his sleeve, and a vast power swooped down, killing the monster race's clansmen one after another. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. He had said that there would be no more monster race or dark blood race after today. This was only the beginning. Who dares to slaughter my race? In the distant horizon, an angry roar could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura came. It was the aura of an ancient god. The aura of an ancient god. It's the ancient god ancestor of the monster race. Someone exclaimed. In everyone's opinion, the ancient gods of the monster race and dark blood race had been hiding in the world. Now that their races had been destroyed and were facing a life-and-death crisis, they finally appeared. The 2 ancient gods, with powerful auras, stepped through the void and arrived at Pagoda Heaven. When they saw the ruins of Buddha Heaven and the countless monster race's clansmen who had died tragically at the hands of Fang Chen, killing intent surged. It was you who slaughtered my race? The monster race's ancestor asked. Chapter 2689. The ancient god of the monster race exuded a powerful aura, his monster chi soaring to the heavens. His eyes, which were as big as gongs, shone with a tangible light. His rage soared to the heavens, and his killing intent soared. Back then, the monster race and the human race made an agreement of peaceful coexistence. Now you're attacking us while I'm in the celestial sovereign sea. The ancient god of the monster race enunciated each word. His words were filled with threat. Beside him, the ancient god of darkness was shrouded in black light. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could sense that this human ancient god before him contained an extremely dense darkness bloodline. Darkness bloodline? The ancient god of darkness was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a human to possess such a dense darkness bloodline. It was truly breathtaking. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he was enraged. This was because he sensed the sword of darkness moving. "Old companion," the ancient god of darkness softly said. Immediately, a black sword light shot out of Fang Chen's body. It soared into the sky and transformed into a sword of darkness, erupting with dazzling light. Countless people watched in shock as it fell into the ancient god of darkness's hand. The ancient god of darkness opened his palm. The sword of darkness trembled and let out a cheerful sword hum, as if telling the ancient god of darkness what had happened to the dark blood race in these past years. After a while, the ancient god of darkness's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. "You slaughtered my clansmen and stole my clan's supreme treasure. You deserve to die." The ancient god of darkness announced Fang Chen's death sentence. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. The ancient sacred primal chaos was originally the territory of the human race. If the monster race and dark blood race hadn't taken advantage of our weakened state to invade, how could we have occupied the Buddha sky and dark sky? Space tore open, and the ancient god of void appeared. He represented the supreme authority of the human race. His appearance caused a great commotion. "That's the ancient god of void? Heavens, even the ancient god of void has appeared. Will the ancient god of thunder punishment and the ancient god of holy war appear?" Originally, it was just a grudge between the Azura sect master and the two clans. Now, it has evolved into a battle between ancient gods. Ever since the end of the Age of Ancient Gods, there had been no more ancient gods battle. Following the natural changes of the world, the heavenly energy in the chaotic void became increasingly thin and the environment became extremely harsh. As a result, very few experts broke through to the ancient god level. This way, the few remaining ancient gods would not be able to easily take action. This gave people the misconception that the ancient gods would not easily attack each other. But now, Fang Chen alone had attracted 3 ancient gods. The ancient god of void space and Fang Chen stood side by side, watching the ancient god of Yao Clan and the ancient god of darkness. Obviously, he had already declared that he was on Fang Chen's side. In other words, this child slaughtering my race was incited by your human race? The ancient god of the monster race asked coldly. Ancient god of void space, when we fought back then, it was difficult to determine a victor. Now, do you dare to fight me? Ancient god of darkness sneered. The ancient god of void space had been guarding the ancient Saint Chaos while the two of them had entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. After narrowly escaping death, they had finally completed their transformation. They had originally planned to return to the ancient Saint Chaos, destroy the human race, and unify the world. Who would have thought that after going through so much, they would find such a situation as soon as they returned? The entire Buter heaven was a mess. Countless Yao clansmen had died tragically under Fang Chen's attack. Even the Thunder Demon Heavenly Master and the Dark Clan leader had died. This made the two ancient gods even more furious. Today's battle was inevitable. Forget it. The ancient god of void space shook his head and sighed. Originally, he had not planned to take action, but the appearance of the ancient god of Yao Clan and the ancient god of darkness was beyond his control. If Fang Chen was alone, he would not be a match for the two ancient gods, so he had to take action. Two pieces of trash in the late void ancient realm dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Suddenly, Fang Chen's voice sounded. Instantly, there were exclamations around Buter heaven. Daring to call the ancient gods trash was the first of its kind in history. Has he gone mad? Even the martial artists who supported Fang Chen widened their eyes, thinking that Fang Chen must have gone mad. Arrogant guy, how dare he be so arrogant in front of two ancient gods? He's still too young, showing off his abilities. Many people sighed and shook their heads. Even the expressions of the 6 elders changed slightly. Trash? When the ancient god of Yao clan heard this, a wild smile appeared on his ferocious face. Ah! The ancient god of Yao clan glanced at the ancient god of darkness and said, "Darkness, how long has it been since someone dared to call us that?" "It's been too long, I can't remember." The ancient god of darkness's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. "Boy, you've successfully angered us." The ancient god of void space opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Boom! Fang Chen ignored the ancient god of Yao clan and the ancient god of darkness and punched out. As an ancient god, the power of this punch was simply too great. When the boundless fist light slammed into the stupa heaven, the entire celestial domain trembled. "You're courting death." In an instant, the Yao clan collapsed, and the few remaining clansmen were completely annihilated. The Yao clan had been completely slaughtered in front of the ancient god of Yao clan. The ancient god of Yao clan was thoroughly enraged, and he descended into madness. "You want to die." The ancient god of the monster race took a step forward, a savage spike appearing on his fist. Boom! A vast aura soared into the clouds. The ancient god of void space wanted to attack, but when he saw Fang Chen's calm expression, he suppressed his shock. Too weak. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, lightly shaking his head, his face filled with disdain. "Even if I tear you to pieces, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart." The fiend race ancient god roared angrily. The spike on his fist suddenly left his body and shot towards Fang Chen with great force. "No matter how many tricks you have, I'll only use one fist." Boom! Fang Chen clenched his fist, dazzling light exuding from his body. Whoosh! He punched at the ancient god of Yao clan. The ancient god of void space grimaced, his heart trembling. The ancient god of Yao clan that was charging at Fang Chen now had a savage expression. But when he sensed Fang Chen's immense strength, his heart trembled. Not good. He inwardly cursed, gave up on attacking, and turned to flee. But since Fang Chen had already attacked, how could he allow him to escape unscathed? Bang! The powerful fist radiance smashed into the ancient god of the monster race and sent him flying. Die! Seeing this, the ancient god of darkness attacked without hesitation. Attack together! The ancient god of darkness shouted at the ancient god of Yao clan that had been sent flying. The two ancient gods joined forces to attack. However, what they received in response was still an earth-shattering barrage of attacks. Crack! After the first punch, the bodies of the two ancient gods were sent flying. With the second punch, the ancient god of Yao clan's physical body was shattered, and his origin soul fled. Want to leave? Fang Chen activated his evil ancestral eye. Thick evil energy spread out, and a terrifying light imprisoned the ancient god of Yao clan's origin soul. Crack! His foot extended, shattering the ancient god's origin soul. Boom! The entire primal chaos void was filled with cries of alarm. Just how much strength was needed to kill an ancient god in one strike? Isn't he too strong? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant in front of two ancient gods. It's too inconceivable. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone suddenly discovered that the ancient god of darkness had actually begun to flee. His body trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Damn it! Why did I run into such a freak? The two ancient gods working together had killed the ancient god of Yao clan in one blow. The ancient god of darkness did not believe that he was strong enough to block that fellow's attack. Buzz! However, just as he was about to flee, he suddenly heard a sword hum from the dark sword. What's going on? The sword of darkness uncontrollably left his body, and then the tip of the sword pointed at him. No. As if realizing something, the ancient god of darkness frantically shouted. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The sword of darkness carried with it an incomparably sharp aura as its tip pierced into his head. Even in death, the ancient god of darkness still did not understand why his old companion had betrayed him. He was unwilling to die in peace. Thump! When the ancient god of darkness's body fell to the ground of Stupa heaven, it was a complete declaration that the two ancient gods had fallen. Chapter 2690. When the news reached the dark sky, the entire dark blood race was terrified. The deaths of the patriarch and the ancient god ancestor in Stupa heaven was a fatal blow to them. Only a few hours had passed since Fang Chen stepped foot into the pagoda heaven and the battle came to an end. The monster race thought that the ancient god ancestor would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen and avenge the monster race. Who would have thought that it would end like this? After today's battle, Fang Chen's name would be recorded in the annals of history. At the same time, he had used his absolute strength to tell the world that he was the strongest person in the ancient Saint Chaos space. Looking at Fang Chen's proud back, the ancient god of the void was gratified. From now on, the ancient Saint Chaos space is Fang Chen's world. These were the words the ancient god of the void left behind before returning to the Qingshu heaven. This battle shook the entire ancient Saint Chaos space. Countless martial artists were shocked. As for Fang Chen, after killing the two ancient gods, he looked at the dark sky. Everyone was in an uproar. They had already guessed Fang Chen's thoughts. The dark blood race is finished. Even the powerful monster race couldn't withstand Fang Chen's attack, let alone the dark blood race. What's more ironic is that the ancient god of darkness was killed by the sword of darkness. Countless martial artists were discussing spiritedly. Over the years, Fang Chen had cultivated the weapon-controlling Tao to the highest level. With a thought, he could control all the weapons in the ancient Saint Chaos space. To him, controlling the sword of darkness was nothing. He's too strong. The strongest person in history. Heavenly Venerate Su Wei sighed. Yes. Although we knew that he had reached the ancient god level, we didn't expect him to be so strong, Heavenly Venerate Wanlei said. Do you believe in fate? Heavenly Venerate Zhan suddenly asked. Fate was a mystery within a mystery. Even ancient gods couldn't control their own fate. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Heavenly Venerate Zhan's words. Perhaps Fang Chen is the one chosen by the heavens. This was the only way to explain why such heaven-defying heaven's favorites existed in this world. Fang Chen took a step forward and left Buddha heaven. Many warriors were instantly shaken. The leaders of each force were shouting crazily. In the Xiu clan of the Azure Civ Plain, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha, I've cultivated for countless years, but this is the first time I've seen such a shocking battle. The Xiu clan master excitedly said, worthy of being one of the 5 feudal vassals of the Azure Zenith. Venerable Black-Red was also very excited. After all, Fang Chen was the successor of the Azura Sword Dao. He was very happy to be able to achieve such an achievement. Just because Fang Chen used to be one of the 5 feudal vassals of the Xiu clan in Azure Civ Heaven, the Xiu clan suddenly became a hot force second only to the great clans of the present age. Countless forces that were previously hostile to the Xiu family came to curry favor with them. This was all because of Fang Chen's deterrence. Ancestral Patriarch Xing He and the others were also deeply moved. He killed 2 ancient gods with a flip of his hand. His strength is the strongest in history. Barbarian, Qing Ho, Tian Xin, Kong Jiu, Star and Moon, Fang Shi, and the others were all shaken. They could feel Fang Chen's strength from afar. As for the Rat clan, the entire clan was jubilant. They were rejoicing that they had chosen to follow Fang Chen to Mahakala. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the monster race and fallen in the long river of history. With a few steps, Fang Chen arrived at Mahakala. He was now like a demon god, killing gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. The Dark Blood clan must be executed. Fang Chen's voice was like rolling thunder, spreading to every corner of Mahakala. Countless members of the Dark Blood clan prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for Fang Chen's forgiveness. The the darkness bloodline surged, and a vast amount of energy surged from the dark sky, forming a majestic pillar of light in the sky. Finally, the light pillar entered Fang Chen's body and completely merged with his dark blood clan. Dong! His heart trembled, and the dark blood clan mutated. The power of faith in the bloodline? Fang Chen said in surprise. When the ancient god of darkness fell, the dark blood clan had completely surrendered. At this moment, they had activated all of their dark blood clan's power of faith, which surged into Fang Chen's body. The power of faith constantly stimulated Fang Chen's dark blood clan. In the blink of an eye, his dark blood clan became flawless. I see. Fang Chen sighed. The dark blood clan that had been flawed before was completely perfect at this moment. He lowered his head and looked down. In the vast Mahakala, all the dark blood clan prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for mercy. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out from his palm. Then, it spread out and enveloped the entire Mahakala. After that, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a strange aura drilled into the minds of all the dark blood clan, instantly leaving a mark on their primordial spirits. For the sake of the dark blood clan, I will spare your lives. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and said calmly, from now on, you will not be able to step out of Mahakala, and you will never betray the human clan, or your primordial spirits will be destroyed. With that, Fang Chen's tall and mighty figure disappeared into Mahakala. Later history books describe this day as the day that changed the situation in the ancient Saint Chaos. At the same time, it was also the day that a new king was appointed. From now on, Fang Chen was the absolute king of the ancient Saint Chaos. He was above the core elders of the human clan and had unparalleled power. Azura Sword Sect had also become an emperor-level force. Moreover, it was the only emperor-level force in the history of the ancient Saint Chaos. This was because before this, the most powerful forces in the ancient Saint Chaos were the major clans. Fang Chen's appearance completely changed the situation of the ancient Saint Chaos. Even the ancient god of the void didn't think that he was Fang Chen's opponent and went into seclusion. In his opinion, with Fang Chen around, the human clan had nothing to worry about. A second ago they were still a famous major clan, but the next second, they became prisoners of the human clan. Moreover, it was Fang Chen who let them go because of the Dark Blood clan. Otherwise, the Dark Blood clan would have disappeared completely like the Monster clan. In the vast ancient Saint Chaos, countless people were discussing this matter. Mahakala, on the other hand, was much quieter. Azura Sword Sect in a garden. Congratulations, Elder Fang, for becoming the new king of the ancient Saint Chaos. Heavenly Master Su Wei cupped his fists and congratulated him. Yes, I didn't expect that I, Heavenly Master Wanlei, would be so lucky to see this scene. I have no regrets in this life, Heavenly Master Wanlei said. Heavenly Master Zhan, who was beside him, was full of fighting spirit. His eyes were burning with passion. I won't give up. Come on, with your talent you can forget about catching up to Elder Fang in this lifetime. Heavenly Master Su Wei and Heavenly Master Wanlei teased. By the way, Elder Fang, you've imprisoned Mahakala. What about Buddha Heaven? What do you plan to do? After chatting for a while, the Void Tribe Patriarch asked. The other people's gazes also landed on Fang Chen. Elder Fang, have you considered expanding Azura Sword Sect? Thunder Tribe Patriarch asked. Because of Fang Chen, Azura Sword Sect had become an emperor-level force. However, what if Fang Chen left? In the end, it was still necessary to have a foundation. Obviously, Azura Sword Sect was established too late and didn't have a foundation. Therefore, the 6 elders of the Elders Guild wanted Fang Chen to expand Azura Sword Sect. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Azura Sword Sect won't expand. It's enough to occupy Mahakala. As for how to deal with Buddha Heaven, the 6 of you can decide. Hearing this, the 6 elders' expressions changed, but they didn't say anything in the end. Not long after, the 6 elders left. Fang Chen sat in the garden and opened his palm. The 3 life stone appeared. As long as there was a trace of aura, they could be revived. This was the miraculous aspect of the 3 lives stone. Fang Chen had taken it out because he wanted to revive some of his good friends. The first person he thought of was his master, Gu Yuan, whom he had never met. Let's go back and take a look. After a few breaths, Fang Chen arrived at illusory star sky. With his current strength, no one would be able to discover him if he didn't release his aura. Once again, he came to a small mountain beside the limitless Sword Mountain. The surroundings of the tomb were already covered with weed. On the tombstone, Gu Yuan's name was engraved. Master. Fang Chen gently stroked the tombstone and murmured, "Bang." With a thought, the tomb exploded. Fang Chen was looking for his master, Gu Yuan's body. Chapter 2691. After so many years, Gu Yuan's corpse had long been corroded. However, there were still pieces of flesh from his body in the tomb. Fang Chen picked up a piece of flesh with mixed feelings. According to the heart of Xianming, as long as there was any part of the body, it could be revived with the 3 lives stone. This was the power of the 3 lives stone. Buzz. The 3 lives stone emitted a gentle light that instantly wrapped around the piece of flesh in Fang Chen's palm. A mysterious light spread out in all directions. Fang Chen could feel an unfamiliar aura growing in the air. So powerful! Fang Chen could feel that the 3 lives stone was operating very quickly and the power it emitted was very strong. The flesh is growing. Through the light, Fang Chen saw the flesh and blood that was growing. His heart was filled with joy and he was finally at ease. He sat cross-legged and guarded the 3 lives stone, waiting for his master Gu Yuan to revive. Time passed in the blink of an eye. About half a month later, a shocking sound suddenly erupted from the 3 lives stone. Then, the dazzling light disappeared. At the same time, the piece of flesh that Fang Chen picked up from the tomb actually flowed with blood. Did I succeed? Fang Chen was a little excited. A ball of light gradually appeared above the piece of flesh. When the ball of light was completely stable, the 3 lives stone vibrated and a third of its power shot into the ball of light. This is the primordial spirit? Fang Chen's eyes widened and he was extremely excited. Under his gaze, an unfamiliar primordial spirit gradually took shape. The power of the 3 lives stone was completely used on the primordial spirit. "It's too exquisite," Fang Chen exclaimed. It was indeed worthy of the 3 lives stone to be able to revive someone whose body and soul were destroyed. Rip. When the power of the 3 lives stone was used on the primordial spirit, it was completely stable. Next, it was to reconstruct the body. This was an extremely simple matter for Fang Chen. Condense. Fang Chen opened his hands and a vast power surged out. With a gentle wave of his hand, a brand new physical body appeared with his primordial spirit as the center, enveloping his primordial spirit. A few breaths later, a figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. Boom! Rumbling sounds could be heard as the 3 lives stone dimmed and fell into Fang Chen's hand. At the same time, Gu Yuan's mind trembled. A large amount of dense information appeared in his soul. His memories were restored at this moment. 1. With Fang Chen's help, the power of the Way of the Heavens was injected into his body. In a short few breaths of time, Gu Yuan had already completely recovered. Didn't I die in the hands of a divine blade sect disciple? Gu Yuan, who had just been revived, looked at his body in shock. After checking his body, he was actually unharmed. This made Gu Yuan extremely shocked. But when he saw Fang Chen, he was stunned. "You are?" Gu Yuan asked doubtfully. Plop. Fang Chen knelt on both knees and said with cupped fists, "Unfilial disciple Fang Chen greets master." In Fang Chen's heart, Gu Yuan had a very high status. It was all thanks to Gu Yuan that he could have such achievements now. If it were not for the golden giant sword back then, he would not have been able to grow to such an extent. My disciple? Gu Yuan was a little surprised. 1. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a vast amount of information entered Gu Yuan's mind. His body trembled for a moment, but he soon understood. It was you who revived me. Gu Yuan could not believe that the 6 great inheritances that he had left behind had saved him in the end. The cycle of the way of the heavens, the cycle of karma. As expected. Get up quickly. After learning about Fang Chen's situation, Gu Yuan was very happy and hurriedly helped Fang Chen up. Although I have never met Master before, I will never forget Master's great kindness to me, Fang Chen said. It is enough for me, Gu Yuan, to have a disciple like you in my life. There were no obstacles in reviving Gu Yuan. Only 1/3 of the 3 life stones' energy had been used. In other words, the 3 life stone can still be used twice. Fang Chen said. After reviving Gu Yuan, he brought the latter to Great Devil Sky. When Gu Yuan found out that his disciple had become a supreme expert in the chaotic void and stood at the peak of the world, he was extremely shocked. Master, from now on, you will live in Azura Sword Sect. If you need anything, just tell me. Fang Chen left after settling Gu Yuan in Azura Sword Sect. Galaxy Universe, Divine World. His clone had been shuttling back and forth between Azura Universe and Galaxy Universe. From time to time, he would come back to see his parents and relatives. At the same time, he would take care of the situation in Galaxy Universe. If there was any danger, he would come in contact. And this time, his original body had come personally. He stood at the peak of Divine World and looked down. The current Divine World had changed a lot compared to back then. Many of the God Emperors who had fought alongside him had already left the Star River universe. Of course, there were some who had died in the chaotic void. Shinshi Palace was still the strongest force in Divine World. It was just that the Palace Master had changed generation after generation. Zhang Jian Emperor. Fang Chen looked down at Divine World and murmured. In the early stages of cultivation, Zhang Jian Emperor had a great influence on him. Could be said that without Zhang Jian Emperor, he might have died in ancient Sword Continent back then and he wouldn't be who he was now. After reviving Gu Yuan, the next person that Fang Chen wanted to revive was Zhang Jian Emperor. Relatively speaking, it was easier to revive Zhang Jian Emperor. Buzz. The 3 life stone released a gentle light again and covered the entire Divine World. Fang Chen's consciousness was also searching. Back then, Zhang Jian Emperor had fought with the enemy in Divine World, and there would be some traces left behind. Found it. Fang Chen's body flashed and he came to a barren land in Divine World. It was a barren land and the ground was full of ruins. Fang Chen's gaze landed on a pothole where there were a few drops of dried blood. Emperor blood. After being exposed to wind and sun, the traces were still there. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and activated the 3 life stone to revive Zhang Jian Emperor. After a while, a burly man with a long sword on his back appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen flicked his finger and placed all the information in Zhang Jian Emperor's mind. After digesting it, Zhang Jian Emperor cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chen. I didn't expect that I could be revived after so many years. Zhang Jian Emperor seemed to be very happy. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. He asked Zhang Jian Emperor if he wanted to go to the chaotic void. Zhang Jian Emperor rejected without hesitation. After experiencing life and death again, I have seen through everything. I want to walk towards the chaotic void with my own effort. Fang Chen nodded and secretly left a mark on Zhang Jian Emperor's body. It could protect him when he was in danger. After that, he went to Shinshi Palace to visit his parents. At the same time, he went to Green Bamboo Island in the lower realm. Divine Sword Heaven. Fang Chen looked at the 3 life stone that only had 1/3 of its energy left and looked solemn. Master, do you really want to try? Xian Ming's heart asked. Li Ruahong is a Xian god. If you want to revive him, it will involve the operation of Heaven's Way. With your current strength, you are unable to reverse the operation of Heaven's Way. If you forcefully revive him, you will definitely suffer a backlash. Can't I even use the 3-life stone? Fang Chen asked unwillingly. Every chaotic void has the operation of supreme rules. If you want to revive a Xian god, it will involve the supreme rules. The Heaven's Way will not allow such a thing to happen. Unless you reach the life ancient realm, you will be able to revive a martial artist above the Xian god realm. Xian Ming's heart said. He had followed the old master and had seen the world before. He knew some secret. I want to try, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he activated the 3-life stone with all his strength. Buzz. The divine sword Heaven's Li family's ancestral hall shook. Li Ruachu's skeleton whizzed out and was wrapped by the 3-life stone. The power of Heaven's Way swooped down, trying to cut off Fang Chen's control. Get lost. Fang Chen let out a low growl and suddenly punched out. Crack. The power of Heaven's Way easily blocked Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, the latter felt that the world around him seemed to be changing. Bang! The 3-life stone shattered, and Li Ruahong's skeleton was annihilated. Fang Chen spat out blood, his face pale. He had suffered a backlash. I failed. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. He had underestimated the power of the supreme rules. The Heaven's Way could not be defied. Brotherly, I don't have the strength to revive you now. However, one day I will revive all of you, Fang Chen said to the Li family's ancestral hall. Chapter 2692. The trembling of the ancestral hall caused panic in the Li family. What the hell happened? Many elders gathered in front of the ancestral hall, looking nervous. Soon, the head of the Li family arrived. He sensed that Li Ruahong's tablet seemed to have changed. The head of the Li family flashed and stood in the air above the Li family, staring ahead. A blurry figure flashed past the edge of the divine sword heaven. Is that Fang Chen? The head of the Li family murmured. Even with his strength, he could not see through the blurry figure that flashed past. Moreover, the appearance of this person caused the ancestral hall to tremble. It was most likely Fang Chen. Want to revive Li Ruahong? Thinking of this, the head of the Li family laughed bitterly in his heart. He had underestimated the relationship between Li Ruahong and Fang Chen. He did not expect the latter to have achieved so much and still want to revive Li Ruahong. But it seems that it has failed, the head of the Li family said. Fang Chen was a little disappointed that he had failed to revive Li Ruahong. The remaining 1/3 of the energy of the 3-life stone was completely exhausted. On the way back, Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. All of a sudden, he let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his gaze to a certain land. That was the place where Bodhi Heaven was. Bodhi Heaven, one of the 10 super heavens, did not have a dominator force. Even so, no super force dared to invade. That was because Bodhi Heaven was very special. It was said that Bodhi Heaven was the origin of the ancient Saint Chaos. Bodhi ancient trees were everywhere, and it was a cultivation holy land for many martial artists. However, to enter Bodhi Heaven, one needed to be sufficiently talented. The threshold was too high, and as time passed, no one mentioned Bodhi Heaven. This ancient heavenly domain seemed to be gradually forgotten by the people. Whoosh! Fang Chen stepped out and entered Bodhi Heaven. Looking at the densely packed Bodhi ancient trees all over the place, Zhang Xian could not help but exclaim, as expected of a cultivation sacred ground. It's because of the Bodhi ancient trees that the heaven's energy here is incomparably dense. Fang Chen scanned with his spiritual consciousness and discovered Bodhi Heaven's strongest powerhouse. Venerable Subhuti? Because of Bodhi Heaven's transcendence, many forces did not dare to invade. According to the outside world, Venerable Bodhi was the butler of Bodhi Heaven. You're finally here, Venerable Subhuti said with a smile as he hovered in the air, gazing at Fang Chen from afar. "You knew I would come here?" Fang Chen was even more surprised. Venerable Subhuti nodded and smiled brightly. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Venerable Bodhi. "You're not a Venerable at all," Fang Chen said word by word. To the outside world, Venerable Subhuti was just an ordinary Venerable ranked at the bottom of the Venerable ranking. No one would pay too much attention to him. But now, Fang Chen discovered that Venerable Subhuti had a very powerful aura. He was not a Venerable, but a bona fide ancient god. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void ancient realm. Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect ancient sacred primal chaos to be hiding such a peerless powerhouse. No wonder Bodhi Heaven was called a forbidden zone for humans and no one dared to enter. "You have the evil ancestral eye. It was only a matter of time before you came to Bodhi Heaven," ancient god Subhuti said with a smile. Fang Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of ancient god Subhuti. "Why are you living in seclusion here?" Fang Chen asked. "Some things cannot be seen with the naked eye. And some things cannot be measured with the eyes of ordinary people," ancient god Subhuti said. Whoosh! He flipped his palm, and a resplendent eyeball appeared. Rumble! Lightning flashed, and the eyeball was covered in lightning runes. "Lightning ancestral eye?" Fang Chen almost blurted out. As the owner of the evil ancestral eye, he naturally understood the aura of an ancestral eye. "You are the strongest prodigy of ancient sacred primal chaos. This lightning ancestral eye will be even more dazzling in your hand." After saying this, ancient god Subhuti placed the lightning ancestral eye in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at ancient god Subhuti, not knowing what he was thinking. But after a moment's hesitation, he still took the lightning ancestral eye. Bzzz. The two ancestral eyes unleashed powerful energies, and the evil energy and lightning energy intertwined, undergoing a heaven-shaking transformation. Whoosh! The lightning ancestral eye and the evil ancestral eye fused and drilled into Fang Chen's eyes. His left eye was evil while his right eye was lightning. With a thought, Fang Chen's left eye unleashed an extremely evil energy, while his right eye unleashed a tangible bolt of lightning. With the two added together, his strength soared to the limit. So strong! With the two ancestral eyes, Fang Chen's attacks were even stronger. "Many thanks, ancient god Subhuti." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Ancient god Subhuti shook his head. "The heavenly Tao ancestral eye is the most important of the three supreme ancestral eyes. If you can obtain it and combine the three, you will definitely be able to break through to the star ancient realm." "Ancient god Subhuti, do you know the whereabouts of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye?" Fang Chen asked. "The heavenly Tao ancestral eye should be in the celestial sovereign sea. As for the specifics, I'm not sure." Ancient god Subhuti sighed and turned to leave. Fang Chen glanced at the old man's back before following. Before long, the two arrived at a peach blossom forest. There was a thatched hut here that was surrounded by heavenly Tao energy. A long, long time ago, when I first stepped into the void ancient realm, I accidentally wandered into the dark void. In the end, after many trials and tribulations, I fell into the ancient sacred primal chaos, ancient god Subhuti said. Gradually, my youthful vigor disappeared, replaced by a yearning for the heavenly Tao. From then on, I used Bodhi Heaven as a place of seclusion, day after day, year after year. Over the countless years, I've witnessed the changes in the ancient sacred primal chaos. My heart is even more tired. If possible, I would rather live in seclusion here for the rest of my life, ancient god Subhuti said. I hope that you can keep this a secret for me. I don't want to be disturbed. In just a few short sentences, he gave a clear introduction of his background. Fang Chen firmly nodded. He could see that ancient god Subhuti was truly tired of everything in the world. Once you leave the ancient sacred primal chaos, I will take care of this place for you. After conversing with ancient god Subhuti for a while, Fong Chen took his leave. He hadn't expected that such an ancient god would be hidden in Bodhi heaven. However, Fong Chen didn't understand why ancient god Subhuti was willing to give him the lightning ancestral eye. Ancient god Subhuti bitterly laughed as he watched Fong Chen leave. After cultivating for so long, I've even forgotten my own age. Yet, I can't even defeat a rising star. Ancient god Subhuti had clearly seen the scene of Fong Chen slaughtering the ancient gods of the ancient monster race and the ancient god of darkness. Giving Fong Chen the lightning ancestral eye could be considered forming a bond of fate. After all, he still had to live in seclusion in Bodhi heaven. After returning to Mahakala, Fong Chen's powerful consciousness enveloped the entire ancient sacred primal chaos, carefully inspecting every corner several times. He confirmed that there was no existence like ancient god Subhuti hiding. Master. At some point, Tian Xin and Kong Jiu had appeared behind him. Fong Chen focused and turned to look at the two. Master, the world is at peace now, and everyone calls you the new king. How will the Azura sword sect develop? Tian Xin asked. The Azura sword sect has reached a bottleneck in its development. If we don't expand, I'm afraid. Kong Jiu said. Fong Chen shook his head. The two of you just focus on your cultivation. Yes, Master. That day, Fong Chen completely passed on his understanding of the Azura sword Dao to Kong Jiu and Tian Xin. In a courtyard, the barbarian, Qing Ho, and Fong Chen sat facing each other on a stone bench. Come, Brother Fong, let me toast you. The barbarian said with a smile. I remember when you first entered the Blackstone prison, I actually tried to deal with you. Now that I think about it, I was really stupid. If it weren't for what happened back then, you and I wouldn't be like this now, drinking with each other, Fong Chen said. Before I met you, I've never admired anyone. The barbarian took a big gulp and continued, but after I met you, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Your potential and perseverance are not comparable to ordinary people. Come, drink. Qing Ho raised his cup and said with a smile. In a palace not far away, 3 beautiful figures stood side by side. Through the pavilion, they quietly watched the 3 drinking in the courtyard. Star and Moon opened her mouth several times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She looked at Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin with a complicated gaze. It's good to watch from afar like this, Bai Qingqing said. Yes, sometimes you don't necessarily need to wait for the reward. Princess Xin also smiled faintly. Chapter 2693. In the entire ancient Saint Chaos space, Fong Chen was the absolute king. He had relied on his own efforts to stand at the peak of the chaos void. Azura sword sect was flourishing with each passing day, producing many supremacies. Black sky. A black-robed Fong Chen and a blue-robed Fong Chen looked at each other. The black-robed Fong Chen was the original body, while the blue-robed was the clone. No one knew how long it would take for him to return. For safety reasons, Fong Chen brought his clone to the ancient Saint Chaos space to oversee a region. If it was before, Fong Chen would not be so careful. However, after the incident in Bodhi heaven, Fong Chen was even more careful. Buzz. His original body waved his hand, and vast power surged into the clone's body. The clone's cultivation soared almost instantly. His original body and clone shared martial comprehension, so his mental state had long reached the same level. As long as he had enough power, it was easy to raise his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his clone's cultivation reached the profound God realm. And it was not an ordinary supremacy, but a heavenly supremacy. It's difficult to reach the void ancient realm in the ancient Saint Chaos space, Fong Chen muttered. Then, he entered the heavenly Venerate Sea with his clone. Using the heavenly Venerate Sea's cultivation environment and the strength of his original body, he helped his clone break through to the void ancient realm. With my clone's current strength, although I can't defeat ancient god Bodhi, I can at least protect myself. His original body grinned. Especially in the Tao of spacetime, it had reached an extremely high level. Almost no one in the chaos void could track down his clone. This way, Fang Chen was even more relieved. He had no worries. Whoosh. His clone guarded the ancient Saint Chaos space in the Azura Sword sect. Fang Chen informed the 6 great elders of the Council of Elders and conversed with the ancient god of the void for a long time. His original body resolutely stepped onto the path of pursuing the pinnacle of martial art. After spending a short time with his lover and friends, Fang Chen quietly left the ancient Saint Chaos space. Once again, Fang Chen entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. He was familiar with the path. Where is the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? According to ancient god Bodhi, one of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, was in the celestial Exalt Sea. There's still some time before the 30-year deadline. Let's go take a look at the Black Swamp camp first. Fang Chen murmured. In the vast celestial Venerate Sea, there were many ancient gods. Fang Chen sat on Immortal Cave Mountain, swiftly traversing the surface of the Empyrean Sea. Several months later, he arrived at the God-slaying island. Fang Chen scanned with his divine sense, but he did not find the 3 magnates. His gaze landed on the other side of the God-slaying island, where the Black Swamp Formation camp was. A cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. For countless eons, the Blackpool Chaos had been trying to invade the ancient Saint Chaos and could be considered a sworn enemy of the Chaos. Voila! After passing through the layers of light, Fang Chen arrived at Blackpool's camp. Rip! As soon as they landed on a desolate plain, Fang Chen felt a biting cold aura whizzing towards him. Depressing. The Blackpool camp was too stifling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, countless sounds of breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a furious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Trespassing into the Blackpool camp, kill without mercy. The leader was an ancient god of the void ancient realm, and there were several ancient gods of the void ancient realm behind him. They surrounded Fang Chen. Kill. As soon as the ancient god of the void ancient realm gave the order, several ancient gods of the void ancient realm attacked. You're courting death. Fang Chen's face turned cold. He clenched his fist and punched out. Crack. Above the fist, an extremely strong power was emitted. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter. The ancient gods that were hit by him were instantly shattered, and even their primordial spirits were shattered. One punch killed an ancient god of the void ancient realm. This scene attracted everyone's attention. The other ancient gods, who were preparing to attack, started to feel a little worried. Bang! After a few more punches, all the ancient gods of the void ancient realm were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The ancient god of the void ancient realm was completely stunned. Who are you? Fang Chen slowly raised his head, and the hazy aura around him gradually dissipated, revealing his face. It's you? Seeing Fang Chen's face, the ancient god of the void ancient realm cried out, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Chen? The ancient god of the void ancient realm was terrified and wanted to retreat. However, Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. He laughed and stepped out to suppress the ancient god of the void ancient realm. No. The ancient god of the void ancient realm screamed, but it was useless. His head was crushed by Fang Chen's foot. Wherever the ancestral eye appeared, it would be very special. For example, the lightning ancestral eye was bathed in lightning. According to the records, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye should be in a place with extremely dense heavenly energy. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and carefully explored. Finally, after several days of exploration, he found a strange place. In the extreme cold north of the Black Swamp camp, there was a mountain peak that snowed all year round. The heavenly energy at the peak of the mountain was extremely dense. Let's go. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void, heading toward the mountain peak. The extreme cold was covered in white snow. A towering mountain peak stood on this ice plain, covered in snow, and the scenery was very beautiful. This place was desolate, and no one would come here on a normal day. However, today, 3 groups of people came here one after another. Thump, thump, thump. This was the 4th group, and there were a total of 5 ancient gods. Third brother, is the information accurate? A burly ancient god wearing a straw hat looked around and asked doubtfully. That's right. How can there be a heavenly Tao treasure in this damned place of ice and snow? Another person complained. Obviously, they didn't want to waste time here. What do you know? The ancient god called third brother said solemnly, I heard from ancient god Pan-Xian that the heavenly Tao treasure that appeared this time is one of the 3 strongest ancestral eyes of ancient Saint Primal Chaos, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Heavenly Tao ancestral eye? The others had never heard of it. Heavenly Tao ancestral eye is one of the 3 strongest ancestral eyes of ancient Saint Primal Chaos. It is said that as long as one obtains it, the speed of absorbing heavenly energy will increase exponentially, and it can release a heavenly Tao cage that is completely condensed from heavenly energy. We have been stuck at the peak of the void ancient realm for so long. If we can obtain this treasure, not only will we be able to reach the limit of the void ancient realm, we might even be able to enter the star ancient realm and become a peerless expert. Hearing third brother's words, the other ancient gods were also very tempted. Third brother, is what you said true? That's right. If the information is true, why aren't those star ancient realm experts here to snatch it? How do you know that the star ancient realm experts aren't here? Maybe they have already been here and are just hiding in the dark, so we can't find them. Third brother scolded. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. The group quickly disappeared from the vast plains. Buzz. The void distorted and a ripple appeared. Fang Chen walked out from it. It really is the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He could feel a faint attraction from the evil ancestral eye and the lightning ancestral eye. It was very likely that it came from the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. If the 3 ancestral eyes were to merge, his strength would definitely skyrocket. However, since this news has spread in the Black Lock camp, there will definitely be star ancient realm experts coming to fight for it. It's better to be careful. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he was currently invincible in the void ancient realm, he still couldn't fight back in the face of star ancient realm experts. Moreover, this was the Black Lock camp's territory. Every alien race from the Black Lock camp dreamed of killing him. I can't expose myself. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he used the spacetime escape technique to completely merge with the spacetime and moved forward silently. In the snow-covered sky, there were 5-star ancient realm cultivators, all of them looking down. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye has appeared. This is our chance. One of the star ancient gods said. I didn't expect that one of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes of the ancient Saint Chaos, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, would appear in our camp. If I can get it, I will definitely refine it into an offensive supreme treasure. The other ancient gods nodded. Humph, a mere void ancient realm expert wants to get his hands on such a supreme treasure. Fighting and snatching, isn't it all for naught in the end? What a joke. Chapter 2694. As the 5 ancient gods of the star ancient realm spoke, their gazes fell on the peak of the mountain that pierced the clouds. There, an extremely dense heavenly energy wrapped around a round ball. Upon closer inspection, it was even more eye-catching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds blew, and snowflakes danced in the air. The entire mountain was covered in a layer of silver. An oppressive aura spread out, and many ancient gods gathered there. Fang Chen concealed his aura and was very careful as he blended in with the crowd and climbed to the peak. Buzz. A vast aura surged toward him. When the ancient gods arrived at the peak, they suddenly saw 5 tall figures standing with their hands behind their back. Star Ancient Realm? Everyone exclaimed, and shock appeared on their faces. Fang Chen noticed the eyeball in silver at the center of the mountain peak. Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. Fang Chen's heart raced, and a strange aura emanated from his eyes. Calm down. Although his heart was burning, he forcibly suppressed his crazy thoughts. There were 5 ancient gods in front of him. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely die. The Heavenly Tao treasure has nothing to do with you. Retreat, said one of the ancient gods of the Star Ancient Realm. Hearing this, many ancient gods were unwilling. Ancient God Walking Dragon, the Heavenly Tao treasure has appeared. Then, the fated one will obtain it. A void ancient god stepped forward and said in a low voice. Bang! The expert called Ancient God Walking Dragon waved his sleeve, and a powerful force instantly enveloped the ancient god. Crack! The void ancient god was suppressed in a matter of minutes. Immediately, many ancient gods retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. Retreat. They had no choice but to leave in order to survive. In the blink of an eye, many ancient gods retreated to the foot of the mountain. They did not leave, but hoped that the 5 ancient gods would fail. Rip. Fang Chen quietly slipped into the void. With the space-time evasion technique, he didn't need to worry about being discovered by Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Hiding in the dark, Fang Chen carefully observed the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. The Heavenly Tao aura is very dense, and there is a heart-palpitating power growing. Fang Chen muttered, "It shouldn't be a pseudo-ancestral eye." Previously, Heavenly Venerate Thunder Beast had obtained the pseudo-ancestral eye, and its power was also very domineering. What are they waiting for? Fang Chen was very puzzled. The 5 ancient Star Realm experts were unwilling to make a move. Their eyes flickered as if they were waiting for something. Master. The heart of the profound underworld could see how extraordinary the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye was. The Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye has fallen into a deep slumber. There are powerful restrictions around it. Once the restrictions shatter, it will definitely alarm the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. The reason why the 5 experts are not attacking is because they are secretly corroding the restrictive spell, Xian Ming's heart said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. If he waited for the 5-star Ancient Realm experts to corrode the restrictions, the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye would definitely fall into their hands. I have to think of something. Just as Fang Chen was feeling anxious, the mysterious underworld heart spoke again. Actually, with Master's strength, he can definitely obtain the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye before them. Fang Chen was a little surprised and hurriedly asked. The restrictions around the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye are very strong. They are subconsciously released by the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye to protect itself. This power is also known as the power of the Ancestral Eye. As long as you use the same power to touch it, it won't cause panic, Xian Ming's heart said. You mean, you want me to use the power of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye and the Evil Ancestral Eye to assimilate the restrictions, and then seize the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye in one fell swoop? Fang Chen asked. That's right. Xian Ming's heart said, Master, if you are caught off guard, you can immediately escape after obtaining the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. With the space-time escape technique, these 5 ancient Star Realm experts won't be able to catch up to you. After listening to the heart of the profound underworld's words, Fang Chen was ready to make a move. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he was racking his brains. He tried his best to think of every possible problem that could arise. Otherwise, if it really happened, he would be too helpless. After about 15 minutes of thinking, Fang Chen decided to make a move. At this time, the falling snow in the sky became even heavier. The 5 ancient Star Realm experts stood motionless. Their bodies were already covered in snowflakes. When Fang Chen used the power of the 2 ancestral eyes, he suddenly discovered that the 5 ancient Star Realm experts were emitting a faint aura at the same time, secretly corroding the restrictions. Deng deng deng! Fang Chen used the spacetime escape technique to perfectly conceal himself, using the power of the ancestral eyes to disguise himself. Soon, Fang Chen arrived in front of the restrictions. He turned his head and saw that the 5 ancient Star Realm experts had their eyes closed, wholeheartedly corroding the restrictions. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then, shrouded in the power of the 2 ancestral eyes, he took a step forward and came into contact with the restrictions. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the restrictions that were as stable as Mount Tai. The 5 ancient Star Realm experts abruptly opened their eyes, their faces filled with joy. The restrictions are fluctuating. This means that our method is correct. Don't stop. Continue to increase the corrosion. In an instant, the 5 ancient Star Realm experts continued to increase the corrosion. Rip. Under the power of the ancestral eyes, Fang Chen easily entered the restrictions. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye was right in front of him. Fang Chen sized up the 5 ancient Star Realm experts seriously, then took a deep breath. Whoosh! He reached out and grabbed the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Then, without giving the heavenly Tao ancestral eye any chance, he directly sucked it into his eyes. Crack! Without the support of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, the restrictions shattered. What's going on? The 5 ancient Star Realm experts were at a loss. Why did the heavenly Tao ancestral eye disappear into thin air? What's going on? The 5 of them quickly approached the broken restrictions. Suddenly, a black figure disappeared into thin air. At this time, the 5 ancient Star Realm experts finally realized that someone had stolen the heavenly Tao ancestral eye right under their noses. Damn it! Who is it? No matter who you are, you're dead. Whoosh! 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 The 5 ancient Star Realm experts erupted with boundless energy as they pursued. Ancient God Xingfeng, you pursue him. The expert called Ancient God Xingfeng exuded a powerful energy as he slightly frowned. His escape technique is extremely strange. It's a little similar to the space-time escape technique. Ancient God Xingfeng said, I can only faintly sense the direction in which he fled, but I can't find his true location. After him. With Ancient God Xingfeng's help, the 5 experts pursued Fang Chen with all their strength. Using the spacetime escape technique, Fang Chen moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the 5 behind him. Bzzz. In his eyes, a terrifying power of the way of the heavens emanated. Fang Chen sensed that the lightning ancestral eye and the evil ancestral eye were fiercely rejecting each other. How could this be? His body swayed from the backlash, his face pale. A few moments later, the 5 ancient Star Realm experts had caught up. You can't escape. Ancient God Xingfeng loudly rebuked. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen endured the pain in his eyes and continued to use the spacetime escape technique to flee. It's no good. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye is too tyrannical. It wants to devour the other 2 ancestral eyes. Fang Chen inwardly cursed. At this critical moment, if the 3 ancestral eyes began to fight amongst themselves, they would affect his body. There were still 5 ancient Star Realm experts pursuing him, so he could not allow any problems to occur. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed that there was a shining mountain in front of him. Fang Chen sensed that this mountain was like a maze. Even ancient Star Realm experts would get lost if they entered. Rip. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen charged into the shining mountain. Broom! Behind him, the 5 ancient Star Realm cultivators came to a stop after chasing him. Damn it! Ancient God Xingfeng couldn't help but curse, a grave look on his face as he looked at the mountain in front of him. He actually charged into Titan Bai Ling's palace? The other 4 ancient gods were also taken aback. The 3 titans of the god-slaying island were publicly acknowledged as supreme experts in the celestial Exalt Sea. The Black Pool camp did not dare to lightly offend them, and this shining mountain was the palace of one of the 3 titans, Titan Bai Ling normally, No one dared to get within 100 li of this mountain. To recklessly charge into Titan by Ling's palace, that scoundrel is doomed to die. Even so, we can't just give up. Ancient God Xingfeng said, we'll wait 100 li away. If he appears, we'll kill him and take the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Okay, it's decided. The 5 ancient star realm experts sat cross-legged 100 li away. Chapter 2695. This news quickly spread throughout the Black Swamp camp. Many higher-ups were discussing who could snatch the heavenly Tao ancestral eye under the noses of the 5-star ancient realm expert. In the end, the unanimous conclusion was that this person should be from the ancient sage camp. Everyone's gaze fell on the glittering mountain peak. After rushing into the mountain peak, Fang Chen found that the pressure suddenly increased, and it was as if he had entered a maze. What is this place? Fang Chen was very curious. How could there be such a strange place in the heavenly Venerate Sea? Bang! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his eyeballs were about to burst out of his body. Drops of blood flowed out from his eye sockets. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed and immediately used all his strength to suppress the abnormal eyeballs. However, no matter how he suppressed them, it was useless. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye was too strong. It wanted to devour the 2 ancestral eyes and control Fang Chen. Suppress. Fang Chen's face was ferocious as he fell into madness. He could not let the heavenly Tao ancestral eye succeed. Otherwise, he would become a puppet and his body would not be controlled by him. Thump, 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 thump. The eyeballs twitched faster and faster until Fang Chen fainted. At this moment, a white-robed woman walked out of the haze. If Fang Chen was awake, he would definitely be surprised that this woman was one of the 3 giants of the God-slaying island, the white-robed woman. The 3 ancestral eyes have gathered? The white-robed woman murmured. A complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, a powerful ray of light drilled into Fang Chen's eyeballs. Thump! There was a vibration, and in the next moment, Fang Chen's eyeballs completely calmed down. The power of the 3 ancestral eyes intertwined in his eyes. Seeing this, the white-robed woman nodded slightly. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen's fingers shook. Then, he regained consciousness and suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? Fang Chen leaped to his feet and looked around. He was shocked to find that his eyes had undergone a huge change. What happened? He was actually unable to sense the existence of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes. He could only feel an aura that surpassed the ancestral eyes flowing in his eye socket. Could it be that the 3 ancestral eyes have merged? Fang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. The 3 supreme ancestral eyes have merged into one, forming the true supreme ancestral eye, the white-robed woman said as she slowly walked forward. After seeing the white-clothed woman, Fang Chen was even more surprised. Senior, what is this place? Why are you here? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. This is my palace in the Empyrean Sea. When I found you, you were already unconscious. The white-clothed woman said, you were in a very dangerous situation at that time. The heavenly Tao ancestral I was waiting for an opportunity to control you. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. Senior, thank you for your help. Fang Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. The white-clothed woman shook her head and turned around, her back facing Fang Chen. Her eyes were a little lost. After a long while, the white-clothed woman murmured, I just didn't want to see the evil ancestral eye that my disciple had worked so hard to obtain disappear. If the heavenly Tao ancestral eye was allowed to continue devouring, the evil ancestral eye and the lightning ancestral eye would definitely disappear completely. Now that the 3 ancestral eyes had merged, the power of the evil ancestral eye still existed. Moreover, the 3 ancestral eyes had truly evolved into the supreme ancestral eye after merging. Do you feel that you can easily control the power of the heavenly Tao, and even have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao? The white-clothed woman asked. Fang Chen nodded in a daze. The three ancestral eyes have evolved into the supreme ancestral eye after merging. The white-clothed woman said, however, your supreme ancestral eye is only at the initial stage. It will be very difficult to evolve it to the final stage. Supreme ancestral eye? Fang Chen was confused. Were the three ancestral eyes not the supreme ancestral eye? As if seeing Fang Chen's confusion, the white-clothed woman explained, the supreme ancestral eye that I speak of is different from what you understand. The three ancestral eyes do belong to the supreme ancestral eye category, but they are not. The ancestral eye that you possess now is called the supreme ancestral eye. When it evolves to the extreme, it can see through the operation of the supreme laws, the white-clothed woman said. Fang Chen's head spun as he came to a sudden realization. In fact, it was very simple to understand. The evil ancestral eye, the lightning ancestral eye, and the heavenly Tao ancestral eye all belonged to the supreme ancestral eye category. The supreme ancestral eye mentioned here was a kind of scope, and not a single noun. The supreme ancestral eye that the white-clothed woman spoke of was a noun. In this world, there was the strongest ancestral eye known as the supreme ancestral eye. When this ancestral eye evolved to the extreme, it could see through the operation of all the laws in the world. See through the operation of the supreme laws? Fang Chen was shocked. The supreme laws were established by the peak experts of the primordial chaos. Many martial artists living in the primordial chaos realm could not see through it at all. With your strength, it's almost impossible for you to evolve the supreme ancestral eye, the white-clothed woman said. You will understand when you reach the primordial chaos. However, you can also use a part of the supreme ancestral eye's power now. For example, the heavenly flame. Under the white-clothed woman's guidance, Fang Chen successfully controlled the supreme ancestral eye and released the so-called heavenly flame. His. Flames that were completely formed by the power of the heavenly Tao shot out from his eyes. This kind of flame was called the heavenly flame. With Fang Chen's current strength, almost no one below the star ancient realm could resist the power of the heavenly flame. So strong. After releasing the heavenly flame, Fang Chen personally experienced the power of the heavenly flame. Once hit by the heavenly flame, the primordial spirit will be instantly turned into ashes. Fang Chen was shocked. Wasn't the heavenly flame too domineering? Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't wait to see how powerful the supreme ancestral eye would be when it evolved to the ultimate level. There's still some time before we leave. Why don't you find some people to be your sparring partners? The white-clothed woman said with a smile. Sparring partners? Fang Chen's eyes turned. Whoosh! The white-clothed woman waved her slender hand, and the hazy fog dispersed, and a smooth mirror appeared in the void. The mirror distorted, and then countless alien races appeared, sitting cross-legged and resting with their eyes closed. These ancient gods are from the dark marsh primordial chaos. They are 100 miles away, waiting for you to appear, the white-clothed woman said. You can use them as sparring partners. Star Ancient Realm? A black line appeared on Fang Chen's forehead. These alien races were all in the Star Ancient Realm. No matter how powerful the heavenly flame was, he wasn't confident that he could deal with so many ancient gods. Don't worry, no one is allowed to step within 100 miles of my palace. After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she smiled faintly and turned to leave. Dong! At the same time, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Those below the Star Ancient Realm can enter 100 miles of my palace at will. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard that. But soon, an excited smile appeared on his face. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. With that thought, Fang Chen leaped up and left the mountain, appearing in front of the alien races. It's him? Fang Chen? Why is it him? He got the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? For a moment, many Star Ancient Realm experts were furious when they saw Fang Chen walking over. Damn it! Void Ancient Realm cultivators can enter, and send a large number of Void Ancient Realm cultivators to kill this kid. Fang Chen's appearance caused a stir in the Dark Marsh camp. All the Star Ancient Realm experts gathered. They didn't dare to step into the palace, so they could only watch from 100 miles away. On the other hand, the Void Ancient Realm cultivators from the Black Lock camp swarmed into the palace. Kid, you're dead. The Dark Marsh camp originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but who would have thought that this guy would steal the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye? This was intolerable, so the Dark Marsh camp made up their minds to kill Fang Chen. Humph, you may have the protection of the 3 overlords, but you're dead. Many of the Star Ancient Realm senior executives believed that the voice transmission just now was the 3 magnates' attempt to protect Fang Chen. So what if you're invincible in the Void Ancient Realm? The Dark Marsh camp can still kill you with numbers. The first batch of Void Ancient Realm experts had finally arrived. 10 peak Void Ancient Realm experts attacked at lightning speed, not giving Fang Chen any chance to escape. Let's test the power of the Heavenly Flame. Chapter 2696. Boom. Vast and powerful heavenly flames shot out from his eyes. Rip. The Void Ancient Realm at the front was instantly engulfed by heavenly flames. Whoosh. His body was annihilated. When the other ancient gods saw this, they were stunned. At this moment, the powerful heavenly flames engulfed them. Screams of agony were heard. Seeing this, the faces of the Star Ancient Realm upper echelons changed drastically. What's going on? What are those flames from his eyes? Why are they so powerful? Damn it! He must have merged with the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. The upper echelons of the Blackpool Primal Chaos were enraged, and their hearts were filled with killing intent. I don't believe that the human wave tactic can't do anything to him. His flames are strong, but they consume a lot of energy. He can't use them more than a few times. Under the orders of the Star Ancient Realm higher-ups, countless Void Ancient Realm outsiders charged into the palace and fought with Fang Chen. Powerful indeed. One look was enough to kill 10 ancient gods. Fang Chen knew how powerful the heavenly flames were. After obtaining the heavenly flames, Fang Chen was truly invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. At this moment, the 3 giants looked down from the sky. In the immemorial chaos, this guy is invincible in the Void Ancient Realm, right? Wu Yu smiled. The Supreme Ancestral Eye is only in its initial state, and the heavenly flames are already so powerful. It will continue to grow in the future, Wu Gan said. I wonder what his upper limit is? Only Bai Ling had a faint smile on her face. She seemed to see her former disciple in Fang Chen. Young, confident, and energetic. Ling you can't go against the Heavenly Tao. Your disciple's death is special. If you forcefully revive him, you will destroy the Heavenly Tao and suffer a backlash. Wu Yu looked at Bai Ling. I hope you can accept it. I know, Bai Ling said. On the wasteland, Fang Chen released heavenly flames, turning the entire wasteland into a sea of fire. Any alien race member that dashed into the sea of fire was instantly annihilated in body and soul. The sea of fire turned into hell. Countless outsiders were shocked. Too strong. My heart is trembling. Void Ancient Realm cultivators can't withstand such a powerful flame attack. Even Star Ancient Realm cultivators would be in danger if they entered the sea of fire, right? After the initial blind rage, the Void Ancient Realm outsiders finally stopped. Their hearts were trembling. Going in was simply courting death. Great. As time passed, Fang Chen's control over the heavenly flame became even easier. Who in the Void Ancient Realm can block my heavenly flame? An invincible confidence burst out from Fang Chen's body. 100 miles away, the Star Ancient Realm experts finally came to a decision. Let's go all out. We can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, our Black Marsh Primal Chaos will become Ancient Saint Primal Chaos prisoners. This was a situation that no one wanted to see. However, there was nothing he could do. What can we do? Are we Star Ancient Realm cultivators supposed to charge in? The three magnates are definitely watching us from the shadows. Once we rush in, we'll be killed before we can even attack Fangchen. The might of the three magnates was undeniable. Even the Star Ancient Realm experts of the Black Marsh Primal Chaos didn't dare to resist. Then what do we do? Release the Tao Ze beast. What? The other Star Ancient Realm experts turned pale with fright when they heard this. No, absolutely not. The Tao Ze beast is too destructive. Once it regains its freedom, the Black Marsh Primal Chaos will be finished. That's right. I agree with Ancient God Xingfeng. We can't release the Tao Ze beast no matter what. Many Star Ancient Realm experts were against it. The blue-robed Ancient God shrugged. Then what can we do? Wait for Fangchen to grow and destroy the Black Marsh Primal Chaos? Release the Tao Ze beast and we'll have a chance. Right now, Fangchen is invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. If he hides in the palace and doesn't come out, what else can we do? The upper echelons lowered their heads and fell silent. They knew better than anyone what the Tao Ze beast meant. Back then, they had exhausted all their means and suffered heavy casualties before they were able to seal the Tao Ze beast. But now, if they released it, wouldn't all their efforts go to waste? For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Seeing this, the blue-robed ancient god continued, with Fang Chen's current strength, only the Tao Ze beast has a chance of killing him. Moreover, even if the Tao Ze beast loses control in the end, we can do our best to keep it in the Heavenly Sovereign Sea and prevent it from entering the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. The sea of fire soared into the sky and surged. Fang Chen stood in the sea of fire and stared ahead. Give up? Fang Chen said, no wonder. With the sky flame, he's invincible under the Void Ancient Realm. No matter how many Void Ancient Realm outsiders they have, they're just sending themselves to their death. Fang Chen was confident that he could use the Skyflame to kill all the Void Ancient Realm experts in the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. The premise was that they had to enter the Sea of Fire. It seemed that the Black Marsh Primal Chaos had compromised. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't waste any more time and returned to the mountain. Several days later, a furious roar that tore through the sky rang out, instantly alarming Fang Chen. What's going on? Fang Chen jumped to his feet and suddenly realized that a ferocious demonic beast had appeared in the wasteland. What kind of beast is this? This demonic beast had 4 eyes on its head. Its body was huge, like a moving hill. Master, this is the Tao Ze beast. What? The Tao Ze beast is one of the more ferocious beasts in the Chaos Realm. After reaching adulthood, it's recognized as invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. The Xianming Heart explained, this Tao Ze beast has reached adulthood, but it's not fully grown yet. Invincible in the Void Ancient Realm? Fang Chen felt a shocking power from the Tao Ze beast. Puny human, get down here and die. The Tao Ze beast knew that this palace couldn't be humiliated, so it didn't dare to climb the mountain. Instead, it told Fang Chen to get down. Its 4 gong-sized eyes emitted a terrifying light as it stared at the mountain. Whoosh! Fang Chen appeared in the wilderness. Humph, I thought the Black Marsh Primal Chaos had invited some help, but it's just an ugly monster. Human, are you trying to provoke me? The Tao Ze beast said in a deep voice. You should feel honored. You're the first human I've devoured after regaining my freedom. With that, the Tao Ze beast's huge body charged toward Fang Chen. Skyflame. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and shot out a skyflame. Get lost. The Tao Ze beast snorted and swung its claws at the skyflame. Hiss! When the heavenly flame collided with its claws, it was instantly burned. Damn it! The Tao Ze beast's power shook and barely extinguished the skyflame. However, its claws were bloody and heavily injured. Human, you've successfully injured me. The Tao Ze beast was furious and launched a frenzied attack. 100 miles away, The higher-ups of the Star Ancient Realm heaved a sigh of relief. That idiot Fang Chen thinks his flame is invincible and can burn the Tao Ze beast. He doesn't know that the Tao Ze beast's physical defense is something even Star Ancient gods can't do. The Tao Ze beast is completely enraged. He's dead for sure. The Tao Ze beast's cultivation was only at the Void Ancient Realm, but its combat power was comparable to a Star Ancient Realm expert. Once it entered battle mode, even a Star Ancient Realm ancient god couldn't fight against it. Back then, it had killed so many people that the Black Marsh primal chaos trembled. Now, it was burned by a weak Void Ancient Realm guy. The Tao Ze beast roared in anger. Desolate swamp chaos. The Tao Ze beast roared and charged at Fang Chen with its huge body. Rip. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight the Tao Ze beast head-on. Instead, he used the space-time escape technique to dodge. The Tao Ze beast was strong but not agile enough. "I'll burn you." Every time Fang Chen released a skyflame, he would change his position. In the blink of an eye, the Tao Ze beast was covered in skyflame. Roar. The Tao Ze beast roared in anger. Blood spurted out of its body like a tide and forcefully extinguished the skyflame. However, the heavenly flames had also left terrifying scars on its body. "I'm going to tear you to pieces," the Tao Ze beast roared. Fang Chen sneered. "I don't believe that you can keep resisting my skyflame." Chapter 2697. Although the Tao Ze beast was strong, it could not withstand the endless heavenly flames. Plus, it could not catch Fang Chen's trace at all. From the beginning of the battle, Fang Chen was in an invincible position. How could it fight? The Tao Ze beast could only take the beating. Although the Tao Ze beast roared at the sky in anger, it could not do anything. Its size affected its speed. Roar. After being burned black and blue by Fang Chen's heavenly flames, the Tao Ze beast roared and rushed out of the sea of fire, retreating in front of the upper echelons of the Blackpool chaos. "Damned human, one day I will tear you into pieces." As soon as the Tao Ze beast finished speaking, it disappeared into the void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The raging flames burned the plains as Fang Chen stood in the air. At this moment, he was like a demon god descending, causing the entire Blackpool chaos to tremble. Damn it! Helpless, the many-star ancient realm experts in the Blackpool chaos could only give up. Fang Chen put away the heavenly flames and leaped back to the palace on the mountain peak. Whoosh! The three magnates appeared at the same time and looked at Fang Chen with smiles. "Not bad, it hasn't been long since we last met, and your strength has increased to such a level." Wu Yu smiled. "I can already see the scene of you shining in the immemorial chaos," Wu Qian said. Bai Ling nodded slightly, satisfied with Fang Chen's improvement. "You have completely mastered the heavenly flames, but remember, the heavenly flames are only one of the techniques of the Supreme Ancestor I." Bai Ling said, "Comprehend it well and try to comprehend more techniques. This way you can survive in the immemorial chaos." "I know." Fang Chen nodded. In the following time, Fang Chen followed the three giants and returned to the God-slaying island. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to break through. Meanwhile, he focused on comprehending the Supreme Ancestor I and waited for the 30-year promise to come. Not long after, a piece of news spread and shook the entire heavenly Venerate Sea. After the Tao Ze beast recovered from its injuries, it crazily slaughtered many prodigies of the Blackpool camp. In the end, many Star Ancient Realm cultivators of the Black Lock camp joined forces to use a secret technique to force the Tao Ze beast to retreat. After this battle, the Black Swamp camp suffered heavy losses, and they did not have the strength to contend with ancient Saint Hun Dun for a short period of time. Moreover, they still had to face the potential threat of the Tao Ze beast. Tao Ze beast. A trace of worry flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. "Senior, I wonder if the Tao Ze beast will charge out of the Empyrean Sea?" Fang Chen asked. Bai Ling stood with her hands behind her back, facing Fang Chen. Under the white robe, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. She looked up at the skies and faintly smiled. The Tao Ze beast is very strong, but it is still restricted by its cultivation. If it wants to rush out of the Empyrean Sea, it will be extremely difficult. You don't have to worry, the Black Swamp will think of a way to deal with it. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Fang Chen's anxious heart relaxed. The ancient sacred primal chaos was his hometown. He didn't want to see a ruined hometown the next time he returned. Senior, can you tell me about the situation in the primordial chaos? Fang Chen was very curious about the primordial chaos. The core of the vast primal chaos realm was also the most prosperous place. Martial arts prospered there, and the ancient sacred primal chaos and the black swamp chaos could not compare to it. There, Xian gods could easily enter the ancient god realm. The power of the heavenly Tao was vast and boundless, and the supreme laws operated perfectly. It could be said that the primordial chaos was the center of the primal chaos realm. Although they were both in the primal chaos void, the ancient sacred primal chaos and the primordial chaos were worlds apart. There was simply no comparison. Is there a higher realm above the ancient god realm? Fang Chen asked. The ancient god realm was already an expert standing at the peak of the ancient sacred primal chaos. When they stomped their feet, the entire primal chaos void would tremble. However, there were many ancient gods in the Empyrean Sea. This made Fang Chen even more curious about what kind of place the primordial chaos was. Was there a higher realm above the ancient god realm? Bai Ling nodded gently. Naturally, there is a higher realm above the ancient god realm. The ancient god realm was divided into 3 realms: the ancient space realm, the ancient star realm, and the ancient life realm. After reaching the ancient life realm, one could change the fate of others. This was a mysterious realm. However, you should think about how to improve your realm and reach the ancient life realm as soon as possible. The path of martial arts is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The most taboo is biting off more than one can chew, Bai Ling said slowly. Fang Chen nodded and no longer asked about this. Instead, he changed the topic. By the way, Senior Bai, I still don't know which faction the 3 of you are from. The 3 giants had been in the Empyrean Sea for countless years, and they had been carrying out their mission. They had to constantly unearth the most promising geniuses to send talents to the primordial chaos. We are the emissaries of Tianshu Yuan. Bai Ling did not hide this. Fang Chen would know this when he went to the primordial chaos. There are many factions in the primordial chaos, and our Tianshu Yuan can be considered an overlord. In the depths of the primordial chaos, it was pitch black. From time to time, spatial storms would appear, and even black holes would flash. The environment was very harsh. Even an ancient god realm powerhouse could not resist the powerful corrosive power in the darkness with their physical bodies. Rip! Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the darkness. As if being torn apart, the light became more and more dazzling. In the end, it became infinitely larger and turned into a warship. The warship was surrounded by a biting cold aura. If Fang Chen were here, he would be extremely shocked. The aura surrounding the warship was enough to turn a star ancient realm powerhouse into ashes. Even an ancient life realm powerhouse would find it difficult to resist. The entire warship was like nature itself. It was a powerful supreme treasure, similar to Immortal Cave Mountain. The warship moved forward at high speed. It was so fast that it was shocking. On the deck of the warship there was a black-clothed man. Between his brows there was a gloomy expression. On his handsome face there was a faint smile that did not seem like a smile. The aura that was emitted from his body was extremely frightening. "Young master, why do you have to do this?" An old servant beside the black-clothed man asked, puzzled. "What kind of genius can there be in this barren land? I reckon that the 3 envoys from Tianshu Courtyard were exaggerating in order to gain merit." The old servant shared his opinion. The black-clothed man was very cold to the other servants on the warship, but he respected the old servant very much. "Uncle Hong, you've been with me for so many years. Don't you know my character?" The black-clothed man chuckled and fanned himself. "I know Bai Ling better than anyone. She won't lie." "Young master, are you saying that the news sent by the 3 emissaries from Tianshuyuan is true?" The old servant still did not believe it. After all, the news was too shocking. Tianshuyuan was extremely secretive. If they did not have spies in Tianshuyuan, they would not have known. Becoming an ancient god in 17,000 years. Such monstrous talent is even stronger than Gu Tianhua of the Gu family, the black-clothed man muttered as he looked through the warship into the endless darkness. Gu Tianhua of the Gu family was recognized as a peerless genius in the primordial chaos. Becoming an ancient god in 1,000,000 years had already caused a huge commotion. But in this barren land, there was a monstrous genius who became an ancient god in 17,000 years. "No matter what, we have to kill them," the black-clothed man said in a deep voice. "We can't let them return to the primordial chaos alive. While we're at it, let's meet Bai Ling." The black warship moved forward, heading for the heavenly sovereign sea. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fang Chun had been cultivating on the god-slaying island, and his demon transformation technique had finally reached the 3rd level. After cultivating the invincible demon spirit, his primordial spirit had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the power of his soul had increased exponentially. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the void ancient realm. He was so powerful that he could fight against an early-stage star ancient god. The power of the supreme ancestral eye also became more and more apparent. Once the heavenly flame was unleashed, it could burn the world. One day, the 3 giants appeared on the god-slaying island together. Bai Ling sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun, asking him to quickly come and meet them. When Fang Chun arrived, he suddenly found that Fu Huan, Heart Demon Lord, Taoist Bantan, and Ying Xing were already there. "Brother Fang, how have you been?" Fu Huan and the other 3 greeted Fang Chun with a smile. After the competition between the geniuses, the 4 of them had become true friends with Fang Chun. Fang Chun smiled and nodded, greeting the 4 of them one by one. Chapter 2698. The 3 giants stood side by side with some joy on their faces. How many years had it been since they left their hometown? Now that they could finally go home, they were all very excited. Back then, the scene of them leaving Tianshuyuan appeared in their minds. Fu Huan and the others were also very excited, because they also learned about the situation in the ancient chaos and couldn't wait to go to a bigger stage. "We were born to pursue the peak of martial arts. Even if we die, we will die in the ancient chaos," Fu Huan said. "Yes, I have always thought that the celestial master sea was our limit. Who would have thought that there is a wider space outside? There are so many strong cultivators in the ancient chaos. That is our ultimate stage." Lord Inner Demon, who had never liked to talk, was also beaming with joy. "Not to mention Taoist Bantan and Ying Xing, Brother Fang, when we reach the ancient chaos, we will need more help." Fu Huan walked up to Fang Chun and said. Fang Chun nodded. They were all from the ancient Saint Chaos, so they naturally had to help each other when they were outside. "I'm sure you know the reason why I've called you here today." Wu Yu took a step forward and said, "Now, you still have room for regret. Once you set off, there will be no turning back. We have already told you about the cruelty of the ancient chaos. You should carefully consider whether to go or not," Wu Gan said. "We are willing to go to the ancient chaos," Fu Huan took the lead and said. What a joke. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would be able to leave in the future. They might not even be able to leave until they died. Fang Chun clenched his fists, and his heart was excited. Pursuing the peak of martial arts had always been his dream. Now, he had become the strongest cultivator in the ancient Saint Chaos, and his family and friends were all under his protection, growing up safely and without worries. Without any worries, Fang Chen was able to go all out and give it his all. No regrets. The 5 of them said one after another. Seeing this, Bai Ling nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's go. On the way, the 3 of us will explain the situation in Tianshuyuan to you. Bai Ling waved her hand, and suddenly a warship appeared. What is this? Fu Huan and the others' faces changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. This warship had a powerful aura, and Fu Huan and the others felt extremely oppressed. This is a spatial battleship. Its defense is extremely strong. Even an all-out attack from a life-ancient realm expert would find it difficult to break through its defense, Bai Ling said. In the primeval chaos, this was the most basic form of transportation. It's the most convenient and safest way to travel through the many chaos void. Bai Ling waved her sleeve and swept the 5 of them onto the warship. Let's go. Around the warship, a powerful force was emitted. Under Bai Ling's control, they rushed into the sky. An even more powerful force was emitted from the warship. Wu Qian's voice had just faded when a vast energy spread out, and the entire celestial master sea was shaking. With a tearing sound, a crack was torn in the realm wall, and the warship entered it and sailed into the darkness. Fang Chen felt that the warship was very bumpy, as if it could fall apart at any time. However, after a while, the warship calmed down. Looking outside through the warship, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Is this the dark void? Fang Chen murmured. The vast chaotic realm had been in a state of darkness since the creation of the world. Only in each chaotic void was there a day and a night. In the dark and cold void, the warship moved quickly. How long will it take for us to reach the ancient chaos? Yingxing asked. At our speed, it will take at least 30,000 years, Wu Yu said. Hearing this, Fu Huan and the others cried out in shock. Especially Fang Chen, his heart trembled. He had cultivated for less than 20,000 years, and it would take 30,000 years to go from the ancient Saint Chaos to the ancient Chaos. Wasn't this too exaggerated? How big is the chaotic realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. How far was the distance between the ancient Saint Chaos and the ancient Chaos? Could the peerless masters who stood at the top of the ancient Chaos, the masters who set the rules of the world, cross the endless distance and come to the ancient Saint Chaos with a thought? For a moment, a mess of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. After a short communication, the 3 leaders sat cross-legged and closed their eyes to rest. Fang Chen and the others could only sit separately. Time passed, and the warship moved quickly. In a dark void somewhere, a warship with a huge tiger painted on it slowly moved forward. On the warship, the man in black, who was called Young Master, curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Young Master, our warship has found the warship of Tianshuyuan. The old servant came over and said. After 30 years, I've finally managed to intercept you. The man in black waved the folding fan in his hand and smiled sinisterly. He was originally an envoy of the sect, choosing prodigies from the gaps of the other 2 chaotic voids. However, 30 years ago, he received news from the sect that a monster had appeared in the ancient Saint Chaos. He was ordered to go to the ancient Saint Chaos at all costs to kill this person. Now, he had finally met Bai Ling. Bai Ling, we haven't seen each other for so many years. How are you? The man in black closed the folding fan in his hand and said in a deep voice, Control the warship and charge forward with full force. The warship was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled tens of thousands of miles. At this time, Bai Ling also noticed the warship that appeared in front of them. The 3 leaders stood side by side on the deck, their faces gloomy. Why would their warship appear here? Wu Qian said gloomily. Is it a coincidence? Wu Yu said. Only Bai Ling shook her head gently. It's not a coincidence. Lin Xiaozhong is the envoy of the Dragon Bone Chaos. He's quite far from here. It's impossible for him to come here for no reason. Maybe he's here for you, Ling Wu Qian joked. Impossible. As they spoke, the warship stopped moving forward. Fang Chen and the other four staggered and hurriedly stood up. Have we arrived? What happened? Why did the warship stop? The five of them saw the black warship speeding toward them through the warship. What's that? Creak. The tiger-headed warship stopped in front and looked at Bai Ling's warship. Bai Ling, it's been a while. How have you been? The man in black, Lin Xiaozhong, said loudly through the warship. Lin Xiaozhong. Bai Ling said, Why are you stopping my Tianshu Yuan's warship? I heard that the three of you found a peerless monster in the ancient Saint Chaos. I came to take a look, Lin Xiaozhong said calmly. Hearing this, Bai Ling and the other two's expressions changed drastically. As expected, Bai Ling and the other two were discussing countermeasures when they suddenly heard a deafening sound. Immediately after, the warship trembled and a hole appeared. Oh no, it's the tiger-headed warship! Wu Qian shouted and desperately controlled the warship to dodge. It's useless. The power of the tiger-headed warship isn't something you can resist. Lin Xiaozhong sneered. Powerful auras shot out from the tiger-headed warship, which slammed into the warship with loud booms. In the blink of an eye, the warship was destroyed. Run! The three leaders couldn't care less. They controlled the warship that was about to shatter and sailed into the depths of the darkness. You can't escape. Lin Xiaozhong was full of confidence and continued to attack the warship. Crack! The void battleship suffered a heavy blow, broke apart, and fell into the endless darkness. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spatial storm appeared and a vast black hole spun crazily. Caught off guard, the warship was sucked in. When Lin Xiaozhong controlled the warship to arrive, the warship had already disappeared. Damn it! Lin Xiaozhong cursed. Young master, the warship is already broken and has been sucked in by the spatial turbulence. Even if Bai Ling and the other two survive, those little guys will definitely die. The old servant said. He didn't think that those guys in the void ancient realm would be able to resist the spatial turbulence. Lin Xiaozhong pondered for a while and shook his head. After looking into the darkness, the tiger-headed warship returned. Chapter 2699. A shooting star flashed through the darkness, charging into a certain part of the primal chaos. Thump! The world wall was torn apart and a huge gap appeared. The broken warship crashed into the ground. The golden cloud primal chaos was one of the countless primal chaos dimensions, not very far from the ancient sacred primal chaos. The development of the martial Tao here was rather backward, and it couldn't even compare to the ancient sacred primal chaos. The strongest expert here was only at the early stage of the void ancient realm, and there was only one of them. The vast golden cloud primal chaos only had one faction, the golden cloud race. Because of ancient god Golden Cloud, the Golden Cloud race dominated the primal chaos, and no one dared to oppose them. Today, ancient god Golden Cloud was discussing a few matters with his clansmen when a thunderous boom resounded through all of the Golden Cloud primal chaos. Ancient god Golden Cloud was shaken. What's going on? Patriarch Golden Cloud grimaced as he blurted out. Ancient god Golden Cloud spread out his divine sense and instantly discovered the tattered warship descending from the sky. Whoosh! Ancient god Golden Cloud's body flashed, and a second later, he appeared on the wasteland. The wasteland had been transformed beyond recognition, and the tattered warship had been smashed into the earth. What's this? Ancient god Golden Cloud walked up to the warship and carefully examined it. He was surprised to see that there were people inside. What's going on? Where did they come from? Ancient god Golden Cloud was filled with confusion. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought his clansmen away from the warship. At the same time, he ordered the Golden Cloud race to stand guard here and not allow anyone else to approach. In the territory of the Golden Cloud race, ancient god Golden Cloud carefully examined the blood-drenched clansmen. They didn't die even after taking such a heavy blow. It seems like they're all ancient gods. Ancient God Golden Cloud was sure that these people were all ancient gods. But this only made him even more confused. What were so many ancient gods doing? Why had they descended from the heavens? Ancestor, what do we do with these people? Patriarch Golden Cloud asked. Let's see if we can save them. After some thought, ancient God Golden Cloud began to treat his clansmen. In comparison, the three titans' injuries were lighter, while Fang Chen's group of 5 were more severe. Fang Chen felt like his body was about to be torn apart, and he was in excruciating pain. At the same time, he sensed a powerful force coming at him, and he roared with all his might. With a whoosh, Fang Chen opened his eyes and his aura trembled. Where am I? Am I not dead? Fang Chen hurriedly asked after a brief moment of daze. You're awake? The one who answered him was Bai Ling. She wore white clothes that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Although Bai Ling's complexion was not very good, it could be seen that her injuries were more or less healed. What the hell happened? Fang Chen's memories were still stuck in the dark void, where he was attacked by the tiger-headed warship and lost consciousness. We were attacked by the tiger-headed warship. The warship was severely damaged, and we were struck into the depths of the darkness, into the golden cloud primal chaos. Bai Ling gave a simple explanation. Fortunately, I had ancient god Jin Yun's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. It's good that you're fine. What about Fu Huan and the others? Fang Chen asked. The injuries of the 4 of them are much more serious than yours. They were originally on the verge of death. However, Wu Yu and Wu Gan acted at the same time and their lives were saved. If they want to completely recover, they would need at least a few decades. Bai Ling continued. Golden Cloud Primal Chaos? Ancient God Jin Yun? Fang Chen struggled to his feet, feeling somewhat incredulous. He actually managed to survive such a powerful attack. Who was it that attacked us? Fang Chen asked. Could it be an enemy of Tianshu Yuan? Bai Ling nodded, a cold, killing intent flashing through her beautiful eyes. Don't think too much about it. Focus on healing. The warship was severely damaged. If they wanted to set sail again, they had to repair it. Ancient God Jin Yun, here's a list. Can you help us gather the materials? Wu Yu said with a smile. It is Jin Yun's fortune to be of service to all of you, Ancient God Jin Yun respectfully said. After this period of interaction, Ancient God Jin Yun discovered that Wu Yu and the other 2 had all reached the life ancient realm. They were peerless experts. In the face of such experts, he was naturally incomparably respectful. More importantly, the divine arts that the 3 of them had taken out so casually shocked him. According to Wu Yu, these divine arts could be considered Ancient God Jin Yun's reward for saving them. Ancient God Jin Yun treated the 3 of them as honored guests. While Ancient God Jin Yun was personally gathering the materials, Fang Chen also discovered something shocking. Master, I sense a familiar aura, the heart of Xianming said, flashing with dazzling light. What aura? The old master came here before, the heart of Xianming said. Fang Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly asked, Are you sure? The heart of Xianming said with certainty. When the old master's cultivation reached a bottleneck, he sensed that there must be an even vaster world beyond the primal chaos. He used his absolute strength to tear open the realm wall and enter the depths of the darkness. In the golden cloud primal chaos, I sense a sliver of the old master's aura. Although it's very weak, I'm very sure, the heart of Xianming said. Lead the way. Let's go take a look. After several years of recuperation, Fang Chen's injuries had more or less healed. After hearing this news, he was naturally tempted. With the heart of Xianming leading the way, Fang Chen quickly arrived in front of a danger zone in the golden cloud primal chaos. It's inside, the heart of Xianming said. This seems to be a danger zone in the golden cloud primal chaos, Fang Chen muttered. At this moment, a figure emerged from the danger zone. When he saw the connate Iwad hanging from Fang Chen's neck, he froze for a moment, and then a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. "Little brother, can I borrow something from you?" the man asked with a beaming smile. "What thing?" Fang Chen asked. "If my guess is correct, the rope around your neck should be condensed from the connate wood, right? I'm more curious about it. Can I borrow it to take a look?" Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "Sure." As he spoke, he handed the connate wood to the man. After holding the connate wood, the man was ecstatic. Boom! Suddenly, the man attacked Fang Chen with lightning speed. Bang! Letting the attack land on his body, Fang Chen smiled and said, "What are you doing?" "You?" The man kept retreating, his heart trembling. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't dare to block his full-powered attack. Who was this guy in front of him? Could he be the new heavenly venerable? The man thought to himself, "Who are you?" Smack! Fang Chen swung his hand and a crisp sound rang out. The man's face instantly swelled and his heart trembled. Ancient God? With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "I was blind. I didn't know that Senior Ancient God was here. Please let me go. Let me ask you a question. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go," Fang Chen said. "Senior, please ask. I'll answer everything I know. Is there a heart of black iron in this danger zone?" "Yes, but it's in the deepest part of the danger zone. It's said that it's very dangerous there. Even a heavenly venerable will die there." The man hurriedly said, "Moreover, the heart of black iron has always existed in legends. No one has verified its authenticity." Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. According to the heart of Xianming, if there was a heart of black iron in this danger zone, then not only had its old master been here, but he had also cultivated here for a period of time. "Get lost. If you dare to do such a heartless thing again, I'll definitely kill you." Hearing Fang Chen's words, this person felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he quickly disappeared before Fang Chen's eyes. "Let's go in and take a look." Fang Chen leaped and entered the danger zone. "Can you sense it?" Fang Chen asked. "The heavenly Tao laws in this danger zone are somewhat chaotic, preventing me from exploring." The heart of Xianming said, however, "As long as we find the heart of black iron, we'll be able to find the place where Master once cultivated." Okay. Fang Chen used the space-time escape art to travel through the void toward the depths of the danger zone. At the same time, Ancient God Jin Yun had already finished gathering the materials and handed them to Wu Yu. Wu Yu and the other two stood in front of the broken warship, somewhat helpless. "The warship is too damaged. I don't know how long it'll take to repair it," Wu Qian pursed his lips. "If we want to return to the primordial chaos, we can only rely on the Void warship. We have no other choice," Bai Ling said. Chapter 2700. There was a huge Buddha statue in the depths of the land of despair. It was 100 feet tall and was surrounded by a golden glow, as if one had entered a sacred place of Buddhism. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at the Buddha statue in front of him. He was slightly shocked. He could feel a vast power from the Buddha statue. The power was like a raging sea, and he was like a small boat drifting with the waves. Gradually, Fang Chen closed his eyes. His divine sense spread out and shrouded the Buddha statue. Buzz! The thunderous voice penetrated Fang Chen's mind like a clap of thunder. As the electric current spread, his body trembled slightly. However, his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. The true void mystic scripture was activated automatically, and chants spread out in his limbs and bones. At the same time, his state of mind was also changing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heart of Xianming emitted a gentle glow and left the connate wood. It floated in midair and came before the Buddha statue. My old master had cultivated here before. After seeing the Buddha statue, the heart of Xianming was even more certain that his old master had been here before. Thunderous roars came from Fang Chen's mind and drilled into his heart. In just a few minutes, Fang Chen's state of mind had undergone a great change. Bang! When the last thunderous sound drilled into his body, his entire body trembled. His heart exploded with a blinding light, and a powerful force spread out in all directions, engulfing the entire land. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes. He could feel that his state of mind had undergone a tremendous change. Mind connecting God. At that moment, all the doubts he had before were cleared up. The speed of the true void mystic scripture was greatly increased. It broke through the bottleneck and reached a higher level. Third level of the state of mind. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He did not expect to be able to cultivate the true void mystic scripture to the third level in such a place. At the same time, his state of mind had reached a higher level. The great Emperor Su Xian in the past was really impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although great Emperor Su Xian was only at the void ancient realm back then, his mental state had far surpassed ancient gods of the same realm. To be able to create a mental cultivation technique like the void mystic true scripture, one can imagine how strong great Emperor Void Mystic's mental state is. Fang Chen murmured, "Voila!" Suddenly, the mysterious heaven's cone nail that had been silent for a long time rushed out of the Summer ring. Congratulations, Master, for successfully cultivating the void mystic true scripture. The mysterious heaven cone nail seemed to be very excited. Ever since the death of his old master, he had never been truly happy. What a pity! Even if you cultivate the void mystic true scripture, your mental state can't be compared to great Emperor Void Mystic, Fang Chen said. Old Master once said that a martial artist's temperament is important. Master, at your age, it's obvious that you've already achieved perfection. The mysterious heaven's cone nail said, after cultivating the true scripture of Void Mystic, Master, your state of mind has already far surpassed martial art practitioners of the same realm. Even Star Ancient Realm elites are inferior to you. In the future, it will be even easier for you to break through your cultivation base. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. At this moment, the mysterious underworld's heart had a strange reaction. Did you discover something? Fang Chen asked. Perhaps Old Master's experiment was successful. The mysterious underworld's heart said in a deep voice. Back then, Old Master often sat alone under the starry sky, thinking about how to jump out of the cage and reach a higher level. He thought that the most perfect form was to combine his Taoist secret arts and Buddhist sacred art. The two completely different ideas were completely mixed together, taking the essence and discarding the dregs to create a peerless divine art that could break through this world. This Buddha statue should have been left behind by an ancient sage. It contains an extremely strong Buddhist aura. I can even sense Old Master's aura in it. This means that Old Master tested his results here. The mysterious underworld's heart said, the Buddha statue is intact and can also contain Old Master's aura. That's why I suspect that Old Master should have succeeded. Fang Chen was a little confused. He did not know much about Buddhism and Taoism. Master, you can try to absorb the aura in the Buddha statue. You might have an unexpected gain, the mysterious underworld's heart suggested. Can I absorb it directly? Fang Chen asked with a puzzled expression. The energy within the Buddha statue is extremely violent. Furthermore, it is mixed with the aura of the Taoism, causing it to be extremely chaotic. If you forcefully absorb it, it is extremely likely that you will suffer a backlash. However, Master, you don't have to worry. As soon as the mysterious underworld's heart finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from the mysterious underworld's heart. At the same time, the dark cave mountain suddenly appeared. With the help of the dark cave mountain, Fang Chen began to absorb the power in the Buddha statue. Crack! As soon as he absorbed it, he felt a strong resistance. Oh no! The power in the Buddha statue was obstructing Fang Chen and counterattacking him. Dong! The dark cave mountain played a big role and forcibly absorbed the Buddha statue. Master! As the mysterious underworld's heart shouted, Fang Chen used the mysterious underworld's heart to suppress the Buddha statue and began to absorb it. The power inside the Buddha statue was rapidly depleting. After a long while, the power in the Buddha statue was almost exhausted. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The Buddha statue that had dimmed suddenly began to expand. Crack! Fang Chen's body was forced back by the Buddha statue. At the same time, the suppression of the dark cave mountain also shattered. Oh no! The mysterious underworld's heart cursed and frantically activated the dark cave mountain to suppress the Buddha statue. However, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha statue had expanded to an extremely high height. Dong! In the process of expanding, the head of the Buddha statue hit the sky above the dark cave mountain. Crack! The dark cave mountain cracked and a crack appeared. The crack kept spreading. In the end, it could not withstand the impact of the Buddha statue and a huge gap appeared. The golden light around the Buddha statue that had dimmed suddenly expanded again and flew out of the dark cave mountain through the gap. Dong! The huge Buddha statue crashed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly and its aura to tremble. Fang Chen was dumbfounded as the Buddha statue returned to its original state. At the same time, an ancient voice was heard. I'll spare you this time on account of my friend. The voice was filled with a cold aura. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Dong! 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 The voice contained an extremely strong impact. Fang Chen's body retreated step by step and he looked as if he was hiding something. When he stabilized his body, his qi and blood were surging and his internal organs were shaking. Senior, do you know where the old master went? The mysterious underworld's heart was extremely agitated and asked hurriedly. The Buddha statue fell into silence. After a long while, a sigh was heard. My friend once discussed the fusion of Buddhism and Taoism with me here. Although he had some achievements, he was not satisfied with the current situation and left this place to continue exploring the depths of the darkness. Did the old master leave anything behind? The mysterious underworld's heart asked. What he absorbed just now was left behind by my friend. All right, you can go now. Take care. Whoosh! Fang Chen felt a gust of wind blow past him, and he appeared on the plains outside the land of extremis. His heart trembled. What kind of existence was inside the Buddha statue? Wasn't it too powerful? With a flip of his hand, he blasted a hole in Immortal Cave Mountain. Why would such an expert be willing to stay in a barbarian place? Fang Chen could not understand. Perhaps it was an expert from the primordial chaos who came here to cleanse his soul. He did not have any thoughts about the golden cloud chaos. Otherwise, with his strength, he could dominate the golden cloud chaos with a single thought. The old master is still pursuing that path. The mysterious underworld's heart was a little agitated and disappointed at the same time. Don't worry. As long as you're still alive, we'll meet again one day. Fang Chen comforted him. Perhaps we'll meet again in the primordial chaos. By the way, are you okay? Fang Chen changed the topic and asked. Although the Buddhist senior injured me, he still had a trick up his sleeve. As long as I have enough time, I can heal you. The mysterious underworld's heart said. That's good. After putting away Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen cupped his hands and bowed to the depths of the land of extremis before leaving quickly. A mighty wind blew past and leaves fell to the ground. Dust flew up and the power of the way of heaven spread in all directions. A sigh came from the Buddha statue in the depths of the land of extremis. Chapter 2701. After returning to the Jinyan race, he saw the three giants discussing some matters with grave expressions. How's the repair of the spatial battleship going? Fang Chen walked over and asked. It should be repaired in about 3 years, Wu Yu said. But even if it's repaired, it won't be as good as before. It'll be dangerous to travel back to the primordial chaos in this darkness. The most important and core energy source of the spatial battleship has been destroyed by the tiger-headed battleship, Wu Qian explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. However, he didn't say anything. The three giants would think of a way, so he didn't need to worry about this. In the genuine primordial chaos, densely packed black shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot out from every corner. Their bodies carried shocking power. After they came out, they wildly destroyed the genuine primordial chaos and wantonly slaughtered the genuine race. Ha ha ha, I, the genuine king, have returned. In the void, the leader of the black shadows was shrouded in a powerful aura. He looked down and saw his children crazily slaughtering the genuine race. He laughed heartily in his heart. Back then, Jinyun, that old bastard, took advantage of my injury to heavily injure me and seal me in the black tide. The black shadow laughed wildly. After countless years, not only have I not died, but I've also given birth to countless descendants. Today, I've broken through the seal of the black tide and regained control of the genuine primordial chaos. His mighty voice spread throughout the genuine primordial chaos. For a moment, countless martial artists in the vast genuine primordial chaos trembled in fear. The air was polluted and a biting cold aura spread. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Damn it! In the territory of the genuine race, ancient god Jinyun had just returned from collecting materials when he heard this shocking voice. With a whoosh, his expression changed. He leaped up and floated in the sky. Across an endless distance, he saw countless black shadows devouring the earth. The descendants of the genuine race were falling into pools of blood. Old bastard, I'll make you watch as your descendants die at my hands. Seeing ancient god Jinyun, the genuine king sneered. I'll prove to you that I'm the true genuine king. From today onwards, the Jinyun clan will completely disappear from this primal chaos. Ancient god Golden Cloud grimaced. He could sense that after countless years, the Golden Cloud King had broken through the seal of the black tide and become even stronger. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, he could still feel his heart palpitating. Stop! Ancient god Jinyun finally lost his patience and attacked. Crack! With a flick of his sleeve, a vast force immediately whizzed down and exploded on the ground. Instantly, countless densely packed black shadows were killed. Your opponent is me. The Golden Cloud King sneered as he leaped toward ancient god Golden Cloud. Dong! King Jinyun's fist, imbued with immense energy, rumbled toward ancient god Jinyun. Thump! Ancient god Jinyun was forced back, his body staggering. A trickle of blood trickled out of the corner of ancient god Golden Cloud's mouth, and his pupils constricted as he stared at the Golden Cloud King. Your strength? Ancient god Jinyun cried out. It's fortunate that you didn't completely kill me back then, giving me a chance to turn things around. The Golden Cloud King sneered. Be at ease. In order to repay you, I will personally wipe out your Golden Cloud race. You! Ancient god Jinyun was enraged. His eyes flashed as he looked at the distant wasteland. The three titans were chatting with Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback, and then he noticed the massive shift in the Golden Cloud primal chaos. For ancient god Jinyun to gather materials for us can be considered a bit of a contribution, Wu Yu said. Let me go and destroy this arrogant scoundrel, Wu Gon said as he prepared to attack. Wait a moment. Bai Ling stopped Wu Gon. She looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes and said, You go and deal with him. Okay. Fang Chen knew that Bai Ling was testing him. Whoosh. With a stomp of his foot, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Golden Cloud King. Ancient god Jinyun, what you bestowed upon me back then, I will return it to you 100-fold, the Golden Cloud King sneered, his face covered in ridicule. Noisy. A loud and clear sound rang out from the Golden Cloud King's body. Soon after, the Golden Cloud King's body slammed into the ground, sending dust into the air as a massive crater appeared in front of everyone. So weak, yet you dare to occupy the primal chaos? Fang Chen indifferently said. Aya! With a wretched scream, the Golden Cloud King charged out of the crater and roared at the heavens. You deserve to die. The Golden Cloud King charged at Fangchen, carrying with him an intimidating aura. Slap! With another slap, the Golden Cloud King's face became swollen. The latter's body once more slammed into the ground like a cannonball. I will tear you to pieces. The Golden Cloud King's rage soared to the heavens, but he was no match for Fangchen. After several more slaps, the Golden Cloud King sat on the ground, paralyzed. Just as Fangchen was about to kill him, he suddenly changed his mind. Swear a martial oath that you will never betray the Golden Cloud race, and I can spare your life, Fangchen sternly said. In your dreams, before the Golden Cloud King could finish speaking, Fangchen sent him flying with a punch. You don't agree? I'll beat you until you agree. Rumble. In the following period of time, Fangchen beat the Golden Cloud King like a punching bag. After a while, the Golden Cloud King dragged his battered body and swore a martial oath. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Fangchen patted the dirt off his clothes and turned to leave. He left behind a shocked ancient god Jin Yun. His eyes were wide open as he watched this scene in disbelief. Although he already knew that Fangchen's group was extremely strong, he had never imagined that such a young fellow would be so strong. The greatest crisis in the history of the Golden Cloud Primal Chaos had been easily resolved. At this moment, ancient god Jin Yun felt a burst of joy, and at the same time, he was happy that he had made a wise decision. If he hadn't been merciful when he first discovered the tattered spatial warship, perhaps the entire Golden Cloud race would have been wiped out. Fangchen's group had been repairing the spatial warship in the Golden Cloud Primal Chaos this entire time. Helping ancient god Jin Yun resolve this crisis was as easy as lifting a finger. To them, this wasn't a difficult task at all. 3 years later, everyone gathered on the wasteland. The tattered spatial warship was gradually being restored to its original state. How is it? Fu Huan anxiously asked. The spatial warship has been repaired. We can leave now, Wu Yu announced the good news. Wonderful. I'm about to grow a cocoon here, Lord Mental Demon said with a grin. They were used to fighting on the edge of life and death. They truly weren't used to suddenly having to live a comfortable life in the Golden Cloud Primal Chaos. Now that they heard that they could leave, they were naturally very happy. Ancient god Jin Yun personally came to see them off, and the group boarded the spatial warship. Wu Yu flicked his finger, sending a dazzling beam of light into ancient god Jin Yun's head. You've put in a lot of effort in these last few years. Consider this a little compensation, Wu Yu said with a smile. Ancient god Jin Yun's body trembled, his eyes widening in shock. He was overjoyed. With a rumbling sound, the spatial warship began to move and gradually vanished into the sky. Sitting on the deck, Fangchen suddenly sensed that the energy he had absorbed from the Buddha statue was stirring. What's going on? Fangchen frowned as he hurriedly exerted all his strength to suppress this energy. Bai Ling walked over and noticed Fangchen's abnormality. She placed her small white hand on Fangchen's wrist and carefully sensed his pulse. She carefully sensed Fangchen's pulse. A moment later, she raised her head to look at Fangchen and said, There is a strange aura pulsating in your body. Although I don't know what sort of energy it is, I can sense that if you can successfully refine it, it's extremely likely that it will help you complete your transformation. Calm the heart and focus the mind, sink the energy into your dantian. Bai Ling began to guide Fangchen in absorbing this energy. At the same time, in the depths of the Golden Cloud Primal Chaos Land, another sigh came from the Buddha statue. I hope that you can comprehend its mysteries, the ancient voice echoed for a long time. I've finally completed my friend's request. In the Golden Cloud Race's territory, ancient god Jin Yun raised his head to the sky. Chapter 2702. In the vast darkness, the Void battleship continued to sail. In the void, strong winds blew, and from time to time, powerful spatial storms would appear abruptly. It was extremely dangerous. Even life ancient realm experts can't walk alone in the darkness? Fu Huan asked. The entire chaotic realm is in the most primitive state of chaos. Don't think that it's calm now. Once you leave the void battleship, you won't even be able to withstand the pressure in the darkness. Your body will instantly crumble, Wu Yu said. Doesn't that mean that the chaotic energy in the darkness is even stronger? But why doesn't anyone absorb the chaotic energy to cultivate? Lord Heart Demon asked, puzzled. Yes, the chaotic energy is a level higher than the heavenly energy. Wouldn't it be better for martial artists to absorb it? Taoist Bantan said. In Xing's dark eyes looked around, feeling a little depressed. What do you know? When the chaotic realm first opened, the vast chaotic energy filled the entire world. Only the chaotic void was not filled by the chaotic energy. The ruler of the chaotic realm set up a series of supreme rules to operate the chaotic void, in order to prevent the chaotic void from being destroyed by the chaotic energy in the darkness. The heavenly energy is the energy that has been purified by the ruler. It won't be too much of a burden for martial artists to absorb. But the chaotic energy is different. If you forcefully absorb it, the most common result is your body exploding, Wu Yu continued. The four were shocked. How powerful was the ruler of the chaotic realm? To be able to refine the chaotic energy and convert it into heavenly energy for the races in the chaotic void to absorb and cultivate. To maintain such a rule, the vast amount of energy needed was simply unimaginable. If the chaotic realm has a ruler, then is there a wider world outside the chaotic realm? Ying Xing asked. In the past, they had always thought that the ancient saint chaotic realm was the pinnacle of the world. Who would have thought that it was just a corner of the chaotic realm? Wu Yu shook his head and remained silent. Wu Qian continued the topic. The chaotic realm is already the highest level of space in the world we live in, and it's also the core of the entire world. What you said has already been proven to be non-existent. Hearing this, the four nodded slightly. Don't think too much. There are countless geniuses in the chaos realm. However, since ancient times, no one has been able to reach the sovereign realm. So, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's best to take it one step at a time. Wu Qian said, raise your cultivation to the star ancient realm first. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the immemorial chaos. In the following time, Wu Gan explained many things about the immemorial chaos to the four of them. The primordial chaos was the core of the primordial chaos, but it was much stronger than the ancient sacred chaos and the Black Marsh chaos. In ancient sacred primal chaos, ancient gods were already considered peak experts. In the immemorial primal chaos, ancient gods were only considered mid-tier experts. Naturally, there were profound gods, turbid sky gods, cosmos gods, and others in the immemorial primal chaos. However, the primeval chaos had gathered all the experts in the entire chaotic dimension, and after countless years of development, it had long since evolved into a place where peerless experts gathered. Ancient primal chaos was a vast land with abundant resources. There were countless powerhouses. Only by reaching the life ancient realm would one have the qualifications to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Wu Yu spoke with assurance, and the four of them nodded in succession, with occasional looks of surprise on their faces. Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck, was surrounded by a golden aura. This was a special power formed by the fusion of Buddhist and Taoist powers. Under Bai Ling's guidance, Fang Chen was finally able to control this power. Hong Long Long. The power in his body vibrated, and Fang Chen completely integrated this power into his body, combining it with his own power. Dong. The void mystic scripture was activated, and in an instant, he felt that his cultivation had crossed the barrier and made another breakthrough. Late-stage void ancient realm? Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise. After reaching the ancient god realm, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens to take another step forward. Some people might not be able to step into the late-stage void ancient realm even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation. There were also people who were stuck at this stage for their entire lives. Of course, there were also geniuses, but it was rare to see someone like Feng Chen, who kept breaking records in the primordial chaos dimension. Seeing Feng Chen's breakthrough, Bai Ling nodded in satisfaction, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Senior." Feng Chen retracted his aura and cupped his fists in thanks. "You're able to achieve this by yourself. You don't have to thank me." Bai Ling said softly, "You have great potential. In the entire primordial chaos dimension, you're one of the top geniuses. I really want to see if you can break the record of the fastest person to step into the star ancient realm." Bai Ling's voice was filled with anticipation. In the history of the primordial chaos dimension, the fastest person to step into the primordial chaos dimension was the Gu family's Gu Tianhua. He took 1,000,000 years to become an ancient god. On the day of his breakthrough, the entire primordial chaos dimension was shocked. However, Feng Chen only used 17,000 years to break Gu Tianhua's record with a speed that no one had ever done before or since. Now, he had broken through to the late-stage void ancient realm. Thinking of this, Bai Ling's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. If I remember correctly, the fastest person to break through to the star ancient realm should be the Lin family's Lin Qian, right? He took 100,000,000 years, Bai Ling said. Every name she mentioned was an extremely dazzling genius in the primordial chaos dimension. Lin Qian? Feng Chen was surprised. Gu Tianhua from the Gu family took 1,000,000 years to step into the primordial chaos dimension, but he didn't break Lin Qian's record? Bai Ling shook her head. How could it be so easy? Gu Tianhua's potential is great, but after stepping into the ancient god realm, it's too difficult to break through. Gu Tianhua was stuck in the primordial chaos dimension for 1,000,000,000 years before he broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the star ancient realm, Bai Ling said. Lin Qian is different. He stepped into the primordial chaos dimension later, but once he reached the primordial chaos dimension, his potential was completely activated, and he became the fastest person to step into the star ancient realm in the history of the primordial chaos dimension. After listening to Bai Ling's words, Feng Chen sighed in his heart. In the vast primordial chaos dimension, everything was possible. Gu Tianhua, Lin Qian. Feng Chen secretly remembered the names of these two people. Perhaps one day in the future they would meet. However, to you, they are nothing. Changing the topic, Bai Ling looked at Feng Chen and said with a smile, "Your potential is stronger than either of them. Moreover, your luck is unparalleled. You have the supreme ancestral eye, and it is still evolving. You've cultivated 4 supreme divine arts at the same time, and all the halos are gathered on you. Your future achievements will definitely be greater than theirs." Feng Chen smiled and did not say anything. Just as the other 2 giants had said, the path of martial arts was vast and boundless. One step at a time, one could not bite off more than one could chew. Otherwise, one would never be able to reach the peak of martial arts. With my avatar guarding the primordial chaos dimension, my wife, daughter, brothers, and friends can all live a peaceful life. I have no worries and can freely pursue the path of martial arts. Feng Chen murmured. A confident smile appeared on his face. Rumble. In the dark void, loneliness and coldness. A void battleship was moving forward at high speed. The primordial chaos dimension. In the few days that Feng Chen had left, the entire primordial chaos dimension had developed rapidly. Especially the Shura sword sect. They were abnormally strong, and the 3 races had to admire them. With the help of the Shura sword sect's powerful resources, Feng Shi's myriad fusion body was completely activated. In a few years, Feng Shi had broken through to the profound god level. She had become the famous fairy Shi of the primordial chaos dimension. As for Feng Chen's disciples, Kong Jiu and Tian Xian, their cultivation had also risen and they were showing the demeanor of kings. As for Qing Ho and Barbarian, they had already become the lords of a heaven with their own strength. Su Xingtian and Mo Shatian had risen from low-class heaven domains to middle-class heaven domains under the two's lead. The two were confident that one day, they would be able to bring their heaven domains into the ranks of super heaven domains. In the White Cloud Palace, the 6 elders of the Elder Assembly laughed heartily. This unprecedented prosperity was created by Feng Chen. Yes, Feng Chen's achievements are destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Countless years later, countless descendants of the human race will sing praises of his achievements. To be able to bring the human race to such new heights, our lives have not been in vain. Chapter 2703. Primordial Chaos, the core of the chaotic realm, the most prosperous chaotic void. The ancient Saint Chaos and the Black Marsh Chaos could not compare to the Primordial Chaos. If the Primordial Chaos was the capital of Hua Nation on Earth, then the ancient Saint Chaos was only a small village. A group of people stood on the wasteland and looked at the broken void warship in front of them, sighing in their hearts. After 100,000 years and countless chaotic voids, they had finally arrived at the core of the chaotic realm, the Primordial Chaos. The void warship had experienced many ups and downs along the way and was completely scrapped. Fortunately, they had arrived. Otherwise, the void warship would have been completely destroyed. Is this the Primordial Chaos? Lord Mental Demon took a deep breath, and his face was full of excitement. The density of the heavenly Tao energy in the air was simply frightening. Even the Empyrean Sea could not compare. The heavenly energy here is at least 10,000 times richer than the celestial ocean, Lord Mental Demon said in a deep voice, trying to suppress his excitement. There is no precise data, but a peerless powerhouse once made a rough calculation. The heavenly energy in the primordial chaos is about 1,000,000 times richer than in the chaotic realm, Wu Yu said faintly. 1,000,000 times? Fu Huan and the others were shocked. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The heavenly energy was 1,000,000 times richer than the celestial ocean. No wonder this was the core of the chaotic realm, a place where powerhouses were born. In the future, you will be living in this world for a long time. Familiarize yourself with it first, Wu Qian said. After a short rest, we will set off for Tianshuyuan. If it were not for the accident on the way, Wu Yu and the others should have arrived 70,000 years ago. After the incident with Lin Xiaozhong, Bai Ling and the others were also worried. I have sent a message to the higher-ups of Tianshuyuan. They have received the news and are on their way, Bai Ling said. Tianshuyuan, as one of the most powerful forces in this area, had many powerhouses. In the bustling Tianshuyuan, countless powerhouses gathered in the meeting hall to discuss important matters. Suddenly, the dean's expression changed slightly. The others saw the change in the dean's expression and hurriedly asked, "Dean, what happened?" "Wu Yu and the others are back," the dean said with a smile. "What? They're back?" "Not only did they return, they even brought back the 5 geniuses," said the dean. "Really? Ha ha, that's great." The dean and the others went to welcome Wu Yu and the other two. 100,000 years ago, they had gathered information from various sources. The Lin family had sent Lin Xiaozhong, who was not far from the ancient Saint Chaos space, to take action. He had boarded a tiger-headed warship to intercept Wu Yu and the other two. Wu Yu and the other two's spatial battleship was destroyed and swept into the spatial storm. Their whereabouts were unknown. When this news reached the ears of the higher-ups of Tianshuyuan, everyone was furious. A monstrous genius who stepped into the void ancient realm in 17,000 years was the future hope of the Tianshu Institute. Yet Lin Xiaozhong killed him just like that? Because of this, the higher-ups of Tianshuyuan were furious. After countless strict investigations, they finally found the spy and killed him to intimidate the Lin family. Let's go. We can't let the Lin family get wind of this. The mayor of Tianshuyuan also knew what a 17,000-year-old ancient god meant. Once the news spread, the entire ancient chaos space would be in an uproar. Now, the Lin family had received news from Lin Xiaozhong that Feng Chen had fallen. This was even better. News of Feng Chen would not spread. A few days later, under the leadership of the mayor of Tianshu Yuan, many higher-ups arrived at the wasteland. Dean elders. Wu Yu and the other two greeted them with cupped fists. Ha ha, thank you for your hard work. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan laughed and said, You have made great contributions to Tianshu Yuan. Tianshu Yuan will remember this. Then, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan's gaze fell on the five of them and carefully sized them up. Let's go back first. The group of people returned to Tianshu Yuan in a mighty manner. In the meeting hall, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan sat at the head of the table. The elders sat on both sides of him. Wu Yu and the other two went back to rest. In the center of the room, Feng Chen and the other four stood side by side. I believe the five of you have heard from Wu Yu and the other two on the way here? The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said, The ancient chaos space is different from the ancient saint chaos space. The law of the jungle is more serious here. If you want to win respect, you have to rely on your own fist. You are the prodigies of a part of the chaotic void. Naturally, Tianshu Yuan will not treat you unfairly. However, your strength, potential, and other aspects have yet to be tested, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan continued. The disciples of Tianshu Yuan are divided into many types. The first type was the handymen. They were not qualified to cultivate the secret techniques of Tianshu Yuan. They could only do hard work and serve the many official disciples. The second type was the nominal disciples. These disciples had the preliminary qualifications to join Tianshu Yuan, but they still needed to accumulate enough experience. The third type was the official disciples. Once they became official disciples, they would receive countless cultivation resources from Tianshu Yuan and have a bright future. The fourth type was the elite disciples. They were the outstanding prodigies among the official disciples and were the focus of Tianshu Yuan's training. The fifth type, which was also the last type, was known as the core disciple. They were the future hope of Tianshu Yuan. In order to become a core disciple, they had to pass layers of tests. If you can pass the test, you can directly become an elite disciple of Tianshu Yuan. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan continued, Of course, I will observe your performance in the test. If your performance is outstanding, I will make an exception and promote you to a core disciple. Hearing this, Fu Wan and the other three looked excited. Only Feng Chen was calm. With his potential, it was not difficult to become a core disciple. However, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan's next words stunned Fu Wan and the other three. At the same time, it also made Feng Chen a little confused. You don't need to participate in the test. You can start as a nominal disciple. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan pointed his finger at Feng Chen. Dean Fu Wan and the other three wanted to explain something for Feng Chen, but they were stopped by the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. Well, you have been wandering in the dark void for 100,000 years. Go and have a good rest. After Feng Chen and the other four left, the elders looked at the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. The latter sighed and said, Feng Chen's potential is too heaven-defying. It has only been 100,000 years since he stepped into the void ancient realm, but his cultivation has already reached the peak of the void ancient realm. If this news gets out, all the forces in the ancient chaos will go crazy, won't they? I can't even see through him. With his cultivation speed, it is very likely that he will break Lin Qian's record of being the fastest to step into the star ancient realm. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said, So, in order not to attract the attention of other forces, let him become a nominal disciple. In fact, this was the mayor of Tianshu Yuan's protection for Feng Chen. Think about it, becoming an ancient god in 17,000 years. This kind of earth-shattering news would definitely stir up thousands of waves if it got out. In the vast ancient chaos, many peerless experts and super forces would be tempted. Some people wanted to get Feng Chen, and some people wanted to strangle a genius. At that time, a mere Tianshu Yuan would not be able to protect him. Therefore, before he had absolute strength, he must not expose his identity. This was especially true for the Lin clan. He couldn't allow them to see any clues. Remember not to spread what you saw today, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan reminded. Tianshu Yuan on a tree-lined path. Fang Chun and the other 4 walked side by side. Fu Huan and the other 3 wanted to say something but stopped. They wanted to comfort Fang Chun several times, but seeing the latter's indifferent expression, they did not speak in the end. After walking for a while, Lord Mental Demon finally could not bear it any more. This is not fair. Tianshu Yuan is suppressing Brother Fang, Lord Mental Demon said discontentedly. If Brother Fang, with his potential, can only be a nominal disciple, then what qualifications do the 4 of us have to be elite disciples? Brother Fang, don't you want to say something? Seeing that the 4 of them were anxious for him, Fang Chen smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to be like this. So what if I am a nominal disciple? It is the same everywhere. External forces are always limited. The only thing that can really help you is your own efforts. But, Fang Chen shook his head, his dark eyes looking at the blue sky. Maybe this is to protect me? At this moment, his ambition was soaring. One day, I want this sky to no longer be able to cover my eyes. Chapter 2704. Tianshu Yuan was located on a mountain range. There was no one within a radius of 10,000 miles. A mountain near the main peak was surrounded by powerful restrictions. Many elders, including the chief of Tianshu Yuan, stood quietly. In front of them, there was a smooth mirror with an image on it. In the image, Fang Chun and the other 4 separated and entered a secret realm. Since Fang Chun is an in-name disciple, why did you let him participate in the test? An elder asked, puzzled. The chief of Tianshu Yuan gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, I also want to see how extraordinary a peerless genius who entered the void ancient realm in 17,000 years is. Hearing this, the other elders fell silent. 17,000 years, this was definitely a very shocking number. Even the most dazzling Gu Tianhua in the entire ancient chaos took 1,000,000 years to enter the void ancient realm. Thinking of this, the elders' hearts were filled with shock, and their faces were full of eagerness. In the secret realm, Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he did was to confirm his surroundings. Hunting void ancient demonic beasts isn't difficult for me, Fang Chen said in a low voice. It's just that hunting star ancient demonic beasts is a bit more difficult. Although he knew it was difficult, Fang Chen did not say anything. Just as the chief of Tianshu Yuan said, to become an elite disciple, one must be both intelligent and brave. Strength alone, without intelligence, was not enough. I wonder how Fu Huan and the others are now, Fang Chen murmured. With a leap, he disappeared into a pitch-black forest. Roar. Sensing the human's aura approaching, the monsters in the forest roared and rushed toward him. Good timing, Fang Chen shouted inwardly. He took out the hidden star sword and slashed out. The dazzling sword light was boundless and powerful, and it slashed at the black shadow that rushed toward him. Poochie! The sword light pierced into the monster's body, and it was immediately injured. Bang! Stellar transposition. Fang Chen's figure appeared behind the demonic beast like a ghost and smashed its head with a punch. Late void ancient realm demonic beast. Fang Chen curled his lips. With his current strength, he was already invincible in the void ancient realm. Dealing with void ancient realm demonic beasts was simply a piece of cake. Fang Chen cleanly cut down a monster beast and placed its head into his spatial ring. Then, he continued to sneak into the darkness to hunt down more monster beasts. This scene was witnessed by the chief of Tianshu Yuan and the others on the mountain peak. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. That's right. This kid's thoughts are meticulous. It's hard to come by. An elder praised. That's right. Not panicking in the face of danger, and considering every step carefully. Only such a genius can go far on the path of martial arts. I can't wait to see how this guy kills a star ancient realm monster beast. Several people spoke up, expressing their great admiration for Fang Chen. Even the chief of Tianshu Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, with his strength, he's almost invincible in the void ancient realm. I just don't know how he'll kill a star ancient realm monster beast. Killing a star ancient realm monster beast was the most important part of the elite disciple assessment. Under the gaze of many higher-ups, Fu Huan and the others also began to hunt down the monsters. However, they weren't like Fang Chen, who relied on his strength to kill the monsters. In just a few hours, they finished killing the void ancient realm monster beast. Next was the star ancient realm monster beast. The four of them gathered together, and after a short discussion, they decided to team up. Only Fang Chen still chose to act alone. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he believed that the star ancient realm monster beast's overall strength was far beyond the void ancient realm. It wasn't something that could be defeated by teaming up. He already had a rough idea in his mind. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed in the secret realm. As early as 5 days ago, Fang Chen had finished killing the void ancient realm monster beast. During these 5 days, he had been using the spacetime escape technique to hide in the dark, observing a star ancient realm monster beast. This early star ancient realm monster beast has a strong aura. It's in the prime of its life, and its attack power is very strong, Fang Chen murmured. However, its intelligence seems to be a bit weak. In the immemorial chaos, monster beasts were everywhere. Some monster beasts could reach the ancient god realm when they reached adulthood, and some were even comparable to life ancient realm experts when fully grown. Of course, there were strong and weak. The weak here referred to the weak in intelligence. This was the difference in thinking between Fang Chen and Fu Huan and the other three. The four of them teamed up to specifically target the weakest star ancient realm monster beast. But Fang Chen was different. The monster he chose was much stronger than the average early star ancient realm monster, but its intelligence was low. On a towering tree, Fang Chen was faintly discernible. He opened his supreme ancestral eye and stared ahead. Although there was a strong layer of airflow between them, he could still see it clearly. That monster beast seemed to be a tiger-type monster beast. It gave people the impression that it had a strong head and a strong brain. For the past 5 days, all it did was eat and sleep. Fang Chen curled his lips. This monster beast was too lazy. Today, he was ready to take action. Having grasped the habits of this star ancient realm monster beast, Fang Chen set up a powerful array around a pool not far away. Then, he hid the hidden star sword under the water. After everything was ready, he used the spacetime escape technique to hide. Dang, dang, dang. Time was up. The tiger-headed monster slowly walked to the pool to drink water. Go go go. It didn't feel anything strange at all. It stuck its head into the pool and drank. Buzz. A layer of ripples appeared on the surface of the pool. In the next moment, a ray of light broke out of the water, carrying a powerful sword chi, and directly pierced the tiger-headed monster's mouth. Roar. The tiger-headed monster roared angrily and shook its head, flinging the hidden star sword away. Boom. At this time, Fang Chen was secretly controlling the array. The surrounding area was sealed by a powerful array. The tiger-headed monster attacked the array frantically. After Fang Chen took the hidden star sword, he swung his hand and performed the Shura sword technique. At the same time, he fully activated the demonic transformation technique. Invincible demonic chi emerged from his body, and the attack power of the Shura sword technique increased countless times. After performing the Shura sword technique, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He moved the stars and appeared behind the tiger-headed monster, performing the Azure Sky sword technique. Poochie! The hidden star sword shook and pierced the tiger-headed monster's butt. Roar! The tiger-headed monster screamed miserably. Its huge body kept shaking. The aura in its body leaked out. In an instant, it fought fiercely with Fang Chen. Seeing this scene on the smooth surface of the mirror, the chief of Tianshu Yuan sighed and shook his head. Fang Chen's various performances were enough to be ranked as a core disciple. Unfortunately, in order to protect him, he could only start as a nominal disciple. Wonderful, this boy's mind is too calm. Yes, attacking the enemy's vital point and cleverly defeating the tiger-headed monster. I really want to take this guy as a disciple, but unfortunately, even the chief of Tianshu Yuan wasn't qualified to take him as a disciple, let alone elders like them. There was no need to watch the next test. Fang Chen's performance was almost perfect, and he received the unanimous approval of all the higher-ups. 3 days later, at the end of the test, Fu Huan and the other 3 surprisingly passed and became the new elite disciples. As for Fang Chen, he headed to the nominal peak alone. The nominal peak was the mountain where nominal disciples lived and cultivated. Fang Chen. On the top of the mountain, Bai Ling suddenly appeared and called Fang Chen. Fang Chen stopped and turned to look. You don't have to be depressed. Bai Ling pondered and said, with your potential, you will definitely be famous in the ancient chaos in the future. However, when it's time to be patient, you still have to be patient. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fist to thank her. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the 3 giants stood side by side. Their faces were full of complicated expressions. The dean did this to protect him, Wu Yu said. However, I don't know if such a peerless genius can accept it in his heart, Wu Qian said worriedly. If he can't cross this hurdle, it will breed inner demons. The 4 people who weren't as good as him could all become elite disciples, but he was only a nominal disciple. Wu Qian was worried that Fang Chen would take things too hard and fall into trouble. I believe in her. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her graceful figure was completely revealed. Bai Ling said softly with a confident smile on her pretty face. Chapter 2705. Nominal Peak. This was the living area of nominal disciples. It was also the place where they cultivated. There were many nominal disciples on the huge nominal peak. As soon as he arrived, Fang Chen saw an elder waiting for him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Greetings, elder. Fang Chen nodded. The dean has already told me. I'll bring you to your residence. The gray-robed elder led Fang Chen down a tree-lined path. They quickly arrived at a luxurious area. In this area, every single courtyard was the residence of a nominal disciple. This is the Violet Tea Garden. Only the top 100 nominal disciples can live here, said the gray-robed elder. However, your situation is special. I'll arrange for you to live here. The gray-robed elder handed a badge to Fang Chen. The number 100 was written on it, representing the 100th monastery. The outermost 100th monastery will be your courtyard. The gray-robed elder took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. The rules of the nominal peak are all written here. If you want to obtain resources here, you have to put in the corresponding effort. If you want to become a formal disciple, you have to pass a test. After settling Fang Chen, the gray-robed elder left. In truth, the gray-robed elder was also a bit curious. This fellow's appearance was so ordinary. She couldn't understand how he had managed to alarm the dean and even personally come find him. Within the 100th monastery, Fang Chen was sitting on a stone stool, earnestly reading the booklet. He had no idea that his residence had already caused the disciples of the Violet Tea Garden and the nominal peak to be extremely dissatisfied. Why can a new disciple live in the Violet Tea Garden? That's right. Only the top 100 disciples of the nominal peak can live here. Did he enter through the back door? Humph. The 100th monastery was originally obtained by Li Xinlong defeating his opponent. But now it's been snatched away by a new disciple. There'll be a good show to watch. The nominal peak was filled with all sorts of opinions. Many disciples were curious just who Fang Chen was and how he could directly live in the Violet Tea Garden. How dare he take Brother Long's resources? He's courting death. No matter what kind of background he has, he cannot occupy Brother Long's courtyard. Many of Li Xinlong's followers said that they wanted Fang Chen to leave Purple Tea Garden as soon as possible. No matter what happened in the outside world, Fang Chen didn't care at all. Nominal disciples are, after all, the outermost disciples of Tianshu Yuan. It is extremely difficult for them to obtain resources. Fang Chen closed the booklet and muttered to himself. After reading the booklet, he had basically understood the situation of the nominal peak. The strongest nominal disciple was only at the late void ancient realm, so Yang Kai didn't even need to use his full strength to defeat him. The chief of Tianshu Yuan let Fu Huan and the other 3 become elite disciples, but he let me become a registered disciple. Fang Chen muttered. He must be afraid that my existence will be discovered by the Lin family and other forces. In fact, Fang Chen understood, but he just didn't say it out loud. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. Then, a series of shouts came into the courtyard. Originally, Fang Chen didn't plan to pay attention to them, but some people's curses were very unpleasant, so Fang Chen stood up immediately. Bastard, get out of Purple Tea Garden. Damn you, how dare you occupy Brother Long's courtyard? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Creak. Just as many nominal disciples were shouting, the courtyard door opened, and Fang Chen walked out. Suddenly, there was silence in front of the door. You are the new nominal disciple? The leader of the group, a yellow-haired guy, asked arrogantly. Fang Chen nodded, and the latter sneered. Do you know who owns the courtyard you are living in now? Isn't it mine? Fang Chen asked back. Yours? A newcomer like you is qualified to live in Purple Tea Garden? Let me tell you, the owner of the 100th courtyard was defeated by Brother Long, so he gave up the right to live in the courtyard. Originally, Brother Long planned to move in soon, but who would have thought that Elder Grey Robe would arrange for you to live here? This is a slap in the face. Do you think you are so great just because you have a background? On Nominal Peak, no matter how great your background is, it is useless. The group of people had different opinions and glared at Fang Chen. The yellow-haired man stepped forward and sneered. You will live in Nominal Peak for a long time in the future. I advise you not to offend Brother Long. Who is Brother Long? Fang Chen asked casually. Li Xinlong, ranked in the top 100 nominal disciples, the yellow-haired man said. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, Fang Chen was about to turn and leave. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man stepped forward and stopped Fang Chen. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You will not have a good ending if you offend Brother Long. Fang Chen was speechless and slammed the door shut, leaving the angry crowd behind. This guy is too arrogant. What should we do? If he doesn't come out, we can't do anything to him. The yellow-haired man rolled his eyes and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Go in. Bang! The yellow-haired man kicked the door open and entered the courtyard. Make it quick. Don't let others see. Many nominal disciples surrounded Fang Chen in a menacing manner. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and grinned. If I remember correctly, the Nominal Peak forbids other disciples from barging into Zi Ming Garden's courtyard. You have violated the rules. Even if I cripple you, the elders won't say anything. The premise is that you have to have the strength. The yellow-haired man sneered and immediately attacked. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen's body turned into a series of afterimages, like a gust of wind blowing past. Banging sounds came from the courtyard. Numerous honorary disciples were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Miserable cries came from their mouth. How dare you attack a fellow disciple? This is a capital offense. The yellow-haired man roared angrily. Fang Chen walked towards him step by step. Puff! A crisp slap landed on his face. Suddenly, a red and swollen handprint appeared on his face, clearly visible. Trash like you don't even have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. Fang Chen scolded. The yellow-haired man was stunned by the slap and his heart was full of shock. Boy, just you wait. Brother Long won't let you go. After a while, the courtyard became much quieter. Brother Long, that newcomer is too arrogant. We all said that the 100th courtyard is your courtyard, but he still attacked. That's right. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Brother Long, please cripple that guy. Many injured nominal disciples, led by the yellow-haired man, found Li Xinlong. The latter's back was straight as he stood there quietly. His pitch-black eyes moved and he was deep in thought. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Bang! Suddenly, Li Xinlong turned around and slapped the yellow-haired man. Idiot, don't you know the rules of the nominal peak? How dare you barge into Ziming Garden's courtyard? You're courting death. Li Xinlong said fiercely, you broke the rules first. Even if that guy kills you, he won't be punished. Hearing that, the yellow-haired man hesitated. However, after pausing for a moment, Li Xinlong's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, however, although you broke the rules first, you're still working for me. He didn't give me face by beating you up like that. Li Xinlong sneered. I'd like to see how capable you are. You just came to the nominal peak and you dare to go against me. Seeing that, many nominal disciples were secretly delighted. If Li Xinlong attacked, that guy would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Ziming Garden, in the 100th courtyard. Fang Chen was thinking about how to combine the Azura sword technique and the clear sky sword technique. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Li Xinlong is here to visit. Fellow Taoist, please come out for a chat. Fang Chen's thoughts were interrupted and he was a little annoyed. Get lost, don't bother me. Fang Chen reprimanded directly. Outside the door, Li Xinlong's face turned pale when he heard that. He clenched his fists tightly and his knuckles cracked. He was burning with anger. However, he suppressed his anger and said with a sinister smile, since you don't want to meet me, I hope you'll continue to hide in the courtyard and don't come out. After saying that, Li Xinlong turned and left. In an instant, news about Fang Chen spread from the nominal peak. Chapter 2706. The rumors were getting more and more ridiculous. In the end, many people thought that Fang Chen relied on his background to squeeze out Li Xinlong's courtyard. But when facing Li Xinlong, he only dared to challenge him in the courtyard. For a time, many nominal disciples snorted disdainfully and sneered when they talked about Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the situation that was getting more and more intense. Brother Long, are we just going to let it go? Asked a disciple. Now the whole nominal peak is paying attention to this matter. I can't rashly barge into the courtyard. We can only wait, said Li Xinlong coldly. But that guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to hoot in front of Brother Long. Li Xinlong shook his head, a strange look flashing in his eyes. I remember that there's still half a month before the annual disciple gathering on Nominal Peak, right? Could it be? Hearing this, the other nominal disciples showed a sinister smile. The annual gathering is indeed a good opportunity. I don't believe that he won't go. During this time, Nominal Peak was very lively. Countless people's eyes were on the 100th courtyard. Even the outstanding disciples of Ziming Garden shook their heads at this. Offending Li Xinlong is obviously not a wise choice. Exactly. How strong can a newcomer be? Maybe he's really strong and doesn't fear Li Xinlong. Some people supported Fang Chen, while others thought that Fang Chen's action was extremely unwise. Nominal Peak. The courtyard at the front was leaning against a small mountain. The stream flowed down and the scenery was beautiful. On the gate of this courtyard was the number 3. This meant that the person living here was the third-ranked nominal disciple. The courtyard was bustling with activity. The sound of running water could be heard. Several female servants were hurriedly watering the flowers. In the picturesque garden, a graceful woman sat quietly on a stone bench, her hand supporting her chin. Looking at the stream flowing down in front of her, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Miss Ziqiong. An old woman came over and called out in a low voice. The woman didn't turn her head. She was still looking ahead. I've already asked around. That new nominal disciple seems to be called Fong Qin. The old woman said, his strength should be around the mid-void ancient realm. Long-haired and the others were beaten up by him in his courtyard. Li Xinlong can't do anything to him. What an interesting guy. Zi Qiong smiled faintly. In the gathering half a month later, I'll see if he's unworthy of his reputation or he's not afraid of Li Xinlong. Not only Zi Qiong, the other nominal disciples were also paying attention. Time flowed like water. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fong Qin didn't leave his courtyard. Every day, he would spend his time in the courtyard researching the compatibility of the Azure Sky sword art and the Azura sword art. Dong 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 dong. Come in. With a creak, the door opened. A handyman quickly walked in and said, Young Master Fong, the annual gathering of disciples on the nominal peak begins today. Would you like to go and have a look? I'm not going. Fong Qin waved his hand. He didn't want to participate in such a boring gathering. He only wanted to cultivate in peace. But, the servant said, according to the rules of the nominal peak, nominal disciples have to attend the annual gathering every few days. It's better for you to go. Fong Qin raised his head and glanced at the servant. If that's the case, I'll go take a look. Nominal peak. Many people came and went in front of the summit hall. Ha ha ha, Brother Long, I heard that you have the strength to enter the top 100? That's something worth celebrating. The many nominal disciples in front of the main hall were all relatively weak. The real geniuses were all in the summit hall. The annual gathering was just for the disciples to exchange pointers and learn from each other. Fong Qin came to the summit hall and walked straight in. Look, that guy's here. Fong Qin's arrival quickly attracted the attention of many people, especially Li Xinlong. He walked straight to Fong Qin. However, the latter ignored Li Xinlong and walked into the summit hall. Suddenly, many nominal disciples widened their eyes. Does this guy want to die? What right does he have to enter the summit hall? Arrogant, too arrogant. He doesn't know who he is. How dare he enter the summit hall? Many people roared angrily. Li Xinlong's face was a little gloomy. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xinlong also walked into the summit hall. The summit hall was bustling with activity. Many disciples were in groups of 3 or 5, exchanging their experiences with each other. Fong Qin, after glancing around, found a corner and sat down. He lowered his head and pondered. Humph, pretentious. Li Xinlong sneered and immediately walked straight to Fong Qin. Fong Qin, I want to challenge you. Li Xinlong's voice immediately attracted the attention of many disciples in the summit hall. They all looked over. According to the rules of the annual gathering, no matter who issued a challenge, they had to accept it. However, they were not allowed to maliciously hurt others. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Qin did not even raise his head. I don't have time. This sentence immediately caused Li Xinlong's expression to change drastically. He clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. You, Li Xinlong gritted his teeth and said. The other disciples frowned. They were somewhat dissatisfied with Fong Qin's performance, but they did not say anything. In their opinion, such a disciple was not qualified for them to say anything. Good, very good. I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. Many of the nominal disciples present were geniuses of the Ziming Garden. Li Xinlong wanted to make friends with the nobles, so he did not want to lose his temper in front of them and leave a bad impression. After leaving these cold words, he turned around and left to exchange pointers with the other geniuses. After a while, many disciples in the summit hall had long forgotten about Fong Qin. Only Zi Qiong's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked curiously at Fong Qin. Is he really that confident, or is he just playing to the gallery? Zi Qiong murmured. There were many disciples around who were giving him a fake look. She was tired of this kind of life. She rejected the other disciples' invitation and walked straight to Fang Chen's side. Ziqiong was a famous fairy of the nominal peak. Wherever she went, she would be the center of attention. Why is Fairy Ziqiong looking for that guy? Damn it! Is he trying to get Ziqiong's attention by playing with the crowd? For a moment, the crowd seemed to have guessed Fang Chen's intention. Some of the disciples who admired Fairy Ziqiong were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Hello, my name is Ziqiong. Fairy Ziqiong introduced herself. Fang Chen kept his head down and ignored her. Suddenly, the summit hall was filled with curses. This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even give face to Fairy Ziqiong. Humph! He is just a newcomer. How dare he play to the gallery again and again? He is courting death. Fairy Ziqiong looked at Fang Chen closely and became even more curious. She noticed that Fang Chen's body was covered with a layer of sword qi. It seemed like he was in a state of enlightenment. So he is in a state of enlightenment. Fairy Ziqiong nodded. No wonder he ignored her. Humph! How dare a piece of trash like him practice sword Dao? If he dares to accept my challenge, I will make sure he can't take care of himself. That's right. How dare he ignore Fairy Ziqiong? He deserves death. Fairy Ziqiong said proudly. Brother Lan, when it comes to sword Dao, I am afraid no one on the nominal peak can match you. Many disciples cupped their fists and said to the man in blue, Senior Brother Lan's sword Dao is not something ordinary people can compare with. That's right. Senior Brother Lan's sword Dao is more than enough to beat everyone. It won't be long before Senior Brother Lan becomes an official disciple. Someone took the opportunity to ask Senior Brother Lan to explain his understanding of sword Dao. Senior Brother Lan, there are many disciples who practice sword Dao. Why don't you use this opportunity to enlighten us? At the same time, show those who are fishing for fame what a real sword Dao is. Seeing this, the man in blue smiled and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Since everyone loves me so much, I will explain sword Dao to everyone, Lan Su said with a smile. Then, Lan Su began to talk. Chapter 2707. Sword Dao. The more Lan Su spoke, the more excited he became. At the same time, everyone was pleasantly surprised. No wonder he is the #1 sword cultivator of the nominal peak. Senior Brother Lan Su's understanding of sword Dao has reached such a level. I admire him. Senior Brother Lan Su deserves to be the #1 sword cultivator of the nominal peak. Yes, Senior Brother Lan Su is not some embroidered pillow who only knows how to play to the gallery. Being praised by everyone, Lan Su was also very happy and his face was full of smiles. Those nominal disciples who lined up in front of Lan Su also nodded their heads in satisfaction. Lan Su's attainment in sword Dao is really rare. Someone commented. Hearing this, Lan Su was even more delighted. He looked at Ziqiong. Ziqiong blinked and stared at Fang Chen, which made Lan Su very unhappy. Fairy Ziqiong, why do you care about a guy who only knows how to play to the gallery? Lan Su said. Fairy Ziqiong shook her head. She seemed to have seen that Fang Chen was extraordinary. She could sense that the sword qi that enveloped Fang Chen's body seemed to contain a power that she could not see through. Maybe this person is really powerful? Fairy Ziqiong looked up and said, Impossible, if he can beat me, I will kneel down and call him Grandpa. Fairy Ziqiong, don't be deceived by his harmless appearance. Yes, this guy forced his way into Ziming Garden through the backstage and even challenged Li Xinlong. His character is not good. Many people persuaded Fairy Ziqiong not to get close to Fang Chen. Fairy Ziqiong, if you are interested in sword Dao, I can explain it to you carefully. Lan Su took the initiative to say. However, Fairy Ziqiong shook her head. This made Lan Su even more unhappy. He secretly glanced at Li Xinlong. The latter nodded, knowing that it was time for him to go on stage. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Li Xinlong walked in front of Fang Chen and shouted. There was a powerful force in his voice that directly shook Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Dong! Fang Chen's mind shook, and suddenly his thoughts were interrupted. Damn it! Fang Chen opened his eyes and cursed. It wasn't easy to find a clue, but it was interrupted. This feeling was very unpleasant. What? Weren't you very arrogant before? How come you don't even dare to accept my challenge now? Li Xinlong sneered. Fang Chen frowned and slowly stood up. Interrupting other people's cultivation is an extremely impolite thing to do, Fang Chen said calmly. You are cultivating? Li Xinlong laughed maniacally. Don't think that we don't know that you are just using this opportunity to attract Ziqiong's attention. Forget it. Fang Chen stared at Li Xinlong and shook his head. He sighed and walked out of the summit hall. There's no point in participating in such a meaningless gathering. His words thoroughly infuriated Lan Su and the rest. Many of the disciples had long been displeased with Zhang Xian, and at this moment they were venting their displeasure. Brat, you are too arrogant. A meaningless gathering. You're looking down on everyone. Humph, arrogant and ignorant guy. Although countless curses came from behind, Fang Chen still ignored them. Coward. Suddenly, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned his head. What did you just say? Fang Chen asked. I said you are a coward. You don't dare to accept my challenge. Li Xinlong sneered. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and walked in front of Li Xinlong. You are no match for me, but you keep provoking me. Do you want me to kill you? Fang Chen said. You are still talking nonsense at this time? Accept my challenge if you dare. Li Xinlong said coldly. Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. If he knew that this was a meaningless gathering, he wouldn't have come. He looked around and asked, what if two people accidentally hurt each other during the annual gathering? Humph, if you have the ability, so what if you kill the other party? But you also have to be prepared to be killed by the other party. Lan Su sneered disapprovingly. Fang Chen nodded. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The boundless fist radiance bombarded Li Xinlong's body with the force of a sudden clap of thunder. Crack! Li Xinlong's body flew out like a kite, slamming into the wall of the summit hall. Dong! A deafening sound sounded. A large hole appeared in the wall. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Xinlong's body fell to the ground in a sorry state. Fang Chen shrugged. Sorry, I hit too hard. When everyone looked at Li Xinlong, their faces changed drastically. How is this possible? Many disciples were shocked. Killing Li Xinlong with one punch, this was too exaggerated, right? Li Xinlong is dead? Even Lan Su rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe it. You actually really killed Li Xinlong? Lan Su was furious and yelled loudly. Immediately, he was about to attack. He's too weak. I just threw a punch casually. Who knew he was so weak? Fang Chen shrugged. Moreover, he provoked me time and time again. I didn't bother to attack him, but he didn't let it go. Now that he's dead, who's to blame? For a moment, many disciples looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated, right? Killing a fellow disciple in public at the annual gathering? Good, very good. Since you said the weak are prey to the strong, then I'll let you experience what it means to be prey to the weak. After saying that, Lan Su walked out step by step. Senior brother Lan, to deal with this kind of trash, why do you need to take action? A man walked out from the crowd. You want to challenge me too? Fang Chen asked. The man nodded. You killed Li Xinlong, and you want to leave unscathed? What do you take us, the nominal disciples, for? So, you want to avenge Li Xinlong? Fang Chen asked. What's your ranking on the nominal peak? No, I'm only ranked 57th. Although I'm slightly weaker than senior brother Lan Su and the others, it's enough to deal with you. The man sneered. If you can withstand one punch from me, then I'll admit defeat. After saying that, Fang Chen threw out another punch. The man didn't even have a chance to block and was drowned by the fist. Crack! The man's body exploded, and a terrifying force swept across the entire hall. Crash! Many nominal disciples in the summit hall were completely shocked. The disciples who were ranked in the top few stared at Fang Chen with fixed eyes. Fairy Ziqiong smiled. "I knew it. You're not the embroidered pillow," they said. At this moment, Fairy Ziqiong finally believed that Fang Chen was able to stay in Ziming Garden with his own strength, and not with someone backing him as they claimed. "This is going to be a good show," Fairy Ziqiong said. Lan Su walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. "What? Do you want to follow in their footsteps?" Fang Chen pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. "Do you have the strength?" Lan Su was surrounded by sword qi, and a long sword appeared in his hand. "Sword cultivator?" Fang Chen glanced at him and said, "Oh, I was wondering why someone was talking about sword Dao when I just had an epiphany. That must be you. I really don't know how brave you are to talk about sword Dao in the hall of the summit." Fang Chen sneered. "The number 1 sword cultivator of the nominal peak? I think you're more like the number 1 sword cultivator of the nominal peak." Facing Fang Chen's ridicule, Lan Su was enraged. He clenched his long sword tightly, and his heart was filled with anger. "What's the point of showing off? When I force you into a dead end, you will know how childish your words were," Lan Su said. "So what if you have the strength to be in the top 100? You shouldn't be so arrogant. Arrogant as you? You've only learned half of it, but you talk about it in front of others as if you're so powerful. In fact, you're just a beginner in sword Dao." Fang Chen curled his lips. In the hall, many disciples were watching the two bicker with interest. Fairy Ziqiong's beautiful eyes were looking at Fang Chen. "You think my sword Dao is weak? Then do you dare to compete with me?" Lan Su said. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Fang Chen said, but he quickly shook his head. "Forget it. I'm afraid that after the competition, you will start to doubt your life." "Poochie,